Welcome to Fanfiction Audiobook. Chapter 1 Ninja System. Which department do you work for? The military, the CIA, or the Department of Homeland Security? Tony Stark, with a stubble beard, wearing a worn-out t-shirt with a light on his chest and emanating a sour stench, stared at the black-haired young man in front of him with a look of astonishment. No, my name is Roy, and I'm a private investigator. Someone paid me to come to Afghanistan to rescue you, they're very willing to spend the money. Roy sized Tony up and replied calmly. Private investigator? Upon hearing his answer, not only Tony showed a surprised expression, but Ethan, standing beside him, also looked puzzled. Although he didn't know if Roy was telling the truth, Tony didn't waste time thinking about it and quickly asked, "Who asked you to come and save me, Obadiah?" He doesn't have many friends, you can count them on one hand. Among his few friends, only one had the ability to spend a lot of money to hire someone to save him. Obadiah Stanislav. Roy shook his head and replied, "No, the person who invited me was your secretary, Miss Potts." At this point, he took a piece of paper out of his pocket, placed it on the work table in front of him, and continued, "She specially came to New York to commission me, promising that as long as I rescue you, she will do her best to persuade you to pay the commission. The details are written on the note, you should be able to recognize her signature and handwriting. Tony has a quirk. That is, he doesn't accept things from strangers." Tony frowned slightly and picked up the note from the work table. The note contained only a few sentences, which I read quickly. Commission fee, $3,000 million US. This wasn't the main reason Roy came to rescue Tony. He will come to the mountains of Afghanistan to rescue Tony, who has been kidnapped by the Ten Rings gang, mainly to obtain the reward given by the system. To become the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast. Speaking of this, we have to mention Roy's background. He is not a native of this world, but a transmigrator who came here half a year ago. Like other time travelers, he woke up to find himself in another world, and also awakened the special abilities that time travelers are born with. Ninja System. As long as you complete the requests from others that have passed the system's approval, you can receive various rewards from the Naruto world. The system's rewards include, but are not limited to, Ninjutsu, Bloodline Limits, Tailed Beasts, Ninja Tools, and so on. In other words, as long as he completes enough requests, he can possess any kind of Bloodline Limit, whether it's the Sharingan, Rinnegan, Wood Release, or all the Tailed Beasts and Ninjutsu. If you don't like the rewards offered by the system, that's fine too. Just refuse the commission without any consequences. Let's get back to this commission. The moment Chili Pepper's request was approved by the system and the reward was displayed, Roy decided that this request was absolutely necessary. Although the tailed beast he was rewarded with this time was not his favorite Nine Tails Jinchūriki, but the One Tails Jinchuriki, he was still very satisfied with the reward. Rescuing Tony from the Afghan branch of the Ten Rings gang is not particularly difficult. It's not high for him, at least. Compared to the difficulty of the commission, the reward of becoming the one-tailed Jinchuriki is exceptionally generous. Tony put the note away and asked, "How are you going to get us out of here?" "It's simple, just go outside." Roy replied calmly. Before he came in, he had already killed all the terrorists outside. At this time, apart from the three of them, there was no one else alive in the cave and valley. Tony wanted to ask something more, but Roy turned and walked out of the cave. Watching him leave, Tony pondered for a moment, then turned to Ethan and said, "Burn all the blueprints and destroy the computer." "Good." Ethan replied immediately without any hesitation. After saying that, he picked up the hammer next to him and started hitting the laptop on the work table with great force. 80, 80, 80. Tony wasn't idle either, he quickly gathered all the design blueprints for the Mark I and threw them all into the furnace. Soon, these design drawings were burned to ashes. After throwing the laptop fragments into the stove, Tony and Ethan caught up with Roy. In the dimly lit passageway, the bodies of terrorists were scattered everywhere. They died in different ways. Some had their hearts pierced, some had their throats slit, and others were squeezed and twisted into inhuman shapes. If Tony and Ethan had died from being stabbed in the heart and having their throats slit, it would be somewhat understandable. After all, these two methods of dying are common and not unusual. However, it is not very common for someone to die from being squeezed and twisted into a non-human form. How did he die? Tony pointed to one of the bodies, which was crushed and twisted in death, and asked, puzzled. "Crushed to death?" Roy replied. "Killed by strangulation?" Tony looked at Roy with a puzzled expression. Without any hesitation, he continued, "How did you kill him?" Roy stopped and turned to look at Tony, whose face was full of curiosity, and slowly raised his right hand. Sand-bound coffin. Under his control, the sand on the ground seemed to come alive, rushing towards a corpse with its throat slit and completely enveloping it. A sand waterfall funeral procession. Roy silently recited the mantra in his mind, then suddenly clenched his right fist. Shouting out the name of a ninjutsu doesn't increase its power, so he prefers to silently recite it in his mind rather than shouting it out. The sand encasing the corpse suddenly compressed, and the terrifyingly high pressure instantly crushed the body, causing blood to splatter out from the gaps in the sand. He was just strangled to death like that. Roy stopped using his ninjutsu, and the sand covering the corpse fell away under the force of gravity, revealing the body that had been squeezed and twisted beyond recognition. How is that possible? Seeing him manipulate the sand to crush the corpse, Tony and Ethan both involuntarily gasped. The scene before them was completely beyond their comprehension. Are you a superhuman? Tony asked quickly. Although he had never seen a superhuman before, having grown up in America, he had read a lot of superhero comics and was no stranger to superhumans. Not only that, but sometime before he was kidnapped, he heard that a vigilante called Spider-Man had appeared in New York. I guess so. Roy nodded and continued walking towards the exit. Seeing that he didn't intend to explain much, Tony suppressed his curiosity. Before long, they arrived at the cave entrance. The intense sunlight made Tony unconsciously squint. This was the second time he had seen sunlight since being kidnapped. Once his eyes adjusted to the light, he immediately surveyed the valley. Just like when he was first brought out of the cave, the valley was filled with a large number of weapons and equipment produced by Stark Industries. The difference is that the last time he came out, the valley was full of terrorists. Now, these terrorists are all corpses. Just as he was about to ask Roy what mode of transportation he planned to use to leave the valley, Roy once again mobilized the chakra within his body. The surrounding sand floated up and coalesced into an irregular sand cloud large enough to accommodate 3 people sitting down. Sand cloud is not a ninjutsu, it is simply the manipulation of sand. After the sand cloud took shape, Roy was the first to step forward. Tony and Ethan had assumed the sand cloud would be soft and fluffy, feeling similar to walking on sand. As it turned out, they were wrong. The sand clouds, which look soft and fluffy, are actually as solid as the ground and can easily support their weight. After Tony and Ethan stepped onto the sand cloud, Roy manipulated the sand cloud to float up. Could you destroy all the weapons in the valley? Tony suddenly spoke up. Can. But it costs extra. Roy replied. No problem, how many do you want? Tony asked quickly. For him, a problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. $50. Roy said calmly. Make a deal. Tony agreed without even thinking about it. No wonder he's a renowned billionaire in the Marvel Universe. Roy sighed inwardly and raised his hands to form a Madra. Fire release, Great Fire Annihilation. The system granted him the talent to cast spells without hand seals, but he still formed hand seals at this moment. For no other reason than that it looks more sophisticated this way. Chapter 2 SHIELD. Under the watchful eyes of Tony and Ethan, Roy opened his mouth and spewed out a stream of orange-yellow flame. At first, the flames were only as thick as a finger. As the distance increased, the flames swelled into a fan-shaped sea of fire tens of meters wide, descending from the sky and engulfing half of the valley. Boom! 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 Missiles and shells hit by the flaming fire exploded one after another, and the huge explosions immediately resounded throughout the entire valley. A normal raging fire would not have such great power to extinguish. The reason why Roy's Great Fire Annihilation is so powerful is simple, he is now using the Uchiha Madara version of Great Fire Annihilation. Before the explosion in the valley could escalate further, Roy stopped casting the Great Fire Extinction spell and controlled the sand cloud to fly out of the valley. Tony and Ethan watched the explosion in the valley, their emotions remaining unsettled for a long time. Although they knew Roy was a superhuman, they were still shocked when they saw him breathe fire like a legendary dragon. Roy ignored their shock. He controlled the sand cloud to fly for more than 10 kilometers before making it land on the desert. The sand cloud did not consume much chakra. His chakra was enough to power sand cloud all the way to the US military base. But he doesn't intend to do that. As expected, the explosion in the valley has already attracted the attention of the US military base. In other words, they just need to wait here. Why isn't it flying anymore? Is it impossible to fly long distances? After landing in the desert, Tony immediately asked. No, it's just that I'm lazy and don't plan to waste my energy anymore. Roy replied. After saying that, he took out several items from the system space. An outdoor parasol, 3 beach chairs, an outdoor cooler, and a pair of sunglasses. He put on his sunglasses, sat down on one of the beach chairs, opened the cooler next to him, and took out a can of chilled beer. Help yourself if you want a drink. Roy spoke to Tony and the other man. After examining the items he had retrieved, Tony asked, is this also one of your superpowers? Yes. Roy replied. System space is not a superpower, but rather a built-in storage function of the system. But he didn't feel the need to tell Tony the truth. Tony sat down next to him, took 2 cans of beer from the cooler, and handed one to Ethan. Then, he opened the pull-tab cap and took a few big gulps. Cool. Having grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth, he discovered for the first time in his life that cheap beer, chilled, could taste so good. Are you planning to wait here for the military to arrive? Tony wasn't stupid, and he quickly guessed Roy's thoughts. That's right. Roy nodded. Aren't you afraid the military will find out you're a superhuman and send people to arrest you? Tony continued to ask. Hearing his words, Roy replied with a smile, the American government and military are not as powerful as you think. I can't completely wipe America off the map right now, but making a death list of high-ranking government and military officials isn't difficult. Speaking of which, after the military and SHIELD learned that I was a superhuman, they tried to secretly capture me. But after witnessing my abilities, they abandoned the idea and paid a substantial sum in compensation. SHIELD? What department is this? Tony immediately frowned. Although Stark Industries primarily works with the military, as a well-known American entrepreneur and billionaire, he also frequently deals with the government. However, he had never heard of SHIELD. What is SHIELD? Tony asked. You'll find out later. Roy lay down on the beach chair. Time passes little by little. Less than half an hour later, the roar of helicopters could be heard in the distance. Roy took off his sunglasses and looked in the direction the sound came from. 2 Black Hawk helicopters came into view. After confirming that the people who came were American soldiers, he stood up and put the sunglasses, beach chair, cooler, and parasol back into the system space. Under their watchful eyes, the Black Hawk helicopters, drawn by the explosion in the valley, quickly completed their landing. Colonel Rhodes led a squad of fully armed soldiers running toward him and Ethan. Approaching Tony, Rod asked, "Still riding in your happy jeep?" Tony smiled but didn't say anything. Rhodes glanced at Roy and Ethan standing next to Tony and asked, "Who are these two?" Without any hesitation, Tony gave a brief introduction to Roy and Ethan. After hearing his explanation, Rod immediately frowned and looked at Roy with a wary expression. Ethan didn't have much to say. It was obvious that he, like Tony, was also an unlucky kidnapper. As for Roy, Rhodey wasn't surprised that Pepper Potts would secretly hire someone to rescue Tony. After all, Pepper Potts was Tony's personal secretary and one of the very few people who had earned Tony's trust. But he didn't expect that Roy's true identity was that of a private investigator. A mere private investigator accomplished what the military hadn't been able to do in 3 months, accurately located Tony and single-handedly rescued him. No matter how you look at it, something is wrong. Although we don't know exactly how Roy did it, now is clearly not the right time to ask. Let's go back to base first. Rhodes said to Tony. It is good. Tony nodded. An hour later. U.S. military base. Tony and Ethan were taken to the medical room for examination. As for Roy, Rod then led her to a small room of about 10 square meters. The room had very little furniture, just a table and 2 chairs. Although there was no nameplate on the door, Roy knew the moment he saw the furnishings inside that this was an interrogation room. Under Rhodes's gaze, Roy calmly sat down. You're definitely not a private investigator. Who are you? Rhodes sat down opposite Roy and asked with a serious expression. I am indeed a private investigator. However, my business scope is much larger than you imagine, and my fees are also much higher. As for who I really am, I'm not trying to provoke you, but at your current rank, you don't have access to classified information about my identity within the military. If you insist on digging deeper, it will only jeopardize your own future. Roy said slowly and deliberately. Rhodes' expression immediately turned extremely ugly. Before leading Roy to the room, he specifically looked up Roy's information in the military database. Then he saw the message insufficient permissions, unable to view. Roy ignored Rhodes's unpleasant expression and continued, let me tell you what's going to happen next, so you can be prepared. Soon, someone will knock on the door and call you out. Next, you will be taken to someone whose military rank or official position is much higher than yours. First, he will congratulate you on bringing Tony Stark back to base alive and saving face for the military, and you will receive appropriate rewards. Then, he will tell you very seriously, don't conduct any investigations on me without authorization from your superiors. You will ask why, and express your doubts about me. For example, I might be in league with terrorists, or I might be the mastermind behind it all, etc. He will interrupt you and tell you, in a very serious tone, that this is an order. And you, in the end, have no choice but to obey orders. Rhodes fell silent. Not long after, the knocking on the door started, just as Roy had predicted. Chapter 3 The Perfect Jinchuriki. Noon the next day. A C-5 transport plane landed at a military airport outside Los Angeles. After the tail hatch opened, Roy, Tony, and Rod stepped off the C-5 transport plane. Without any hesitation, Tony walked straight toward Pepper, who was dressed in a professional outfit, and Happy, who was dressed in a sharp suit. Soon, he arrived in front of little Chili. Your eyes are red. Are you missing your missing boss? Tony teased Pepper. I'm happy that I don't have to look for a job anymore. Little Chili replied. Then, turning to Roy next to Tony, he said gratefully, thank you. If you take someone's money, you're obligated to solve their problems. No need to thank me. Roy said calmly. Before Pepper could say anything more, Tony's voice rang out, asking her, did you bring your checkbook? Have. Pepper immediately took out a checkbook and a pen from her handbag and handed them to Tony. Without any hesitation, Tony immediately took the checkbook and pen and began writing. He quickly wrote a check for $3,050 million, tore it off, and handed it to Roy. Roy took the check from Tony, glanced at the amount, and smiled with satisfaction. The moment he received the check, he saw system information that only he could see. The commission, rescue Tony Stark. Service status, completed. Commission reward, become the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast, already issued. As the system information appeared, a vast and boundless mass of chakra materialized within his body. This chakra did not merge with his own chakra, but was instead sealed and implanted into his body. The essence of a Jinchuriki is a human vessel that seals a tailed beast within its body. The chakra of the one-tailed beast will not be fused with its own chakra. Although he became the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast, he is completely different from Gara. Because the rewards given by the system will never be for living beings with self-awareness. In other words, he didn't need to understand the tailed beasts to become a perfect Jinchuriki capable of fully transforming into a tailed beast. After storing the check in his system space, Roy said to Tony, if you ever encounter any tricky situations in the future, you can come to Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan and ask me for help. No need for later, I have a request right now. Tony said quickly. What request? Roy asked. Tony immediately replied, it's not convenient here, let's talk in the car. After saying that, he walked toward the Rolls-Royce behind Chili and Happy. Tell me, what do you want to entrust to me? Roy closed the car door and asked directly. I want to hire you as my secret bodyguard to protect me and Pepper until I find out who sold Stark Industries weapons to terrorists. Tony didn't keep him in suspense and looked at Roy with a serious expression. I'm a private investigator, not a bodyguard. Roy replied. Tony quickly replied, rescuing hostages from terrorists across half the globe is not a job that private investigators would take. As soon as he finished speaking, the system completed the judgment and provided new delegation information. Commission, to serve as Tony Stark's secret bodyguard. Status, incomplete. Commission reward, lightning release, Chidori. Roy closed the information panel and said to Tony, 3,000 million. No problem. Tony agreed without even thinking about it. A price of 3,000 million is indeed very expensive. But for him, this price was perfectly acceptable. After discussing some details about protection, Tony called Pepper and Happy into the car. Happy was in charge of driving. Little Chili sat in the passenger seat. Happy asked, Sir, where to? Before Tony could answer, Pepper said, to the hospital. I'm not going. Tony declined Pepper's offer. Tony, you need to go to the hospital for a checkup. Pepper turned to Tony and said quickly. Tony looked at Pepper with a serious expression, I said I'm not going, don't force me to go to the hospital. I've been locked up for 3 months, and now I only want to do 2 things. First, eat a cheeseburger. Second. Before Tony could finish speaking, Pepper teased him, you're such a womanizer. No, that's not it. I'm going to hold a press conference. Tony immediately corrected Pepper. Hold a press conference? Pepper looked at Tony, puzzled, and continued, the press conference can be held later. Tony ignored Pepper and said to Happy, drive, let's go buy some cheeseburgers. Half an hour later. Stark Industries headquarters building. First floor lobby. The camera flash was going off like crazy. Surrounded by the crowd, Tony, carrying the cheeseburger he had just bought, walked toward the podium accompanied by Obadiah. Upon arriving in the lobby, Roy spotted a familiar figure. Chief of the Marvel Newbie Village. Agent Level 8 of SHIELD. A model of American intelligence. One of Nick Fury's, the director of SHIELD, most trusted subordinates. Phil Coulson. Roy wasn't surprised at all that Coulson was here. But it was clear that Coulson had no idea he would be there. However, the moment Coulson saw him, a guess flashed through his mind. Coulson wasted no time and quickly went to Roy and Pepper. Mr. Roy, it's been a long time. Coulson said to Roy. It hasn't been that long, only a few months. Roy replied. Coulson turned to Pepper Potts and continued, Hello, Ms. Potts, I'm Agent Phil Coulson from SHIELD. May I have a word with you? Pepper frowned slightly, looking at Coulson with confusion, S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony had never even heard of SHIELD, so of course she couldn't possibly know about it. Carlson handed Pepper his business card and replied, "We're from the special department." Taking the business card, Chili Pepper slowly said, "The Department of Defense, the FBI, the CIA and the military have all contacted us. We're different, our roles are more focused. We want to know the details of Mr. Stark's escape." After saying that, Carlson's gaze fell on Roy. "No need to guess, I'm the one who rescued him. I accepted Miss Potts' request and made a special trip to Afghanistan. I won't go into the specific details, just knowing that I saved you should be enough for you to submit your report," Roy said slowly and deliberately. Before Carlson could ask anything else, Colonel Rhodes approached Pepper Potts and asked, "What message does Tony want to release?" "I don't know what he's up to either," Little Chili quickly replied. At the same time, Tony, who was sitting in front of the podium, spoke up. "I didn't make it to see my father one last time. If I catch up, I want to ask him what his opinion is on arms production. Has he ever been conflicted, has he ever wavered, or is he, as the media reports, a true tough guy? I witnessed young soldiers being killed with my own eyes, by the very weapons I had intended to use to protect them. I also discovered that I've become part of an irresponsible world." At this point, Tony stood up, walked to the microphone on the podium, and said with utmost seriousness, "I've come to my senses. I've realized that besides manufacturing weapons, I can contribute much more to the world. Therefore, effective immediately, I have decided to shut down Stark Industries' weapons division until I find a new target for the company." Whether it was Pepper Potts, Obadiah, and Rhodes, or the reporters in the lobby, they all wore expressions of disbelief. The only one who wasn't surprised was Roy. As reporters bombarded Tony with questions, he took out his phone from his system space and sent a message to his stockbroker. Before heading to Afghanistan to rescue Tony, he contacted his broker to short Stark Industries stock. Although he wasn't short of money, he didn't mind using the insider information that time travelers possess to make a fortune. Chapter 4 Flying Thunder God Technique. Manhattan, New York. Hell's Kitchen. Konoha Detective Agency. After witnessing Tony's press conference announcing the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division, Roy left Los Angeles and returned to his detective agency in New York. Although he accepted Tony's request, he did not intend to stay in Los Angeles to provide Tony with 24-hour personal protection. Similarly, Tony doesn't want a big man following him around 24 hours a day. Let alone Roy, even with Happy, Tony didn't have him protect him 24/7. To this end, they reached a consensus. When they were not in danger, they each went about their own business. In case of an emergency, Tony will contact him immediately. At that time, he will use his teleportation superpower to instantly arrive next to Tony. Roy doesn't have superpowers, but he can indeed get to Tony's side instantly, because he knows the Flying Thunder God technique. After accepting Tony's request, he quietly left the Flying Thunder God technique mark on Tony. It was precisely because he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique that he was able to traverse the entire continental United States in an instant, returning from Los Angeles on the west coast to New York on the east coast. Back at the office, Roy sat down in the chair behind his desk and opened the attribute panel. Host, Roy. Ninja level, Genin. Blood succession limit, white eyes. Jinchuriki, one tail. Ninjutsu, Raise Nan, Giant Raise Nan, Super Giant Raise Nan, Flying Thunder God technique, Shadow Clone technique, Substitution technique, Transformation technique, Body Flicker technique, Chaotic Body Rush, Chakra Sensing, Sand Shield, Sand Binding Coffin, Sand Burial, Flowing Sand Waterfall, Hell Sand Burial, Golden Binding technique, Great Fire Annihilation, Magnet Release Sealing technique, Tailed Beast Ball, Air Bullet. Illusion techniques, Magical Illusion, Naraku's Appearance technique, Magical Illusion, Tree Binding Kill. Physical skills, Superhuman Strength, Gentle Fist techniques, Bagwa 64 Palms, Bagwa Palm, Reversal of Heaven. Talent, 7 Elemental Chakra, Hand Seal Casting. Chakra amount, 12 kilocalories, excluding Tailed Beast Chakra. System space, enabled. Apart from Raise Nan, Giant Raise Nan, and Super Giant Raise Nan, all other ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu are rewards obtained after completing a quest. As for the talents of 7 Attribute Chakra and No Seal Technique, they are included with the system upon awakening. Just as he guessed, after becoming the Jinchuriki of the One-Tailed Beast, 3 new ninjutsu were added to his list: Magnet Release Sealing Technique, Tailed Beast Ball, and Air Bullet. Magnet Release Sealing Technique is an innate ability of Shikaku, the One-Tailed Beast. The Tailed Beast Ball is an S-rank ninjutsu that all tailed beasts can perform. As for Wind Release, Sky Bullet, it is a ninjutsu that Shikaku learned on his own. After closing the attribute panel, Roy got up and went to an open area in the living room. He took a deep breath, connected his consciousness to the Tailed Beast's chakra, and began to borrow the Tailed Beast's chakra. Since Shikaku has no self-awareness, it is impossible for him to refuse to lend him his chakra. The next second, a tail grew out of his back. A yellow, solid tail, almost 2 meters long and as thick as Shikaku's waist, covered with cursed patterns, just like Shikaku's. Gaara is also a Jinchuriki. But Gaara is different from the other Jinchuriki. Or rather, Gaara's relationship with Shikaku was always very bad during his time as a Jinchuriki. This also meant that during Gaara's time as a Jinchuriki, he never borrowed tailed beast chakra like other Jinchuriki, let alone fully transformed into a tailed beast. However, Gaara also has a way to use Shikaku's power. The art of feigning sleep. After casting a drowsy spell on himself, he will enter a deep sleep, at which point Shikaku, sealed within him, will fully awaken. In addition, when he loses control of his emotions, the tailed beast chakra within him will leak out, and part of his body will transform into something resembling Shikaku. Let's get back to borrowing the tailed beast's chakra. It has 2 different forms when it borrows the chakra of the tailed beast. One type is that it grows a materialized tail like a tailed beast. Another method is to release red-tailed beast chakra to envelop the entire body, forming a tailed beast cloak. When the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails, 3 tails, and 4 tails borrow the chakra of the tailed beasts, they prefer to use the first form. Naruto and Killer Bee, on the other hand, prefer to use the second form. From a personal aesthetic point of view, Roy also prefers the second form. However, instead of letting the red-tailed beast chakra envelop his entire body, he grew a tail just like Shikaku's. As is well known, Shikaku's body is formed from sand, and it can transform into sand directly when needed. For example, when performing the Great Burial Seal in the desert lair. In other words, if he wanted, he could turn that tail into sand at any time, and then use ninjutsu that require sand, such as sand shield, sand coffin, and sand burial. He first experienced what it felt like to have a tail. Then, he turned the tail, which was formed from the materialized chakra of the tailed beast, into sand, and manipulated it briefly. Compared to natural sand, the sand transformed from Shikaku's tail is not only easier to control, but also faster. He was not surprised by the result. After all, this sand is a product of chakra materialization. After removing Shikaku's tail from his back, he began the second form of borrowing chakra. Under his control, the red-tailed beast chakra surged from his body, completely enveloping it. Tailed beast cloak. With the tailed beast cloak covering his entire body, he could clearly feel that all of his attributes had been significantly enhanced. This form is definitely stronger. With a sigh in his heart, Roy stopped borrowing the tailed beast chakra, and the tailed beast chakra that enveloped his entire body disappeared. After experiencing the 2 forms of borrowing the tailed beast's chakra, a thought immediately popped into his mind. Complete tailed beast transformation. Experience what it's like to transform into the one-tailed beast. Without any hesitation, he once again used the Flying Thunder God technique, locking onto a Flying Thunder God formation located in the forest outside the city. After mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he secretly left behind Flying Thunder God technique formulas as teleportation points in many places. For example, an uninhabited forest hundreds of kilometers away from downtown New York City. In the blink of an eye, he went from the Hell's Kitchen office to the deserted forest where he had previously tested the power of ninjutsu. Upon arriving in the forest, he did not immediately begin his tailed beast transformation and become the one-tailed beast. Instead, he used his chakra perception. The chakra perception he now possesses originates from the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. It allows for precise perception over a range of over 1,000 miles without the need for hand seals. Because of the transmigration to the Marvel Universe, the system made some adjustments to the second Hokage's chakra perception to conform to the Marvel Universe, changing the perception of the target's life strength and chakra strength to the perception of life strength and energy strength. After confirming that there was no one else within a 10-kilometer radius, Roy took a deep breath and began his full-tailed beast transformation. As the one-tailed beast's chakra surged from his body, a large amount of yellow sand appeared out of thin air, completely enveloping his body. These sands, materialized from chakra, instantly rose to tens of meters high, condensing into the shape of a Shikaku tail. Is this what it feels like to be a fully transformed tailed beast? Roy sighed inwardly. Unlike Gaara, who used the sleep technique, he did not expose his upper body on Shikaku's head. Instead, he merged with Shikaku's body formed from sand. Or rather, at this moment, he is Shikaku. Chapter 5 Black Widow. After experiencing what it felt like to transform into the one-tailed beast in the forest and briefly testing the power of wind release, Sky Bullet, Roy deactivated his tailed beast form and returned to his normal human form. He did not test the power of the magnet release sealing technique and the tailed beast ball. I won't go into the magnet release sealing technique. He currently has no target that needs to be sealed away. As for the tailed beast ball, that would make testing inconvenient. If wind release, Sky Bullet can only cause some localized damage to the forest. Then the tailed beast ball can level an entire forest, which is no different from detonating a high-yield nuclear bomb. Although he is currently dozens of kilometers away from downtown New York City, releasing the tailed beast ball here would still be noticed by New Yorkers, causing unnecessary panic. After regaining his human form, Roy wasted no time and decisively used the Flying Thunder God technique. In just a moment, he returned from a ravaged forest to his villa on the Upper East Side. The Upper East Side is located in eastern Manhattan, bordered by the famous Fifth Avenue to the west and the East River to the east, extending from 59th Street in the south to 96th Street in the north. This area, centered on the east side of Central Park, is a well-known luxury shopping center and upscale residential area in New York City. In the third month after he transmigrated to this world, he earned 5,000 million and then spent more than 2,000 million to buy a luxury villa here. Back at the villa, he went straight to the bathroom in the master suite, intending to take a hot bath and relax. Washington, D.C. SHIELD Headquarters, Tri-Wing Building. Director's Office. Nick Fury, dressed in a black leather jacket, sat behind his desk, looking at the computer screen in front of him, browsing the report that Carlson had just submitted. He frowned immediately when he saw Roy's name appear in the report. Just as he was pondering whether to have Carlson continue investigating the terrorists who kidnapped Tony, or to have Carlson end the investigation and return to headquarters, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Nick Fury closed the report document submitted by Carlson and began to speak. As the office door was pushed open, a beautiful female agent with long, wine-red hair, wearing a tight-fitting black combat suit that perfectly showcased her sexy figure, walked in. This female agent is none other than Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Upon approaching Nick Fury, Natasha spoke without hesitation. "Half an hour ago, a massive, unexplained explosion occurred in a forest dozens of kilometers from downtown New York City. Representatives from the New York branch have arrived at the scene and are conducting further investigations." After she finished speaking, she handed the tablet computer in her hand to Nick Fury. Nick Fury took the tablet and saw the live feed from the scene. He quickly glanced at it and asked, "Has anyone confirmed what the explosive device is?" Natasha shook her head and replied, "No known explosives were found at the scene. Furthermore, judging from the remaining traces and some of the fallen trees, it appears that a creature of enormous size was present at the scene. It is still impossible to determine exactly what kind of creature it is. However, I suspect." Seeing Natasha's hesitant expression, Nick Fury frowned and asked, "You suspect that the giant creature that caused the unexplained explosion is related to Roy?" "Yes." Natasha nodded. "Was there any evidence left at the scene pointing to him?" Nick Fury continued to ask. "No. But my gut feeling tells me that this has to do with him." Natasha replied quickly. Nick Fury put down his tablet and fell silent. After thinking for a few seconds, he said to Natasha, "Did you see the press conference Tony Stark just held?" Natasha looked at Nick Fury, puzzled, and replied, "Yes, I saw it. He announced the closure of the weapons department. Carlson was at the press conference, and he even saw Roy there. Roy himself admitted that he was the one who saved Stark. Stark's secretary commissioned him, so he went to Afghanistan and rescued Stark." Nick Fury said slowly. Just as Natasha was about to say something, he continued, "A guy called Green Goblin has recently appeared in New York. If nothing unexpected happens, this guy is a superhuman, just like Spider-Man. Go to New York and investigate this guy. As for the giant creatures in the forest, you and Roy are old friends, so why not go and check with him to see if it's related to you? If it really is related to him, then have the people in the New York branch end the investigation and seal the files." Natasha did not refuse Nick Fury's arrangement and quickly replied, "Okay, I'll be right there." After saying that, she turned and left the office without any hesitation, under Nick Fury's gaze. After watching Natasha leave, Nick Fury sighed with a complex expression. Night. Roy's villa. The doorbell rang suddenly. Upon hearing the doorbell, Roy, who was playing a single-player action game in the game room on the first floor, paused the game, put down the controller, and used his teleportation ability to leave the game room. As the door opened, Natasha, dressed in a black, form-fitting long dress, came into his view. He had ordered Chinese takeout earlier and thought the person ringing the doorbell was the delivery guy. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Natasha. "Why is it you?" Roy frowned. "Why can't it be me?" Natasha replied with a smile. "What do you want?" Roy didn't waste time guessing Natasha's purpose and asked directly. "Let's go inside and talk about it." Natasha gave a charming and alluring smile and spoke softly. Roy shrugged and turned to walk towards the living room. Natasha quickly followed. After entering the villa, she made sure to close the door. Soon, they arrived at the living room. Roy casually sat down on the sofa and continued, "Don't waste everyone's time. You came all the way from Washington, D.C., you certainly didn't come here to catch up. Speak, what exactly do you want?" Natasha sat down opposite him, crossed her legs, and asked unhurriedly, "Carlson saw you in Los Angeles. When did you get back?" Roy didn't answer Natasha's question, and quickly said, I already said, don't waste everyone's time. Upon hearing his answer, Natasha didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, this afternoon, an unexplained explosion occurred in a forest dozens of kilometers away, and there were traces of a giant creature at the scene. I want to know, is this related to you? Why do you think it has anything to do with me? Roy took a keen look at Natasha's outfit today. The stepmother's dress perfectly showcases her alluring curves, paired with red-soled stiletto heels. The current Natasha is not just sexy and hot, she's incredibly alluring. Intuition. Natasha replied quickly without any hesitation. Chapter 6 Killing Spider-Man. They say women have a good intuition, but unfortunately, you're wrong this time. Roy looked at Natasha calmly and spoke slowly. He and Natasha had some personal acquaintance and had several in-depth exchanges that went beyond friendship. Having already traveled to the Marvel Universe, it would be a shame not to have a deep conversation with the famous Black Widow. However, he still did not intend to tell Natasha the truth. From a certain perspective, the Jinchuriki is his new trump card. It's unwise to reveal your hand too easily. Really, it has nothing to do with you. Natasha continued to ask. No. Roy replied. Natasha frowned slightly, stared at him, and fell into thought. After thinking for about 10 seconds, she said softly, since it has nothing to do with you, could I ask you to investigate the origin of that giant creature? If SHIELD can offer me a reward that interests me, I wouldn't mind helping you investigate. Roy said calmly. Although Natasha brought up the request herself, he was certain that she was just testing him. What kind of reward do you want? Natasha asked immediately. Now it's you who wants to entrust me with this task, not the other way around. You decide what kind of reward would sway me. Roy spoke slowly. Natasha fell silent once again. Just then, the doorbell rang. My takeout has arrived. If you haven't had dinner yet, why not stay and eat with us? Roy said to Natasha. Just staying for dinner. Natasha's eyes sparkled as she smiled seductively. If you want to do something else after dinner, I don't mind. After saying that, before Natasha could reply, Roy used his teleportation ability to disappear from her sight. Soon, he returned to the restaurant with the takeout. Natasha's arrival was not in his plans. However, the takeout he ordered was enough for the two of them to have a full meal. Natasha also came from the living room to the dining room. Would you like some alcohol? Roy went to the liquor cabinet, took out a bottle of 30-year-old Macallan whiskey, and turned to look at Natasha. You can have a little. Natasha replied. Would you like some ice? Roy continued to ask. What do you think? Natasha countered with a question to Roy. Roy smiled and poured 2 glasses. 1 cup with ice, 1 cup without ice. He handed the glass with ice to Natasha, keeping the one without ice for himself. Noon the next day. Roy, who had been busy until late at night, slowly opened his eyes. He was the only one in the bed. Natasha left just as dawn broke. Black Widow tastes really good. He recalled his intense confrontation with Natasha the previous night and walked toward the bathroom with a satisfied expression. Despite differing stances, it must be admitted that Natasha is a very delicious bed goddess. Her flexibility and agility, comparable to world-class gymnasts and acrobats, allow her to perform many difficult moves that ordinary women cannot. After washing up and changing into clean clothes, Roy used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at Hell's Kitchen. Instead of going directly to the detective agency, he went to a restaurant near the agency to have lunch before going there. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he chose a seat by the window and casually ordered a few dishes. After the waiter left, he began to think about the next steps. Tony just returned to Los Angeles yesterday, and nothing much will happen in the short term. He will focus his energy on the development and manufacturing of the Mark II and Mark III. As for Obadiah certainly won't stop there. He won't stop until he's completely killed Tony and taken over Stark Industries. In addition, he must have also discovered the miniature arc reactor in Tony's chest and has his eye on it. As for whether he will become the Ironmonger like in the movie, Roy is not sure. He killed all the terrorists who kidnapped Tony. Obadiah could not obtain the prototype of the Mark I like in the movie. Without the Mark I prototype as a reference, it would be difficult for Stark Industries' existing engineers to manufacture the Ironmonger armor. However, if Obadiah finds the Mark I parts that Tony left in the cave, that would be a different story. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to take it one step at a time. With his current strength, even if Obadiah were to don the Ironmonger armor, it wouldn't take him much effort to deal with him. Not long after, the waiter brought out his lunch. After lunch, Roy went to the detective agency, logged into the dark web forum, and glanced at the recent client emails he had received. Although the identity of the client is unknown, the content of the requests suggests that none of them can pass the system's judgment. When he first transmigrated, he knew nothing about the system's judgment criteria. But after executing several system-approved delegations, he discovered a pattern. Without exception, all the commissions approved by the system are related to the original characters. Just as he was about to leave the dark web, he received a new commission email. The request was very simple, consisting of only one sentence. Kill Spider-Man. The reward is $2,000 million. From a compensation perspective, $2,000 million for killing one person is definitely a very generous reward. But if the target is Spider-Man, this reward isn't considered generous. Roy didn't reply immediately, but instead opened the system's delegation page. Just like yesterday, the commission page only shows commissions for Tony's secret bodyguard. No new commissions have appeared. In other words, the request to kill Spider-Man failed the system's assessment. Since it didn't pass the system's judgment, there's nothing more to consider. Without any hesitation, he left the dark web forum. Killing Spider-Man wouldn't be difficult for him now. But killing Spider-Man for a reward of $2,000 million doesn't seem like a worthwhile deal at all. Putting everything else aside, as a well-known American comic book hero, Spider-Man is one of his potential clients. Who knows, he might receive a system-approved commission from Spider-Man sometime in the future. The client did not reveal their identity in the authorization email, but he could roughly guess who the client was. There are many people in New York who want to kill Spider-Man. But there are very few who have the ability to come up with $2,000 million. If he wasn't mistaken, the email request he just received was either from Kingpin or from Norman Osborn. Roy has not yet had any dealings with Norman Osborn. As for Kingpin, he took on several commissions from Kingpin. Kim is not a good person. But King was a very generous client. To date, aside from Tony, Kingpin is the most willing client to spend money. After leaving the dark web forum, Roy retrieved his phone from his system space and sent a message to his girlfriend, Gwen Stacy. That's right. Gwen Stacy is now his girlfriend, not Peter Parker's girlfriend. Chapter 7 The American West Factory. While investigating Peter Parker, Roy discovered that this Spider-Man in the universe is unlike any other Spider-Man in the movies. Gwen Stacy and Mary Jane were both Peter's classmates. Harry Osborn, the second Green Goblin, also attended Midtown Tech High School, just like them. Not only that, just like in the Extraordinary Universe, Gwen also serves as Dr. Connor's chief intern at the Osborn Corporation. Furthermore, because he had known Mary Jane since childhood, Peter did not fall in love with Gwen, whom he met in high school, but instead harbored a secret crush on Mary Jane. After discovering that Peter didn't like Gwen and that Gwen was prettier than Mary Jane, Roy quickly made a decision. Make Gwen your girlfriend. Although he wasn't a student at Midtown Tech High School, that didn't stop him from pursuing Gwen. In just 1 or 2 months, his relationship with Gwen went from strangers to lovers. Because of Gwen, he also got to know Peter, Mary Jane, Harry, and others. Not long after the message was sent, Roy's phone rang, and Gwen's name and number appeared on the screen. Without any hesitation, he answered the phone. You're back from your business trip. Gwen's clear and gentle voice immediately rang out. I just got back yesterday. Roy replied. Was the commission successful? Gwen continued to ask. It went smoothly, not difficult at all. Are you going to intern at the Osborn Group today? Roy asked. Gwen had no idea he was a time traveler. However, Gwen knew he was a superhuman and that he was not an ordinary private detective. Not today. Dr. Connors is currently trying out new experimental protocols and doesn't have time to guide interns. Gwen replied quickly. Okay, I'll come pick you up later. Roy said calmly. Okay, I'll wait for you at school. Grace replied gently. After hanging up the phone, Roy put the phone back into the system space, opened a single-player action game, and started playing with the controller. It was a little after 3 p.m. Roy drove his brand new Audi R8 to the vicinity of the gate of Midtown Tech High School and parked it on the side of the street. His garage is filled with luxury cars. For example, Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren, Pagani, Bugatti, etc. But Gwen doesn't like being too high profile. So every time he came to pick up Gwen from school, he would drive a relatively low-key Audi R8 instead of a Ferrari or Lamborghini. At 3:30 p.m., the school bell rang at Zhongcheng Science and Technology High School to signal the end of the school term. It's so good to be young. Watching the men and women leaving the school, Roy, sitting in the car, remarked with emotion. Although he was only 20 years old, just a few years older than these students. But his experiences over the past 6 months have aged him considerably. Before long, Gwen came into his sight. Long blonde hair, black mini skirt, brown knee-high boots, white top. Upon seeing Gwen, Roy opened the car door and got out. Soon, Gwen came to him. Gwen ignored the classmate next to her and gave him a warm hug and a kiss. After getting on the bus, sitting in the passenger seat, Gwen looked at Roy tenderly and asked softly, where to next? Let's go get something to drink first. Roy replied. It is good. Gwen nodded. Roy started the car and drove toward Gwen's favorite coffee shop. More than 20 minutes later. Field's coffee shop. Roy and Gwen ordered 2 coffees and chose a seat by the window. Gwen stirred her coffee as she asked, "Where did you go on your business trip?" "Afghanistan." Roy picked up his coffee, took a sip, and replied. "Afghanistan?" Gwen was taken aback at first. Then, lowering her voice, she continued, "You didn't go to rescue Tony Stark, did you?" Roy, not intending to hide it from Gwen, nodded. After receiving his confirmation, a hint of surprise flashed across Gwen's fair and delicate face, then she stared at him with curiosity and asked softly, "How did you find him?" "The news reports that he was kidnapped by a group of terrorists of unknown origin, and the military has been unable to locate him, so a rescue operation has not been possible." Roy calmly replied, "I found him using my sensory superpowers. Starting from the location where he disappeared, use your superpowers to sense where people are gathering. After eliminating targets such as towns and villages, we checked the targets hidden in the mountains one by one, and then we found them." Gwen gave a knowing look and continued, "The reward for this commission must be quite substantial, right?" 3,000. Roy replied. 3,000? Gwen involuntarily gasped. She knew that Roy's commissions came with very high fees. But she didn't expect that this commission would cost as much as 3,000 million. Gwen's father, George, is a sergeant in the New York Police Department, earning around $40 a year. A salary of $40 a year doesn't seem like much. But in New York, where the average income is only $7, this is already considered a very high income. However, Roy received a reward of 3,000 million after only performing one commission. In other words, Roy earned 75 years' worth of George's income in just a few days in Afghanistan. Making such a large sum of money at once must require paying a lot of taxes, right? Gwen asked curiously. Need not. I enjoy special tax exemption policies, which exempt me from most of the taxes, and I only need to pay a symbolic amount. Roy spoke slowly. The Internal Revenue Service, IRS, has strong enforcement capabilities and is known as the American West Depot and the Gangster Buster. It doesn't care where your money came from, it only cares whether you've paid taxes on it. In America, people would rather be approached by the FBI and CIA than by the IRS. The tax authorities had approached Roy before, demanding that he pay the exorbitant taxes in full. However, after a trip to the tax bureau headquarters and a friendly conversation with several senior officials, he obtained a special tax exemption policy. The taxes collected belong to the federal government, but our lives belong to ourselves. Whether you continue to collect my taxes or save your lives to collect other people's taxes is up to you. Paying taxes is the duty of every citizen. But Roy felt no guilt about evading taxes in the United States. He is not a U.S. citizen and has no obligation to pay taxes to the United States. If you want to collect my taxes, go talk to my ninjutsu. Special tax exemption policy. Does the tax bureau have such a policy? Gwen frowned slightly, looking at Roy with a puzzled expression. Of course. This is a preferential policy granted by the tax bureau to special talents. Roy replied with a smile. He was telling the truth, the tax bureau granted him the tax exemption policy under the guise of being a special talent. Gwen promptly ended the conversation and started telling him some funny stories that happened at school. Night. After having dinner at a Michelin 3-star restaurant, Roy drove Gwen home. Although she is an adult, Gwen still adheres to the family rule that she must come home every night. Even holidays and weekends are no exception. Roy had no objection to this. Good girl Gwen is more attractive to him. In addition, Gwen will graduate from high school in a month or two. Once Gwen goes to college and doesn't have to go home every night, they will live together. Chapter 8 The Fourth Hokage. After dropping Gwen off at home, Roy drove towards the Upper East Side villa. New York is much quieter at night than during the day. But the traffic situation remains terrible. Unless it's past midnight. Otherwise, New York's traffic wouldn't be any better. Just as Roy was contemplating whether to use the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport himself and his car directly back to the villa's garage, a familiar figure appeared in his sight. Spider-Man. Spider-Man, dressed in a red and blue tight-fitting suit, shoots webs and swings between skyscrapers. Seeing Spider-Man swinging on his webs and moving quickly, an idea involuntarily popped into his mind. Should we follow them and take a look? He made his decision after only a few seconds of thought. Since I'm just killing time anyway, I might as well go and see what's going on. Maybe I'll even get to see a good show of Spider-Man vs. Green Goblin. Having made his decision, Roy didn't hesitate at all and immediately summoned a shadow clone. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke appeared out of thin air inside the car. As the white smoke dissipated, a shadow clone that looked exactly like him appeared in the passenger seat. After summoning his shadow clone, he decisively used the Thunder God technique to instantly disappear and arrive at the rooftop of a nearby building. He left behind the Flying Thunder God technique in many places in New York. Although no exact number has been counted, he left behind more than 500 Flying Thunder God techniques throughout New York. After arriving at the top of the building, Roy took out 3 items from the system space. A white animal mask, a black trench coat embroidered with red clouds, and a gourd that is over 30 centimeters tall. The white animal mask was designed and made by him based on the masks of the Hidden Leaf Village's Anbu. The black trench coat with red clouds is the Akatsuki's red cloud robe. As for the gourd, that was the gourd that Gaara wore on his waist during the Burrito era. Besides this small gourd that can be hung on the waist, Gaara also had a large gourd that he carried on his back before Burrito. The Akatsuki's red robe and Gaara's 2 gourds were both rewards he received after completing his commissions. In other words, the red robe and gourd are both authentic items from the Naruto world. Put on an animal mask, wear a red cloud robe, and hang the gourd at your waist. After doing all this, Roy immediately mobilized the chakra within his body and began to manipulate the sand inside the gourd. Under his control, the gourd stopper first turned into sand and floated up. Immediately afterwards, the sand inside the gourd floated around him in an anti-gravity manner. Although they are all sand, this sand is different from ordinary sand, it is sand that he has refined with chakra. Faster, stronger, and easier to control. Sand cloud. Under his control, the sand swirling around him instantly coalesced into a sand cloud about half a meter long and wide, and 2 or 3 centimeters thick. Stepping onto the sand cloud, Roy immediately chased after Spider-Man. He caught up with Spider-Man without much effort. Traveling between skyscrapers by swinging on spider silk is indeed very fast. But controlling the sand clouds to fly isn't considered fast. Roy maintained his flight altitude at around 500 to 600 meters and kept a distance of several hundred meters from Spider-Man, following him at a leisurely pace. A few minutes later, he followed Spider-Man to a fire scene. The fire occurred in a 7-story residential building. 2 fire trucks and several police cars were parked on the street below. Firefighters and police are evacuating residents from the building. Upon arriving at the fire scene, Spider-Man did not hesitate. He swung on his webs, smashed through the glass of one of the rooms, and entered the burning apartment building. This scene looks somewhat familiar. Although it's not daytime, Roy's discovery of Spider-Man entering the burning apartment building bears a striking resemblance to a scene from a movie. Could Green Goblin be in there too? This guess unconsciously popped into Roy's mind. Without much thought, he decisively used the only bloodline limit he currently possessed. Eye roll. Open. He silently recited the mantra twice in his mind, then manipulated his chakra to activate the Byakugan, turning his eyes white with veins bulging around them. With the activation of his Byakugan, the situation inside the residential building became crystal clear to him. Besides Spider-Man, there were several other people in the apartment building. But they were all ordinary people who were trapped at the fire scene because they didn't have time to evacuate. After confirming that Green Goblin wasn't inside, Roy's gaze fell on Spider-Man's wrist. Spider web projectile. Spider-Man's wrists did not mutate, instead, he wore a pair of somewhat crude-looking web shooting devices. I like Mary Jane, but she didn't develop wrist mutations like Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. Roy wasn't too surprised by the result. After shifting his gaze away from Spider-Man, he didn't turn off his white eyes, but instead began manipulating the sand inside the gourd. He had no intention of becoming a superhero, nor did he plan to become a vigilante like Spider-Man, fighting crime for free. However, he doesn't mind doing good deeds occasionally, helping ordinary people in need, whenever he can. Under his control, the sand inside the gourd flew rapidly toward the residential building engulfed in flames, covering the residents that Spider-Man had not yet been able to rescue. The sand prevented the flames from burning the residents' bodies. At the same time, these residents were made to float up, fly out of their rooms, and land on the street. Whether it was Spider-Man, the police and firefighters, or the onlookers, everyone looked puzzled after seeing this scene. Before they could figure out what was going on, the sand covering the residents' bodies flew into the sky. Then they saw Roy floating in the air. The light at night is far less than that during the day. Moreover, Roy is currently wearing a mask and the Akatsuki's red cloud robe. Although his face cannot be seen, people know he is the one who controls the sand just by seeing the sand flying towards him. After all the sand that had gone to the residential building to rescue people returned to the gourd, Roy closed his white eyes and controlled the sand cloud to fly towards the Upper East Side. As soon as he flew out of the street where the burning apartment building was located, he discovered that Spider-Man was following him. Seeing him hovering the sand cloud in the air, Spider-Man went to the rooftop of a building below the sand cloud, stood on the edge of the rooftop, and waved his right hand at him. After thinking for a moment, he controlled the sand cloud to fly towards Spider-Man, hovering a few meters away from the edge of the rooftop. Before he could speak, Spider-Man's voice rang out. I've heard of you. You must be the 4th Hokage. The 4th Hokage was his username on the dark web forum, and also his code name in the underworld. What else do you know? Roy asked. I also know that you usually take on commissions on the dark web, and that you can not only manipulate sand, but also breathe fire and teleport. The New York gangsters all say that if they can hire you, they can kill whoever they want, because you never miss. I initially thought you were just a paid hitman, but it seems you're not as bad as the rumors say. Even though you kill people, you also save people. Spider-Man continued. You specifically chased after me just to tell me this. Roy said calmly. If you don't kill anyone in the future, maybe we can become friends, fight crime together, and help others. Spider-Man replied. Hearing his words, Roy smiled and said, First of all, I don't lack friends. Secondly, I have little interest in fighting crime or helping others. I was just rescuing people tonight because I happened to be there. Third, since you know I take orders on dark web forums, you should have seen that many people want you dead. Maybe I'll take on an assassination commission for you someday. As soon as he finished speaking, Roy, who was standing on the sand cloud, disappeared and appeared behind Spider-Man in a flash. Body flicker technique. Spider-Man didn't even see how he got there. However, Spider-Man's spider sense immediately gave him a warning. Without any hesitation, Spider-Man used his legs to leap 5 or 6 meters away. Roy didn't continue using his teleportation ability. He turned to Spider-Man and said calmly, If I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. Here's one last piece of advice, stop following me. Otherwise, tonight will be the last night of your life. After saying that, he lightly tapped his toes and returned to the sand cloud from the rooftop, continuing to fly towards the Upper East Side. Chapter 9, Many 3,000 million. More than a month later. Los Angeles. Tony's seaside mansion. Roy glanced around Tony's workshop and garage, his gaze finally settling on the Mark III armor that Tony was repairing. Just as he remembered, the Mark III armored vehicle adopted the classic red and gold color scheme. Roy said to Tony, You called me specifically not just to ask me to come and check on your armor repairs, right? Of course not. Tony stopped repairing the armor, walked to the workbench, and put down his tools. Do you know I've been ousted from the board? The board members felt I had suffered psychological trauma and issued an injunction to remove me from the board. Roy shook his head and replied, I don't know. I only know that Stark Industries' stock price has dropped by more than 50%. Upon hearing him mention the stock price, Tony quickly said, I had Jarvis look into you, and he found out something very interesting. Roy asked with a smile, What is it? Tony frowned and said slowly, Your stockbroker was already shorting Stark Industries' stock price before I held my press conference. Based on the information Jarvis has gathered, your profit from this short selling will not be less than $1.50 million. Roy said calmly, Short selling or long selling are common operations in the stock market, nothing special. You're not the first person to short Stark Industries stock, and you won't be the last. I'm just curious, how did you know I'd announce the closure of the weapons department when I got back? Tony looked at Roy with a serious expression. Roy shrugged and said slowly, Intuition. Of course, he wouldn't tell Tony that he possessed the insider information that time travelers inherently possess. Based on gut feeling alone, you dared to spend so much money shorting Stark Industries stock. Aren't you afraid of guessing wrong and suffering heavy losses? Tony frowned. Let me correct you. Even if I guess wrong, I won't suffer heavy losses. Although I'm not as rich as you, I can still come up with several $100 million in cash. Let's not talk about that. What exactly did you call me here for? Roy pulled out a chair next to him and sat down. Tony didn't answer his question immediately. He picked up the whiskey on the table and poured 2 glasses. After handing him one of the glasses, I drank my own glass in one gulp. Then, she slowly said, I attended a donation gala for the Firefighters Families Fund held at the Disney Music Auditorium a few days ago. He paused for a moment, then poured himself another glass. He took a sip and continued, At the party, I met a reporter I had dealt with before. Before he could finish speaking, Roy interrupted him, laughing, If I'm not mistaken, the reporter you met was definitely a female reporter, and a very beautiful one at that. Tony glared at him and said seriously, That's not important. What's important is that she showed me some photos. The photo was taken the day before the party, in a small town called Gamara in Afghanistan. The photos show that someone sold weapons manufactured by Stark Industries to terrorists in Afghanistan. This includes the Jellicoe missile. When I was kidnapped, the terrorists demanded that I make Jericho missiles for them. And now, someone is selling the Jericho missiles directly to them. What I didn't expect was that the person who ousted me from the board and sold the Jericho missiles to terrorists was Obadiah. Although he personally traveled to the town of Gemila wearing the Mark III and destroyed the Jericho missiles in the hands of the terrorists. But the thought of Obadiah's actions made it impossible for him to suppress his anger. And then, Roy picked up his glass and took a sip. I want you to do something for me, go to my office, hack into the computer mainframe, copy the latest Jellicoe missile manufacturing list, and obtain evidence that Obadiah sold weapons to terrorists. This USB drive contains a hacking program that I designed myself. It can automatically complete the hacking process once it's plugged in. The factory shipment list should be in the administrative documents. If not, then it's a hidden disk. Just look for the one with the lowest number. If you can't find it, you can copy them all. Tony picked up a black USB drive and handed it to Roy. Roy didn't answer, and slowly said, I did accept your request, but the request is to protect your and Pepper's safety, not to act as a corporate spy for you. Tony had anticipated this response and quickly said, so, how much more money do you want? No extra charge this time, I want that one. Roy raised his right hand and pointed to the Mark III armor. Do you know how much it costs to manufacture a suit of armor like this? Tony said, frowning. Although he was very wealthy, Roy's price increase was still beyond his means. I don't know the specifics, but it would take at least several 3,000 million. Roy looked at Tony calmly. Since you know that, why do you still make such an outrageous request? Tony said quickly. There's no harm in giving it a try. If you agree, I'll be hitting the jackpot. Roy said with a smile. Stop wasting time, just name a reasonable price. Tony continued. Same as last time, 50. Roy replied. Good. Tony agreed without hesitation. Roy downed his whiskey in one gulp, picked up the USB drive, and said slowly, Pepper could do this too, so why not let her? She's different from you, she's just an ordinary person. I don't want her to be in danger. Tony replied. Roy didn't say anything more, used his Thor's flight technique to disappear from Tony's sight, and arrived at the rooftop of the Stark Industries headquarters building. The last time he came, he left the Flying Thunder God technique formula on the roof. After being teleported, he did not hesitate and decisively cast the transformation spell. Bang! As the white smoke dissipated, he transformed into Obadiah's appearance. Using Obadiah's appearance, he made his way to Tony's office without any trouble. To be precise, this is Obadiah's office. I turned on my computer, and a login page appeared on the screen. When the hacking USB drive, which Tony himself had made, was plugged into the host computer, a warning message popped up on the screen that the system had been compromised. Within seconds, the intrusion program cracked the login system and found a disk that had been encrypted and hidden. Without him having to do anything, the files on the disk were opened one after another. The Jellicoe Missiles Production Manifest, the Ironmonger Armor Project from District 16, videos sent by the Ten Rings Gang's Afghan branch. Roy couldn't understand Pashto, the Afghan language, so he typed in a translation command. Soon, the language in the video was translated into English. You didn't say the person you were going to kill was Tony Stark, so Obadiah Stanislavski, you'll pay a high price for your concealment and lies. The price for killing Tony Stark has gone up. Roy wasn't surprised when the Afghan branch of the Ten Rings gang sent Obadiah a video about raising prices. Similarly, it was no surprise that Obadiah found the Mark I parts left in the cave and launched Project Ironmonger. He turned off the video and began copying all the files on the hidden disk. He did not meet Obadiah until the copy was completed. Back at Tony's seaside mansion, he realized why he hadn't met Obadiah like Pepper had. In the living room on the first floor, Tony sat motionless on the sofa, his face pale and his chest feeling empty. Chapter 10 Your fighting skills are terrible. No wonder I didn't run into Obadiah. Roy sighed inwardly. Tony stared at him with a grim expression and said, Obadiah took the small arc reactor. I was paralyzed. There's something in the workshop. I know what's in the studio, I saw the gift Pepper gave you. After saying that, Roy turned and walked towards the studio downstairs. Soon, he returned to the living room with the glass box containing the small arc reactor. A sentence is engraved on the ring inlaid with the small arc reactor. Tony Stark has a warm heart. He went up to Tony, smashed the glass box, and took out the miniature arc reactor inside. He glanced at the hole in Tony's chest, then at the small arc reactor in his hand, sighed, and said to Tony, I'm going to find Pepper. Hang in there a little longer. His hands weren't large enough to easily reach into the hole in Tony's chest and install the miniature arc reactor. But he didn't intend to install it for Tony himself. On the one hand, he didn't want to put his hand inside the man's chest. On the other hand, he didn't want to touch the pus inside. He knew that those things were not real concentrated liquid, but rather electrolyte produced by the operation of the equipment. But he also didn't want to touch it. Tony said weakly, there's no time to find Pepper, hurry up and help me. Before he could finish speaking, Roy disappeared from his sight and returned to the rooftop of the Stark Industries headquarters building once again. He didn't leave the Flying Thunder God technique on Pepper, so he couldn't directly teleport to her side. However, finding Pepper and bringing her back to Tony's mansion wouldn't take much time. Chakra perception. He located Pepper without any effort. Body flicker technique. The next second, his figure disappeared from the rooftop of the building. Half a minute later, Roy took Pepper back to Tony's seaside mansion. Seeing Tony slumped on the sofa, pale-faced, Pepper immediately took the miniature arc reactor to Tony and reached into the hole in Tony's chest. Having already replaced Tony's small arc reactor once, she quickly completed the installation. The small arc reactor was installed, but Tony's face was still pale, and his body was still paralyzed. Time passes little by little. More than 10 minutes later, the numbness in Tony's body began to gradually disappear. After taking a few deep breaths, he stood up with Pepper's help and looked at Roy with a serious expression. "I'm going to arrest him myself. You just need to protect Pepper. You're the employer, you're in charge." Roy replied. Tony nodded. Just as he was about to head down to the studio to put on the Mark III and confront Obadiah himself, Pepper stopped him and quickly said, "You don't need to take the risk. We can contact the police or Secret Service to arrest him. The police and secret agents can't handle him. Obadiah also has steel armor, and it's bigger than yours." Roy took the USB drive out of his pocket and tossed it to Tony. Tony caught the USB drive and immediately replied, "That's why I'm even more determined to arrest him myself." The studio downstairs. Tony completed his Mark III outfit under the watchful eyes of Roy and Pepper. "Is there anything we can do for you?" Pepper said to Tony. "Contact Rhodes and ask him to stop the military from sending out fighter jets." After saying that, Tony closed the visor of his helmet and flew out of the ceiling he had crashed through a few days earlier. Pepper took out her phone, searching for Colonel Rhodes's number, and said to Roy, "I'm safe here. Can you follow him and protect him? I'm worried something might happen to him." "Sure." Roy replied quickly. Even if Pepper didn't say anything, he would still follow along to watch the show. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Pepper continued. "You are welcome." As soon as he finished speaking, Roy vanished into thin air like a ghost. Flying Thunder God Technique. Instead of targeting the Flying Thunder God Technique on Tony's body, he targeted the Flying Thunder God Technique on the roof of the Stark Industries headquarters building. Even though Tony is currently flying at high speed, he can still teleport to Tony's side if he wants to. Locking onto a moving Flying Thunder God technique is a prerequisite for casting the second stage of Flying Thunder God. Not long after mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he also mastered the Flying Thunder God second stage and the Flying Thunder God Slash. Perhaps it's because I'm not proficient enough, or perhaps the system thinks that Flying Thunder God Technique 2 and Flying Thunder God Slash are just combat styles derived from Flying Thunder God Technique, and therefore doesn't display Flying Thunder God Technique 2 and Flying Thunder God Slash in the ninjutsu section. Upon reaching the rooftop, he retrieved Gaara's small gourd from his system space and wore it on his waist. Sand cloud. The sand inside the small gourd quickly flew out and condensed into a sand cloud. Stepping onto the sand cloud, he maneuvered it towards the factory where the large arc reactor was located. The factory where the large arc reactor is located is very close to the headquarters building. Before long, he flew over the factory building. At the same time, Tony arrived. "Why are you here too? Didn't I tell you to protect Pepper?" Tony's voice rang out. "She was worried you wouldn't be able to handle Obadiah, so she sent me to keep an eye on you," Roy said calmly. "Where is Obadiah now?" Tony asked. "Sector 16 beneath the reactor," Roy replied. "Don't make a move yet. I'll say so if I need your help," Tony continued. "No problem." Roy nodded. Tony didn't waste any more time and landed at the entrance of the factory building. Just then, Obadiah, wearing the ironmonger armor, crawled out from the ground behind him. "You didn't want to continue manufacturing weapons, but you created the most powerful and advanced armor of this era. I don't like fighting personally, but I have to say, I really like this armor," Obadiah said to Tony. Tony didn't say anything, and immediately attacked Obadiah. He raised his hands and fired palm-sized electric pulse cannons at Obadiah. "Call out, call out!" The golden pulse beam struck Obadiah's Iron Monarch armor with pinpoint accuracy. Then, 2 impact marks were left on the ironmonger armor. Failed to penetrate enemy armor. Clearly, the power of the palm pulse beam posed no threat to Obadiah. After discovering that the pulse beam was not powerful enough to penetrate the armor, Obadiah's voice rang out again, mocking Tony. "Your attacks are too weak." Before Tony could answer, Obadiah maneuvered the ironmonger armor to Tony's front and threw a right punch at him. Tony tried to block Obadiah's punch, but the ironmonger armor was clearly stronger than the Mark III. Bang! With just one punch, Tony was sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily onto the street outside. Obadiah didn't give him a chance to get up, and came back to him, kicking him once more. Without any suspense, Tony was kicked away by Obadiah like a football. The ensuing battle unfolded exactly as Roy had anticipated. Neither Tony nor Obadiah had received any combat training. However, due to the difference in size and strength of the armor, Tony was pinned to the ground and brutally beaten by Obadiah, without even a chance to get up. Obadiah's attacks were completely haphazard, consisting of simple punches and kicks. But Tony was still no match for them and was beaten without any chance to fight back. Bang, bang, bang. Tony instinctively raised his arms to protect his head. Just as Obadiah raised his right foot, preparing to kick him in the head again, a clump of sand, like octopus tentacles, wrapped around his right hand and pulled him off Obadiah's feet. Before he could react, he heard Roy's voice. When you have time later, find a coach to learn hand-to-hand combat. Your fighting skills are too poor. Chapter 11 Big Jade Ray's Nan. Looking in the direction of the sound, Roy, wearing a white animal mask, appeared in Tony's line of sight. Thank you. Tony said. You're welcome, Roy replied. The sand that had been wrapped around Tony's arm flew back to him, and together with the sand that had been released from the sand cloud, it slowly danced around him. Upon seeing the white animal mask on Roy's face and the anti-gravity sand swirling around, a name immediately flashed through Obadiah's mind. The fourth Hokage. Unlike Tony, he paid a lot of attention to things in the underworld. That's why he was able to contact the Afghan branch of the Ten Rings and hire them to attack Tony. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Upon discovering that the person he was about to kill was not some ordinary arms dealer, but the infamous Tony Stark, Raza, the head of the Ten Rings Afghan branch, changed his mind and took Tony back to the cave to imprison him, threatening Tony to manufacture the Jellicoe missile. This isn't a desert. You only have a gourd full of sand. Won't that be enough? Tony stood up and asked Roy. Roy said calmly, a gourd full of sand is more than enough to deal with him. After discovering that Obadiah had started the Ironmonger armor project just like in the movie, he figured out how to deal with Obadiah. Are you sure that's enough? Tony continued to ask. He had already tested the Ironmonger armor's defensive capabilities with the electric pulse cannons in both hands. Even the electric pulse cannon couldn't cause any significant damage, let alone the sand. You'll find out soon enough. Roy looked at Obadiah with a calm expression. Instead of immediately attacking him and Tony, Obadiah shouted, I'll pay you double what he paid you. Roy ignored Obadiah and turned to Tony, saying, You're in charge of evacuating the surrounding crowd, I'll take care of him. Good. Tony replied immediately without any hesitation. Seeing that Roy ignored him, Obadiah did not hesitate at all, raised his right hand, and aimed the Gatling gun on his arm at Roy. The barrel of the Gatling gun began to rotate. Roy stood still, neither dodging nor manipulating the sand to block his way. Although he didn't know what the other man was planning, Obadiah didn't hesitate and decisively opened fire. Bang bang bang! The Gatling gun on the right arm of the Ironmonger armor burst open without firing a single bullet. What's going on? Obadiah looked at the Gatling gun on his right arm with a surprised expression. What did you do? Obadiah immediately asked. Roy did not answer. While manipulating the sand to pull Tony away, he not only blocked the Gatling gun barrel with the sand, but also let some sand slip through the gaps in the outer armor and into the Ironmonger armor. Whether it's the Ironmonger armor or the Mark III, the innermost layer where the operator is located is completely sealed. However, the outermost layer of outer armor cannot achieve a completely seamless seal. Let alone the Ironmonger armor and the Mark III. Even the Mark 46 from the movie Captain America, Civil War couldn't be completely sealed off with its outermost armor, allowing Ant-Man to crawl inside and damage some of the weapon systems. Although he didn't know how Roy had caused the Gatling gun to explode, Obadiah didn't waste any time thinking about it. He raised his left arm and tried to launch the small missiles from his left arm. Roy remained standing still, calmly watching Obadiah. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The small missile on the left arm did not react at all, remaining motionless in the launch slot. This. Obadiah subconsciously glanced at the 7-tube missile launcher mounted on his left arm. The missile launch slots showed no abnormalities, and the exposed missile warheads were clearly visible. The armor's operating system did not display any abnormal data. From any angle, the missile launch slot on the left arm is in normal condition. Just then, Roy's voice rang out. No need to look anymore. The launch chamber's activation device is stuck in sand, and the anti-tank missile on the left shoulder is also stuck in sand. Obadiah remained silent and quietly activated the anti-tank missile on his left shoulder. The armor on the back of the left shoulder of the Ironmonger was opened, revealing the anti-tank missile inside. Then there is no more then. The missile support, which should have been raised, remained motionless, as if it had not received a start signal. After confirming that Roy was telling the truth, Obadiah's face turned ashen. He steered the Ironmonger armor and charged at him like a mad beast. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After running only a few steps, the Iron Monarch armor, which resembled a steel giant, collapsed to the ground with a thud. The sand inside the armor cannot completely restrict the movement of the Ironmonger armor, but it is not difficult to cause the Ironmonger armor to malfunction with uncoordinated limbs. Sand is indeed very small, and it is not as hard as steel. But even tiny grains of sand can cause complex machinery made of steel to malfunction. Obadiah quickly maneuvered the ironmonger armor to his feet and activated the jet propulsion devices on his legs. His IQ is far lower than Tony's, but he's not an idiot. The moment the ironmonger armor went out of control and crashed, he knew that the only thing he could do was to escape as quickly as possible. The Gatling gun on his right arm exploded. The small missiles on the left arm and the anti-tank missiles on the left shoulder cannot be launched. The normal operation of the armor was also disrupted. In other words, at this point he had lost all his means of fighting. In this situation, escaping by flying became his best option. As long as he can escape, he still has hope. Although he would be disgraced and lose his fortune in America, the technology of the ironmonger armor and the small arc reactor would be enough for him to make a comeback. If all goes well, it won't be long before he returns with an army of steel to seek revenge on Roy and Tony. Roy guessed that Obadiah would choose to activate the flight device to escape. As the ironmonger armor's feet began to deform and the thrusters activated, he raised his right hand, gathering chakra in his palm. Release, rotate, compress, maintain. In the blink of an eye, a blue energy ball with a diameter of nearly half a meter appeared in his hand. Daemara's Nan. Considering the size and defensive capabilities of the ironmonger armor, Roy did not use the Raise Nan, but instead used the upgraded and enhanced version of the Raise Nan, the Giant Raise Nan. The next second, he vanished into thin air after unleashing the Giant Raise Nan, and appeared in front of Obadiah as if in a flash. Body Flicker Technique. Before Obadiah could react, the Giant Raise Nan struck the Iron Monarch armor in the chest. The street collapsed. A hurricane-like shockwave swept around. The high-density chakra inside the Giant Raise Nan was released without reservation, and Obadiah, wearing the ironmonger armor, spun wildly and flew uncontrollably into the sky. Boom! The ironmonger armor, which had been blasted into the air by the Giant Raise Nan, exploded with a deafening roar, and the resulting orange-red flames burst open in the air like fireworks. Get it? Just as simple as I imagined. Roy looked up at the flames of the explosion in the sky and sighed inwardly. The ironmonger armor is indeed a very advanced high-tech armor. But for him, defeating Obadiah, who was wearing ironmonger armor, would not take much effort. Putting aside the fact that Obadiah has no combat experience whatsoever. Even if Obadiah is a warrior with rich combat experience, he can still easily defeat Obadiah. Chapter 12 I Am Iron Man. Looking at Obadiah, whose body had been blown to pieces in mid-air, Tony felt a mix of emotions. He had considered that Roy would win. But he didn't expect Roy to win so easily. Obadiah, wearing the ironmonger armor, pinned him to the ground and gave him a sound beating. However, Obadiah was completely powerless against Roy. Especially Roy's final Giant Raise Nan. Obadiah's ironmonger armor didn't quite suit his aesthetic. However, one thing must be acknowledged, the ironmonger's armor offers far superior defensive capabilities compared to the Mark III. This also means that the Mark III is even less likely to withstand the attack of the Giant Raise Nan. Having calmed himself down a bit, Tony piloted the Mark III to Roy's side and asked, "What was that blue energy ball you just created?" "Odama Raise Nan." Roy replied. "Daema Spiral Pill?" Tony frowned slightly and continued, "That's a rather unique name. Does it have any special meaning?" Roy shook his head and said calmly, "It doesn't have any special meaning, it's just the name of a move. Let's not talk about this anymore. Do you need me to take you back to the villa, or will you fly back yourself?" Without any hesitation, Tony immediately replied, "Take me back. I've never experienced teleportation before." "It is good." Roy nodded and grabbed Tony's left shoulder. Flying Thunder God Technique. The next second, he and Tony disappeared at the same time, instantly returning to the studio of the seaside villa. "Is that all?" Tony had originally wanted Jarvis to record the data from the teleportation. Before they could even say a word, they were back in the studio. "Does your teleportation ability even have an extra name?" Tony activated the visor of his helmet and began questioning Roy. "Have. Call it the Flying Thunder God Technique." Roy replied calmly. "Is it the Flying Thunder God Technique?" After memorizing the names of the Flying Thunder God Technique and the Giant Raise Nan, Tony removed his helmet and continued, "Your strength is much greater than I imagined. I thought you would fight Obadiah for a long time before you could defeat him. I didn't expect you to take him down with just one move." Roy laughed and said, "All right, stop beating around the bush, just say what you want to say." Although he hadn't had much contact with Tony, he knew Tony's personality very well. Tony doesn't praise others without a reason. In other words, Tony definitely had other motives. "Since you've put it that way, I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. I'd like to know, why did you want the Mark III in the first place?" For others, wearing the Mark III can greatly enhance their combat capabilities. But it's clear you don't need the Mark III to enhance your combat capabilities. If I'm not mistaken, wearing the Mark III will actually affect your performance. Tony looked at Roy with a serious expression and quickly said. You guessed right, wearing the Mark III does affect my ability to perform at my best. As for why I want the Mark III, the reason is simple. I like to collect things that interest me. Roy replied calmly. Although he wouldn't fight in the Mark III, he wouldn't mind collecting a set of Mark III armor. Iron Man suits are a man's romance. What's more, this is an original, authentic, articulated, and wearable Iron Man Mark III Classic Edition figure, handcrafted by Tony Stark himself. Even if you never use it, just keeping it as a collectible can bring you joy. Just for collecting. Tony's expression turned somewhat grim, and he became rather depressed, beginning to regret asking Roy. It's mainly for collecting. Of course, I might try them on sometime. Roy replied. Upon hearing that he even wanted to try on the Mark III for himself, Tony's expression and mood improved considerably. The Mark III is his most satisfying work to date. If Roy only appreciates the Mark III as a collectible, it would make him feel like his prized creation is being underestimated. Since you also want to try them on, I'll grant your wish and give you a set. Tony stood tall and raised his eyebrows. Good. Roy, of course, wouldn't refuse and nodded. The next morning. Stark Industries headquarters building. Tony's office. Tony was holding the latest newspaper. The headline read, Who is Iron Man? Pepper stood in front of him and helped him apply makeup to cover the scars on his face. Obadiah's beating didn't kill Tony, but it did leave some bruises on his face. Roy sat on the sofa in the reception area, casually watching the TV on the wall. The television is broadcasting live the latest press conference being held in the lobby on the first floor. Wearing a military uniform, Rod stood behind the podium, reading his speech with a serious expression. A statement regarding what happened at Stark Industries last night has been released and delivered to you. Witnesses claim that the first two Iron Warriors to appear fought their way from the Stark Industries factory to the streets outside. The superpowered individuals who appeared later were Tony Stark's secret bodyguards. Tony ignored Rhodes's remarks and said to Pepper, Iron Man is a pretty good code name, but it's a bit inaccurate. Mark III is made of gold titanium alloy. However, the nickname Iron Man is quite fitting. After saying that, without waiting for Pepper's reply, he looked at Roy and asked, Do you have a code name too? Have. Roy replied. What's your code name? Tony continued to ask. The Fourth Hokage. Roy spoke slowly. The title Fourth Hokage doesn't sound as good as Iron Man. Tony looked at Roy with a serious expression. Just then, Coulson, dressed in a black suit and with a high hairline, known as the village chief of Marvel's New Bee Village, entered the office, went straight to Tony, and slowly said, This is your speech. Tony did not reach out to take the speech draft that Coulson handed him. Pepper took the speech from Coulson and handed it to Tony. You weren't in Los Angeles last night, you were on a yacht. Miss Potts took you to Avalon Island for one night, and we have the testimony of 50 witnesses. Coulson continued. As Tony glanced through the prepared statement from SHIELD, he said, I think it would be better to say that it was just Pepper and me alone for one night. We've taken care of everything. Just read from the prepared statement, Coulson replied. Why aren't Obadiah and Roy mentioned here? Tony looked at Coulson and asked, puzzled. Obadiah is on vacation. The accident rate for small planes has always been high. At this point, Coulson paused, turned and pointed at Roy, and continued, As for Roy, you'll have to ask him for his opinion. I know SHIELD wouldn't dare offend him, but I didn't expect you wouldn't even dare to arrange a statement for him. You are an official government agency. Tony joked with Coulson. It's not a matter of whether we dare to or not. Roy didn't authorize us to arrange the statement for him, and we can't arrange it for him on our own. Coulson ignored Tony's teasing and quickly replied. Tony shrugged and said to Roy, What are you planning to do? Just tell me I'm your temporary secret bodyguard. As for his specific identity, I cannot disclose that. Roy said slowly and deliberately. Okay, we'll do it your way. One of my bodyguards got his hands on a high-tech steel armor set, and the other bodyguard is a superhuman. Although it seems absurd, this is Los Angeles, and it's normal for it to resemble a movie script. Tony said slowly. Whether it's like a movie script or not doesn't matter. What matters is that you just read the statement, and the matter will be resolved. He'll be on the field in 1.5 minutes. After saying that, Coulson left the office. Pepper picked up Tony's coat and said to Tony, It's time to go on stage. To be honest, Iron Man is actually a pretty good nickname. I never thought of using it. Tony put on his coat with Pepper's help. Aren't you Iron Man? I am. You are not. Fine, whatever you want. Tony gave up arguing with Pepper and changed the subject. If I were Iron Man, my girlfriend would be both happy and worried when she found out my identity, and sooner or later she would experience physical discomfort. However, this complex internal struggle will only make her love me more. Before Pepper could answer, Roy's voice rang out. I'm still here. Can't you find another place to flirt? Don't you have a girlfriend? Tony said with a smile. Roy didn't answer, but said to Pepper, let him go to the press conference, Rod is running out of things to say. Pepper nodded, gesturing for Tony to proceed to the lobby on the first floor for the press conference. As for her, she stayed in the office with Roy to watch the live stream. First floor lobby. Seeing Tony come down from the office, Rod breathed a sigh of relief and said to the reporters below the stage, now, Mr. Stark will release a statement regarding last night's events. He will not answer any questions from reporters, thank you. After he finished speaking, he stepped aside and gave the podium to Tony. It's been a long time since the last press conference. Oh well, I'll just read from the script. Tony pulled out the prepared speech from SHIELD in his pocket. Some people suspect I was involved in last night's battle. He only said one sentence before Christine, a blonde, blue-eyed female reporter wearing a grey women's suit, interrupted him. Excuse me for interrupting, Mr. Stark, do you really think we'd believe that the person in the Iron Man armor last night wasn't you, but your bodyguard? Tony looked at Christine in the audience and quickly said, I know this sounds unbelievable, and you can certainly question the official statement, but you can't make baseless accusations and insinuate that I'm a superhero. I didn't say you were a superhero. Compared to you, the superhero with the white animal mask last night is more in line with people's imagination of a superhero. Christine said quickly. No? That does sound too sci-fi. I'm not superhero material. I have many personality flaws and have caused a lot of trouble for everyone. Seeing Tony begin to improvise, Rod quickly came to his side and whispered, read from the script. It is good. Tony took a deep breath, picked up the manuscript again, and began, the truth about last night is. After thinking for a few seconds, he uttered the famous line that officially kicked off the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I am Iron Man. As soon as he finished speaking, reporters in the lobby stood up to ask questions, and flashbulbs went off like crazy, making the scene incredibly lively. Chapter 13 Birdblade and Birdstream. I simply stated the facts they wanted to know, why are they so agitated? Tony looked completely bewildered, and said while straightening his somewhat disheveled clothes. He simply wanted to make a splash and let the world know that he was the Iron Man mentioned in the newspaper headlines. As it turned out, he severely underestimated the journalists' enthusiasm. If it weren't for the escort of Rod and the security guards, he wouldn't have been able to leave the lobby and return to his office at all. He would have been blocked in the lobby by the overly enthusiastic reporters, making it impossible for him to move an inch. Upon hearing his words, Pepper and Rod immediately rolled their eyes at him. The billionaire and playboy known to all Americans has become Iron Man wearing high-tech armor. If they aren't excited at all, it just means they're incompetent. Roy didn't roll his eyes at Tony and spoke calmly. Pepper and Rod didn't expect Tony to do this, but he had guessed it all along. Or, it would be a surprise if Tony obediently read the statement prepared by SHIELD. I still think they got a little too excited. Tony continued. He knew that revealing that he was Iron Man would bring a lot of trouble. But he didn't take it to heart at all. Let's not talk about this anymore. The press conference is now over, and it's time to pay your salary. Roy said to Tony. Are you afraid I'll renege on my debt? Tony asked, frowning. Of course you won't renege on your debt, but there's an old saying in China. Wealth on paper is fleeting, only what's in your pocket is truly secure. This means that you can only truly feel at ease with money when it's in your own pocket. Roy said calmly. Of course, he wouldn't tell Tony that if he didn't receive payment for a day, the commission wasn't considered truly completed, and he wouldn't be able to receive the commission reward from the system. Tony stared at him for a moment, then turned to Pepper and gave her a gesture. Without any hesitation, Pepper immediately picked up the handbag beside her and took out a pen and a checkbook. Taking the pen and checkbook, Tony wrote another check for $3,050 million and handed it to Roy. As he returned the pen and checkbook to Pepper, he said to Roy, in just over a month, you've made $6,100 million off me, not even counting your profits from shorting Stark Industries stock. From this perspective, you have significantly raised the income ceiling for the private investigator profession. After glancing at the amount on the check, Roy laughed and said, it's just hard-earned money, nothing compared to a big capitalist like you. After saying that, he put the check into the system space. At the same time, the system information indicating the completion of the commission appeared in his field of vision. Commission, to serve as Tony Stark's secret bodyguard. Service status, completed. Reward for the commission, lightning release, Chidori, sent. With the appearance of the system information, all the information about lightning release, Chidori appeared out of thin air in his mind. He closed the information panel and continued, if you need anything else in the future, remember to come find me in Manhattan. As a loyal customer, I'll give you a discount. Tony looked at him with a smug expression and quickly replied, if you ever encounter any problems you can't solve in the future, you can come to Los Angeles to find me. Roy smiled, said nothing, and decisively used the Flying Thunder God technique. The next second, he disappeared from Tony and his two companions' sight, returning from Tony's office to the living room of his Upper East Side villa in Manhattan. Back in the villa's living room, Roy immediately raised his hands and formed 3 mudras, Zhou, Mao and Shen. The system granted him the talent to cast spells without using hand seals. However, considering that this was the first time he had ever used Chidori, he still formed hand seals to make it more ceremonial. He not only performed a special hand seal, but also specifically called out the name of Chidori. Lightning release, Chidori. A high-intensity electric current formed from lightning chakra gathered in his right palm, producing a sound like 1,000 birds chirping simultaneously. Looking at his right hand, which resembled a lightning blade, Roy nodded in satisfaction. In the official Naruto manual, Chidori and Reikari are distinguished as 2 separate ninjutsu. Chidori is an A-rank lightning release ninjutsu. Lightning blade is an S-rank lightning release ninjutsu. In terms of learning difficulty, Reich is more difficult. However, in terms of nature and power, these 2 ninjutsu are not fundamentally different, and the hand seals are the same, Zhou, Mao and Shen. After admiring his right hand, which was enveloped in high-intensity electricity and releasing silver-white lightning, Roy stopped using Chidori and checked his chakra consumption. Currently, not counting the chakra of the one-tailed beast, he has a total of 12 chakra. Judging from the consumption of Chidori just now, 1 chakra unit can be used to cast Chidori 4 times, just as Kakashi said when he taught Sasuke Chidori. This means that, without using the tailed beast's chakra, he can use Chidori up to 48 times a day. After confirming the consumption of Chidori, Roy took out the Kusanagi sword from the system space. To be precise, it was the straight-bladed Kusanagi sword that Sasuke used. Like Gaara's gourd and the Akatsuki's red cloud robe, this Kusanagi sword is also a reward given by the system, an authentic version from the Naruto world. He casually twirled his sword and began experimenting with the Kusanagi sword to unleash the Chidori technique, developing the Kusanagi sword, Chidori blade. Although he had not received formal ninja training, he would gain corresponding knowledge along with each ninjutsu, genjutsu or taijutsu rewarded by the system. Besides the Chidori blade, Sasuke plans to develop other Chidori-derived ninjutsu, such as Chidori stream, Chidori sharp spear, and Chidori thousand bones. Not only that, he also doesn't intend to let go of the ninjutsu that Kakashi developed based on lightning blade, such as double lightning shock and lightning beast tracking fang. Since we're going to develop them ourselves anyway, developing a few of them isn't a bad thing. Time passes little by little. In just over 2 hours, Roy successfully developed the Chidori blade. The principle behind the Chidori blade is very simple. By infusing the blade with lightning release chakra, the blade's lethality is enhanced, giving the Kusanagi sword a Chidori-like effect. To put it simply, it means changing from using your hands to perform Chidori to using the Kusanagi sword. The Kusanagi sword is already very sharp. After unleashing the Chidori blade, the Kusanagi sword's sharpness reaches a new level, easily cutting through even steel. In addition, people hit by the Chidori blade will be paralyzed throughout their bodies due to the high intensity of the electric current, making them unable to move freely. After successfully developing the Chidori blade, Roy opened the attribute panel and looked at the ninjutsu section. Chidori was displayed in the ninjutsu section. The newly developed Chidori blade, like Flying Thunder God 2 and Flying Thunder God Slash, was not displayed. Is it really because I'm not skilled enough? After a moment of reflection, Roy returned the Kusanagi sword to his system space, preparing to develop the Chidori stream in one fell swoop. If Chidori blade is the use of the Kusanagi sword to unleash the Chidori, then Chidori style is the use of Chidori to cover the entire body, achieving a balance between offense and defense. The high-intensity electric current generated by the Chidori stream can not only be used to defend against and paralyze enemies, but can also be channeled into the ground to carry out area attacks. With the experience gained from developing the Chidori blade, the development of the Chidori stream went smoothly. In less than an hour, Roy successfully developed the Chidori stream. Having experienced the feeling of using Chidori stream and having 1,000 birds covering his entire body, he ended this ninjutsu development session with great satisfaction. Chapter 14 Illusion, The Art of Darkness. Time flies. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 months, in addition to developing ninjutsu, practicing Flying Thunder God Technique 2 and Chidori blade, and dating Gwen, Roy also took the time to do a few commissions. Some of these commissions came from Kingpin, while others came from Daredevil. Let's not go into Kingpin's commission, it's the same as before. He's paid to take down other gangs in New York. For example, the Maggie gang led by Hammerhead and the Devil gang led by Mr. Negative. As for Daredevil's request, he rescued his ex-girlfriend Erica from the hand. These commissions were not difficult and were completed easily. Similarly, the rewards for these commissions were also quite ordinary. Kingpin's request gave him a 3-calorie chakra boost. Daredevil's request was to grant him the illusion technique, Dark Walk. Although the rewards weren't particularly generous, Roy, having nothing better to do, accepted the commissions anyway. Morning. Zhongcheng Science and Technology High School. Roy, who usually sleeps until noon, got up early today and drove his Audi R8 here. As for why we came, the reason is very simple. Gwen has finally graduated. Today is Gwen's graduation ceremony. As Gwen's boyfriend, it would be really unreasonable for him not to attend her graduation ceremony. After parking the car in the parking lot in front of the school, Roy picked up the flowers placed on the passenger seat and walked towards the lawn where the graduation ceremony would be held. On his way to the graduation ceremony, he encountered many graduates wearing dark blue academic gowns, as well as students' families and friends. Upon seeing these students' families, he unconsciously swallowed. Although he had been dating Gwen for several months, he had never met Gwen's family. Like Gwen in the extraordinary universe, Gwen in this universe also has 3 younger brothers. Philip, Jack, Simon. Roy wasn't too worried about meeting them, but he was a little worried about meeting Gwen's parents, George and Helen. Especially George. From George's perspective, this guy, who seemed to appear out of nowhere, had stolen the little cabbage he had carefully nurtured for 18 years. In addition, since his official profession is a private investigator, George sees him as no different from the blonde guy who harms his daughter. There's nothing to be nervous about. It's just meeting the parents, right? We were bound to meet sooner or later, so today was great. Roy silently encouraged himself a few times. Not long after, he arrived at the lawn where the graduation ceremony was being held and saw Gwen's family. Gwen, who was chatting with her family, quickly noticed his arrival and waved to him. Roy took a deep breath and walked towards Gwen's family. Whether it was George, Helen, or Gwen's 3 brothers, all eyes were on him, silently sizing him up. When he arrived, George immediately asked Gwen about her. Who is this? His name is Roy, and he's my boyfriend. Gwen replied quickly without any hesitation. Boyfriend? Upon hearing her answer, Helen, Philip, and the others showed expressions of I knew it. George frowned slightly and asked Roy, were you a student here before? No, I graduated from another school. Roy replied quickly. How old are you this year? Where do you live? Which university do you go to? Who are your family members? What do your parents do for a living? George looked Roy up and down and continued to ask. Before Roy could answer, Gwen's voice rang out. Roy is my boyfriend, not your prisoner. I'll show Roy around the school, you two can chat. After saying that, Gwen pulled him away in front of George and the others. After walking several dozen meters, Roy handed the flowers in his hand to Gwen and said, I almost forgot, these are for you. Happy graduation. Thanks. Gwen accepted the flowers and replied with a broad smile. After a few seconds, she looked at Roy apologetically and said softly, my dad was just having an occupational hazard. He didn't mean any harm, so don't take it to heart. Roy quickly replied, don't worry, I'm not that petty. Strictly speaking, your dad's attitude was already quite good, he just wanted to know about my situation. If I were him, I would be even worse than him if I found out my daughter suddenly had a boyfriend. After strolling around the school with Gwen, they returned to the graduation ceremony venue. Gwen led Roy to the stands and seated him to George's right. As for herself, she went to the graduate seats in front of the stage. She is the representative of this year's graduates and will be giving a graduation speech on behalf of all the graduates in a moment. Not long after they sat down, George continued to inquire about Roy's personal and family situation. Roy didn't hide the information that was already there, and simply recounted it. Upon hearing that he had dropped out of university to become a private investigator instead of continuing his studies, George's brow furrowed even more. Unlike George, who had a furrowed brow, Helen showed concern after learning that he was an orphan who had grown up in an orphanage. You're not your average private investigator, are you? George suddenly asked. I don't quite understand what you mean. Roy replied. I've worked with many private investigators, but you give me a completely different feeling from them. I'm not afraid to be frank with you, when Gwen was showing you around campus, I had the police check your records. Your background is clean, there are no records of illegal parking or running red lights. But your income situation is very problematic. According to the records, you live in the Upper East Side and own more than 10 luxury cars. You are an orphan, but after dropping out of school to become a private investigator, you earned more wealth in just 6 months than most people could earn in a lifetime. I have never seen a private investigator earn so much money. George lowered his voice and stared at Roy with a serious expression. Although George noticed something was amiss, Roy remained calm. He had long anticipated that George would use his sheriff's authority to investigate his records, and he had also figured out how to explain how he had amassed such an astonishing fortune in just 6 months. I am indeed not an ordinary private investigator. My business scope is very wide, and many of my clients are wealthy people. In addition, government agencies occasionally come to me with requests. I cannot disclose the specific details of the commission. I can only say that being a private investigator is just my official profession. In terms of the content of my work, my profession is more like that of an independent contractor, specializing in handling problems that others cannot solve. If you want to know if my work is legal, you can call this number. Roy took a business card out of his pocket and handed it to George. Chapter 15 George and number 039, S warning. George took the business card and glanced at it. The business card had no job title or position, only a name and a phone number. Whose business card is this? George asked, frowning. Minister of Defense. Roy said calmly. Who? George's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Roy and asked again. This is the current Secretary of Defense's private phone number. Roy said slowly and deliberately. This. After confirming that he hadn't misheard, George's first reaction was that Roy was lying to him. However, seeing the calm expression on Roy's face, he quickly dismissed the guess. If this phone call is fake, it will be exposed very quickly. Although he didn't know Roy well, he didn't seem like a fool to him, so he wouldn't tell a lie that was so easy to expose in front of him. After a moment's thought, George put the business card in his pocket and slowly said, How did you get his private phone number? He had asked me to do this before. Although he paid me, he still owes me a favor. Roy replied calmly. He's the Minister of Defense. Even if he's really in trouble, he wouldn't need to hire a private investigator for help. George stared at Roy, puzzled. As I just said, being a private investigator is just my public profession. In terms of the nature of my work, I'm more like an independent contractor who handles tricky problems. He does have a lot of power and can mobilize a lot of resources and manpower, but there are some things that cannot be handled just because one is in a high position. He encountered a difficult problem that he couldn't resolve on his own, so he came to me through an intermediary. I took care of it for him, so he paid me and owed me a favor. Roy spoke slowly. Speaking of this, we have to mention his complicated relationship with the military. In the beginning, the military, like SHIELD, wanted to capture him and find out why he had superpowers. After the failed arrest operation and heavy losses, the military was forced to reach an agreement with him. The military paid a huge sum of money in compensation, classified his information as top secret, allowing only a few high-ranking officials to access it, and provided him with military endorsements when needed to facilitate certain matters. In return, he forgave the military's previous arrests, and the two sides ceased hostilities. Of course, if these high-ranking military officials encounter trouble and are willing to pay him appropriate compensation for his help, he will consider whether to accept it. Not only the military, but also SHIELD had a similar ceasefire agreement with him. Otherwise, the director of SHIELD would have been someone else long ago. George fell silent, staring at Roy with a complex expression. After a dozen seconds, he sighed and continued, I can't be sure if what you are saying is true right now, but I have a piece of advice for you. You say? Roy replied. Gwen must have her reasons for liking you, and I won't stop you two from being together. However, if I find out that you have bullied or toyed with Gwen, or betrayed her feelings, no matter what you do or how many important people owe you favors, I will not let you off the hook. George looked at Roy with a serious expression and spoke quickly. Roy wasn't surprised that he would give himself such a serious warning. Because this is a normal reaction from an elderly father. It would be strange if George didn't say anything. You can rest assured, I truly love Gwen and will never let her down. Roy replied seriously. George didn't say anything more and turned to look at the altar. It's finally done. Relieved, Roy scanned the seating area for the graduates. He found Harry Osborn and Mary Jane sitting in the crowd without much effort. As for Peter, he did not see Peter. At a time like this, are we still busy fighting crime? Roy sighed inwardly. He didn't mind that Peter spent all his time fighting crime. However, in his opinion, Peter was somewhat obsessed with fighting crime. Combating crime is certainly an option. But it's unwise to let your own life fall into chaos in the name of fighting crime. After all, Peter wasn't a real policeman. In the eyes of the authorities, Spider-Man is now just a self-righteous vigilante. The more crimes Spider-Man stops and the more criminals he catches, the more the NYPD hates him. Because this would make the New York police seem like a bunch of good-for-nothings who only take money and do nothing. When the time came to 10 o'clock, the graduation ceremony started on time. As with all graduation ceremonies, the first item on the agenda was a speech by the principal. After a long and impassioned speech, the principal, standing behind the podium, began, Now, please welcome Gwen Stacy, the representative of this year's graduates, to deliver her graduation speech on behalf of all graduates. There was thunderous applause. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Gwen stood up and walked towards the platform. After shaking hands with Gwen, the headmaster handed the podium to her and returned to his chair at the back. Good morning, respected teachers and dear students. It is my honor to stand here today. We all believe we can create immortal achievements in the future, and as we graduate, that's exactly what we're doing. Like this short high school life, its preciousness lies in the fact that it is not eternal, in the fact that it will eventually come to an end. I empathize with this, and what I'm saying today is to remind everyone that life is short, so don't waste your time going with the flow. Live out your own value, fight for what you cherish, and persevere through thick and thin. Even if we don't succeed, it's still a part of our lives. When Gwen finished her graduation speech, the audience erupted in applause once again. After the principal and student representatives finished speaking, it was time to receive our graduation certificates. Gwen stepped aside and handed the podium back to the principal. At the same time, staff brought all the students' graduation certificates to the stage and placed them neatly on a table to the side. With everything in place, the principal began reading out the students' names one by one from the list. Houghton Guerrero, Michael Ounce, Devin Fraser, Julia Orchard, Jay Castro, Medea Keck, Liam Whitaker. Although she was a representative of the graduates, Gwen did not receive her diploma first. Instead, she stood next to the principal and shook hands with each of the students who received their diplomas. Peter did not miss the graduation ceremony. When the principal called out his name, he, dressed in a dark blue graduation gown and carrying a backpack, ran all the way to the stage and received his graduation certificate. The graduation ceremony officially ended when all graduates received their diplomas. The next steps are quite simple. Students began taking photos with family, friends, and classmates to mark the end of their high school life. Gwen took a lot of photos with Roy. In addition to the photo of the two of them together, Gwen also asked other classmates to take several group photos of Roy and his family. After taking the photos, Roy took out his phone to make a restaurant reservation. Just then, a middle-aged man with brown hair, dressed in a sharp suit, came up to him and said, "I never expected that the fourth Hokage, who is so famous in the underworld, would come to attend his girlfriend's high school graduation ceremony." Roy turned to look at the middle-aged man and replied, "If you're here to cause trouble, I advise you to give up that idea." The middle-aged man speaking to him was none other than Norman Osborn, the original Green Goblin. "I'm not here to cause trouble, I'm just here to attend my son's graduation ceremony. I just never expected to meet you here," Norman said calmly. Chapter 16 Joining the Board of Directors. Before Roy could answer, gasps of surprise rose from the crowd, and everyone turned to look in one direction. Roy and Norman turned to follow the gaze of the people. "Why is he here?" Roy frowned slightly. What drew everyone's attention and gasps was one person. To be precise, he is a well-known billionaire and playboy. Tony. Wearing brown sunglasses and an expensive, bespoke suit, Tony walked straight toward Roy under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Pepper, his personal secretary and girlfriend, and Happy, his bodyguard, followed closely behind. "I didn't expect you to be acquainted with him," Norman continued. After saying that, he walked towards Harry. Not long after, Tony arrived in front of Roy. Taking off his sunglasses, Tony said casually, "Your girlfriend graduated, but you don't seem very happy. Why are you here?" Roy asked. "Why can't I come? We're friends. Your girlfriend is graduating, and I'm here to support you," Tony said with a smile. Just as Roy was about to say something, Gwen came up to them and said to Tony, "Hello Mr. Stark, I'm Gwen Stacy, Roy's girlfriend. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Nice to meet you too. Roy has mentioned you to me quite a bit, bragging about how he found a beautiful and intelligent girlfriend." Now it seems he wasn't bragging, Tony said with a serious expression. Upon hearing his words, Gwen's fair and delicate face lit up with an uncontrollable expression of joy. She is often praised for her beauty and intelligence. But receiving Tony's praise still made her very happy. "I need to discuss some things with him privately. Would it be convenient for me to borrow your boyfriend for a while?" Tony continued. "Sure. You two can talk slowly," Gwen replied quickly. "Thanks." Tony nodded and gave Roy a look, signaling him to come and talk somewhere else. "I'll be back soon. You and your uncle and aunt wait for me here," Roy said to Gwen. "It is good," Grace replied gently. After following Tony off the lawn, Roy said to Tony, "What did you want to see me about? Can't I contact you if there's nothing wrong? We are not just friends, but also comrades in arms who fought side by side," Tony said with a smile. "Stop beating around the bush, what exactly do you want?" Roy rolled his eyes at Tony. Tony deliberately put on a sad expression and continued, "I turned down other jobs and came all the way from Los Angeles to see you, but I didn't expect you to be so cold. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm going back." Roy frowned. Okay, enough joking around. I did come here specifically to see you. About 2 weeks ago, Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, the one who's blind in one eye, came to my house late at night and said that there are many people in the world like me, I just didn't know it, and he wanted to talk to me about forming the Avengers. Then, they criticized my personality, saying I was fickle, self-centered, and lacked team spirit. By the way, he also said you should be on his invitation list, but you declined. I'd like to know if he actually contacted you. Even though half a month has passed, Tony still looks annoyed when Nick Fury is mentioned. That's right, he contacted me, and I rejected him. Roy replied. Why did you refuse? Tony looked at him with a curious expression. I never work for free, nor do I want to be bound by some meaningless rules. More importantly, I don't want to follow other people's orders and have another so-called boss above me. Roy said slowly and deliberately. Didn't he say your personality was a problem? Tony asked quickly. No. He wouldn't dare to criticize my personality to my face. Roy replied. Amount. Tony was even more annoyed with Nick Fury. Is there anything else? If not, I'll head back. Roy spoke slowly. Gwen is very beautiful, but you don't need to rush back to see her. Tony first made a sarcastic remark, then continued, I made the Mark III you wanted, you can come and pick it up anytime. In addition, I bought a new building in Manhattan, near the Empire State Building. Once the renovations are complete, that will become the new headquarters of Stark Industries. If you're willing, I'd like to hire you as the head of security at Stark Industries, with an annual salary of $100 million and additional bonuses every year. You don't need to go to work every day, you just need to fulfill your duties when needed. If you want to invest, I can transfer some shares to you and arrange for you to join the board of directors as a member. Safety supervisor? Join the board of directors? After only a few seconds of thought, Roy made his decision and said slowly, forget about the security supervisor position, I don't take long-term contracts. As for joining the board of directors, I have a lot of liquid funds, but with Stark Industries' current stock price, I can't buy many. Ever since Tony Stark announced that he was Iron Man, Stark Industries' stock price has soared to an all-time high and continues to rise. You don't need to worry about that. I won't ask you to buy it at the market price. I'll give you a transfer price that's far below the market price. Of course, there will be some restrictions on the sale of these shares. For example, if you want to sell, I have the right of first refusal, and I will acquire it at the original transfer price. As for voting rights and dividends, there will be no restrictions. Tony said calmly. Although he doesn't care much about money, he wouldn't just give away his stocks at a low price. He is very generous, but he is not an idiot. You are the largest shareholder of Stark Industries, holding absolute control. Whether I join the board or not will not affect your control of the company. Why would you want me to join the board? Roy asked. If you were on the board of directors, the company would be much more stable. Putting everything else aside, you can solve many problems that ordinary people can't. By the way, becoming a director of Stark Industries will save you a lot of trouble when dealing with your girlfriend's family. Tony said with a smile. I can handle Gwen's family even without being a board member of Stark Industries. However, since you've been so enthusiastic in inviting me to join the board of directors, I'll grant your wish. Roy said calmly. You're not fulfilling my wish, you just can't refuse the gift I give you. Tony turned to Happy and snapped his fingers at him. Without any hesitation, Happy immediately went to them, opened his briefcase, and took out 2 transfer contracts. Tony has already signed the contract. The contract is all prepared. Are you so confident I'll agree? Roy took the contract from Happy and spoke slowly. I told you, you can't refuse my gift. Tony said with a serious expression. Chapter 17 Earth 65. Roy smiled, said nothing more, took the pen, and signed his name on the last page of the contract. After signing, he handed the pen and one of the contracts to Happy. As for his own share, he put it into the system space. You trust me that much that you didn't even read the contract? Tony asked. Roy replied calmly, money is just a number to you. You're not stupid enough to risk your life to swindle me out of my money. Although this wasn't the answer he wanted to hear, Tony didn't dwell on it and continued, in a few months, I'll be hosting a Stark Industries Expo in New York. Remember to come. Good. Roy did not refuse and nodded. Now that we've finished discussing business, it's time to talk about personal matters. Which university does your girlfriend plan to apply to next? Whether it's an Ivy League school, or MIT, Imperial College London, Cambridge, Oxford, or any other university, I can get her a letter of recommendation from a university board member if you need it. Tony said with a smile. No need, she has already applied to university. Roy replied. Which universities did she apply to? Tony asked curiously. Roy didn't keep them in suspense and replied directly, Imperial State University. Empire State University? Upon hearing that Gwen had applied to Imperial State University, Tony immediately frowned and said, puzzled, I'm not looking down on Imperial State University, but it's certainly not a top-tier university. Could it be that you had her apply to this university specifically so she could stay in New York? Roy shook his head and said slowly, of course not, she decided to go to Imperial State University a long time ago. After chatting for a few minutes, Tony left Midtown Tech High School with Pepper and Happy. After watching Tony and the other two leave, he walked toward Gwen's family. Noon. Roy took Gwen and her family to the Michelin 3-star restaurant they had booked to celebrate Gwen's official graduation. The wine cups were clinked and toasts were exchanged. The guests and hosts enjoyed themselves immensely. After lunch, George drove to the police station for work. As for Gwen, Helen, and the others, Roy invited them to his villa on the Upper East Side. This wasn't Gwen's first time visiting the villa. However, she never stayed overnight at the villa. When Helen and the Phillip brothers discovered that Roy was driving an Audi R8, they knew he was definitely not short of money. However, they were still surprised when they arrived at the villa. Especially Phillip and the other two. Although they are not yet adults, they are all male. The sight of the dozen or so supercars in the garage made their eyes light up. Supercars are every man's dream. And now, these dreams are vividly unfolding before their very eyes. Seeing the Phillip brothers' eyes light up as they stared intently at his collection of sports cars, Roy knew that all three of his brothers-in-law had been won over. As for Helen. As the saying goes, a mother-in-law likes her son-in-law more and more the more she looks at him. Rich, good-looking, and with a great personality. Aside from having no family and dropping out of college, Roy was practically flawless, perfectly meeting her expectations for a son-in-law. He's not human. My brother saw him spitting out spider webs at Lincoln Center. I think he's a person, a man, or maybe a woman. He stretched out his hand and spat out spider silk, then climbed the wall. When I saw those spider webs, I knew Spider-Man had appeared. He would protect us and all the citizens. He's either crazy or a freak. I don't like him, he stinks. A man with 8 arms is very sexy. Villas in the Upper East Side. Roy and Gwen sat on the sofa, chatting and looking at news reports about Spider-Man. He's also a superhuman. Do you know him? Gwen asked with a curious look. No. Not only do I know him, you know him too. Roy replied. I know him too. Gwen looked at Roy with a face full of surprise. Yes, you know him too. Strictly speaking, you knew him before I did. Roy said with a smile. Who is he? Gwen continued to ask. Promise me you won't tell anyone else first, then I'll tell you. Roy said with a serious expression. You don't believe me. Gwen frowned. It's not that I don't believe you. If my identity is exposed, at most I'll be like Tony Stark, constantly making headlines, but not many people will dare to cause me trouble. But he's different. If his identity is exposed, his family and friends will be in danger. Roy spoke slowly. Although he didn't have much of a relationship with Peter, he wouldn't reveal that Peter was Spider-Man, thus causing Peter to be retaliated against. Gwen had an icy look on her face and quickly said, I swear, I will never tell anyone else. Roy nodded and said calmly, Peter Parker. Spider-Man is Peter Parker. What? Gwen unconsciously sat up straight, an expression of disbelief appearing on her fair and delicate face. Are you sure he's Spider-Man? Sure. Parker is pretty smart, but his athletic performance isn't great, he barely passes. How could he possibly be Spider-Man? He was bitten by a spider and gained superpowers. How did you know? Do you remember your visit to Columbia University's School of Science before? Gwen quickly recalled and said softly, of course I remember. There were not only state-of-the-art electron microscopes there, but also 15 super spiders created using gene synthesis technology. We only saw 14 at the time, and one was. She paused for a moment, and a guess immediately flashed through her mind. You mean, Parker was bitten by that super spider that wasn't in its cage? Roy nodded and replied, as far as I know, yes. If other people are bitten by the super spider, will they also gain superpowers? Gwen immediately became interested and continued to ask questions. That's hard to say. It's possible, it's also possible, that they'll be poisoned to death. Roy replied. Gwen looked him up and down, then slowly said, you weren't bitten by something, were you? That's why you awakened your superpowers, right? Of course not. Everyone gains superpowers in a different way. I woke up one morning and suddenly I had superpowers. Roy spoke slowly. Although Gwen is his girlfriend, he will not tell anyone about his identity as a time traveler. I really envy you guys. Parker got bitten by a super spider and gained spider superpowers. And you're even more outrageous, you just took a nap and suddenly you've awakened superpowers. Gwen sighed and remarked. There's nothing to envy. Maybe one day you'll gain superpowers and become a superhuman. Roy said calmly. He had no idea which parallel universe in the Marvel Cinematic Universe this was. However, he clearly remembered that in the parallel universe Earth 65, Gwen replaced Parker and became the Spider-Man of that universe. Chapter 18 Three Tomo Sharingan. I heard from my classmates the other day that Parker and Harry also applied to Imperial State University. If nothing unexpected happens, their application should have been approved. Parker's grades aren't worse than mine, he'll definitely pass. As for Harry, his father is the chairman of the Osborne Group, so even if his grades aren't good, he can still get a recommendation letter to get into university. Gwen lay down, resting her head on Roy's lap, and spoke slowly. Roy stroked her hair and said with a smile, then you can continue to be classmates for the next few years. In the comics, Gwen met Harry and Lightning Thompson after she enrolled at Imperial State University, and then met Peter through Thompson. Through repeated interactions, their relationship grew closer. After learning that Peter rode a motorcycle to school and even defeated the Green Goblin, she developed a strong interest in him and they went from being ordinary friends to the closest of friends. However, before they became a couple, Peter was attracted to Mary Jane and met with her a few times. As their relationship deepened, Peter realized that Mary Jane was too much like a party girl, so he gave up on dating Mary Jane and started dating Gwen again. After a date at a science exhibition, they officially started dating and went from being the closest friends of the opposite sex to lovers. However, because Peter often broke his promises, their relationship was not stable. Finally, Norman discovers that Parker is Spider-Man, kidnaps Gwen, takes her to the tower of the George Washington Bridge, and throws her off. Parker arrived just in time and used spider silk to stick Gwen's leg shut. But after he put Gwen down, he discovered that Gwen was already dead. An enraged Parker defeated Norman. Just as he was about to kill Norman, he gave up on revenge. Just like in the movie, Norman tries to kill Parker with a hang glider but ends up stabbing himself instead. To put it simply, the causes of death for Gwen and Green Goblin in the comics are the same as those in the movies. The only difference is that in the movie The Amazing Spider-Man, it wasn't Norman, the original Green Goblin, who kidnapped and abandoned Gwen, but Harry, the second Green Goblin. After chatting for more than 10 minutes, Gwen stood up and said, "I have to go to work." "Shall I take you there?" Roy said. "Will you drive me there, or use your superpowers to get me there?" Gwen asked. "I'm fine with either." Roy said calmly. "Let's use superpowers to send him there. I like the feeling of teleporting instantly." Gwen said with a smile. "Okay, then let's teleport there instantly." Roy replied. As Gwen picked up the handbag, he put his arm around her waist. Without any effort, he located a Flying Thunder God technique near the Osborne building and unleashed it. Although there was a Flying Thunder God technique on the roof of the Osborne building, Roy did not take Gwen to the roof. Instead, he took Gwen to a small alley near the Osborne building. "Call me after get off work, and I'll come pick you up." Roy loosened his grip on Gwen's waist and spoke slowly. "Uh-huh." Gwen nodded and gave him a farewell kiss, a light, fleeting peck on the cheek. Then, they left the alley and walked towards the Osborne building. Watching Gwen enter the Osborne building, Roy once again used the Flying Thunder God technique. Instead of returning to his Upper East Side villa, he teleported to the detective agency in Hell's Kitchen. Upon arriving at the firm, he first logged onto the dark web forum and took a look. After finding no commissions that interested him, he took out his controller and prepared to relax by playing a game. Just then, the doorbell rang. "Byakugan, activate." Upon hearing the doorbell, Roy immediately activated his white eyes, veins bulging around his eyes, turning them white. With the activation of his Byakugan, the situation outside the door became clearly visible to him. There were 3 people standing outside the door. 2 men and 1 woman. More importantly, they were all wearing military uniforms. The moment Roy saw them, he knew that another new commission approved by the system had arrived. He had never seen the middle-aged man and woman outside the door before. But he had seen the gray-haired old man at the Pentagon. The elderly man with gray hair was none other than U.S. Army Lieutenant General Ross. He had never dealt with General Ross before. However, when the armistice agreement was reached with the military, General Ross was one of the Army representatives and met with him once. After shutting down his glare and putting the game controller back in the drawer, Roy got up, went to the door, and opened it. Before he could speak, General Ross said, "Would it be convenient for us to come inside and talk?" "Of course it's convenient." Roy turned to the side and gestured for him to proceed. General Ross entered the office first and sat down on the sofa in the reception area. "Would you like something to drink?" Roy glanced at General Ross and his 2 companions and asked. "Thank you, no need." General Ross replied immediately. Roy took a bottle of whiskey and a glass from the liquor cabinet and sat down opposite General Ross. He poured himself a glass, took a sip, and continued, "The General came all the way from the Pentagon to see me, he must have encountered some difficulties. Tell me, what do you want from me?" Without any hesitation, General Ross quickly said, "I hope you can help us capture a fugitive." The secretary standing behind him took a tablet computer out of his briefcase and handed it to Roy. As the screen was activated, a video appeared in front of Roy. "This is a video of the arrest operation. The arrest took place in a dimly lit factory. The video was very short, only 4 or 5 minutes long, and I finished watching it quickly. Although the video footage was very shaky and the lighting was very dim. But that was enough for Roy to know exactly who this video was about to show being arrested. Just as he guessed, this was a video of the operation to capture Banner, or more precisely, the capture of Hulk. After the video finished playing, General Ross said with a solemn expression, "This is a top fugitive who stole military secrets. In addition to stealing military secrets, he is also suspected of murdering 2 military-employed scientists, an officer, an Idaho state trooper, and 2 Canadian hunters. We've been hunting him for 5 years, and we finally found his trail a week ago. As you can see, the operation failed, and we have lost track of him once again. However, we are certain of where he will appear next, and we hope you can help us capture him." The system completed the judgment immediately and displayed the new entrustment information. Commission: assist General Ross in capturing Bruce Banner. Status: incomplete. Commission reward: 3 Tomo Sharingan. Finally, I got the Sharingan as a reward. After a moment's thought, Roy said to General Ross, "No problem, $5,000 million. Can." General Ross replied quickly. Although 5,000 million is not a small amount, he was mentally prepared before coming to Hell's Kitchen to find Roy. Chapter 19: Humanoid Nuclear Bomb. General Ross was not a billionaire. But as a lieutenant general in the army, he has access to a great deal of funds. It is well known that the US military only buys expensive items, not necessarily the right ones. For example, a coffee cup that costs only 50 cents to produce is purchased by the US military for $1,280. They spent $9 to buy a bag of ordinary screws at a price 900 times higher than the market price. And, buying a toilet seat for $1 and a goat for $9. In other words, the $5,000 million offer Roy made was equivalent to trading 556 goats or 556 bags of ordinary screws for Banner, to General Ross. Getting Roy's help to capture Banner at this price is definitely worthwhile. More importantly, Roy's professionalism is legendary, he only accepts payment after completing a task. If it fails. To date, he has not had a record of failing to secure a commission. Once the target is spotted, call the number above, and I will go there immediately. Roy took out a business card from the system space and handed it to General Ross. General Ross nodded, took the business card, and put it away. Then, he stood up and extended his right hand to Roy. Roy did not refuse and stood up to shake hands with General Ross. Flying Thunder God Technique. While shaking hands, he subtly left the Flying Thunder God Technique mark on General Ross. To prevent General Ross from seeing the Flying Thunder God Technique formula, he had it imprinted under General Ross's skin. At the same time, he turned to look at the middle-aged man behind General Ross and said indifferently, "Your bodyguard is quite extraordinary." Although General Ross did not introduce the man, he had already guessed the middle-aged man's identity. The hatred of the future. Emil Bronsky. Judging from the perceived strength of his life, Bronsky has been injected with an enhanced serum developed under another biotechnology enhancement experiment called Cryogenic Project, resulting in a significant improvement in his physical abilities such as strength, speed, and endurance. As for whether his healing abilities have been enhanced to the level shown in the movie, Roy cannot be sure at this moment. After all, Bronsky wasn't injured. If his healing ability is as strong as in the movies, and he fully recovers from a near-death state with multiple fractures in just one day, then the enhanced serum he received must be even stronger in terms of healing ability than the serum Captain America received. He is Bronsky, the squad leader of the capture team, and one of my ace soldiers. General Ross gave a brief introduction to Bronsky. To be appointed by you, General, as the squad leader of the capture team, you must have exceptional abilities. Roy said calmly. General Ross said nothing more and left the office with Bronsky and his secretary. Once inside the elevator, Bronsky looked at General Ross with a puzzled expression and asked, "Sir, I don't understand why you would spend 5,000 million to hire him to join the capture operation. He is not a soldier, and there are no signs of military training on the webs of his hands. Based on our brief interaction just now, he seems to be just an ordinary person." An ordinary person? If he can be considered an ordinary person, then there are no superhumans in this world. General Ross turned to look at Bronsky and said slowly, "I cannot disclose his specific information. All I can say is that he's far more complex than you think. According to internal military documents, its codename is Humanoid Nuclear Bomb, meaning it poses a threat no less than a 3,000 megaton nuclear bomb, and one that can be detonated multiple times. How is that possible?" Both Bronsky and his secretary, Kathleen Spall, wore expressions of disbelief. They were all soldiers and knew very well what a 3,000 megaton nuclear bomb meant. After General Ross and his 2 companions left, Roy returned to his desk, sat down, took out a game controller, and started playing Berserker's Creed, a game he hadn't yet completed. After playing for just over 10 minutes, he put down the controller and began to seriously consider something. The question is whether or not to get hold of the performance-enhancing serum Norman is currently using, so that Gwen can also become a superhuman. If possible, he would prefer Gwen to become Spider-Gwen like in the parallel universe Earth 65. But in this universe, he wasn't sure if Gwen would ever meet the spider that would make her Spider-Gwen. Let's return to the physical enhancement drugs Norman used. Although Norman experienced side effects such as violent tendencies, aggression, and madness after using it, judging from Harry's experience, Norman was just unlucky. After thinking it over several times, he made a decision. Get your hands on the physical enhancement potions used by Norman and Harry. In addition, he also planned to take advantage of the super spider created by Columbia University's scientific research using genetic engineering and Parker's blood samples. After obtaining these 3 items, and taking a vial of blood from Gwen, you can then seek Tony's help. Although Tony is more skilled in mechanical engineering than bioengineering, it is not particularly difficult for him to perfect the physical enhancement potions used by Norman and Harry, or to obtain the same mutation for Gwen based on the mutations of the super spider and Parker. After all, he's the kind of man who can build a time travel navigator in just one night. It can even handle precise navigation for time travel. Genetic mutations and enhancements are certainly not a problem. If there's any problem, it's that if he asks Tony for help, he'll owe Tony a favor. However, in order for Gwen to be able to protect herself, owing Tony a favor is not something that is unacceptable. Having made his decision, Roy shut down his computer, used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the agency. The next second, he arrived at Columbia University's School of Science. He got what he wanted in less than half an hour. He didn't take all 14 super spiders with him, he only extracted their venom. After extracting the venom, he also copied the research data on these super spiders. After leaving Columbia University's Research Institute, he went to Norman's mansion. He knew exactly where Norman's secret room was. After using his chakra perception technique to confirm that Norman was not in the secret room, he sneaked into Norman's secret room and took a bottle of physical enhancement potion. To avoid the presence of hidden cameras in the mansion and its secret rooms, he used a transformation spell to change his appearance before entering the mansion. Super Spider Venom. Physical enhancement potions. All that's missing is Parker's blood sample. After leaving Norman's mansion, Roy did not return to the agency, but instead used his chakra sensing technique once again to search for Puck's whereabouts. He quickly located Parker's position. Just as he had guessed, Parker was fighting crime in the city. At this time, Parker didn't have to go to school or work, giving him plenty of time to fight crime. After locking onto Puck, he retrieved from his system space the white animal mask from the Konoha Anbu, the Akatsuki's red cloud robe, and Gaara's small gourd. Once he was fully equipped, he decisively used his Flying Thor ability to teleport to the nearest teleportation point to Parker. Chapter 20 The Art of Binding. Roy did not immediately go to Parker. After Parker used spider silk to hang a group of low-level robbers who had robbed a supermarket from a street lamp and brought them to the roof of a building near the supermarket, he then controlled Sand Cloud to fly to Parker's front. "Did you need something from me?" Parker asked quickly. Roy nodded and said slowly, "Yes." "What is it?" Parker continued to ask. "Give me a vial of your blood." Roy wasn't going to beat around the bush with Parker and went straight to the point. "My blood?" Parker immediately frowned. Although he didn't know what Roy was up to, his intuition told him that it was best not to agree. "What do you need my blood for?" Parker stared at Roy with a wary expression. "You don't need to know. You now have 2 choices. First, voluntarily draw a vial of blood for me. Secondly, I'll knock you down and forcibly drain a vial of your blood. Choose the first one, and I'll offer to help you if you ever encounter trouble in the future. If you choose the second option, all you'll get is a beating." Roy didn't take Parker's wariness to heart and spoke calmly. Compared to the average person, Parker is indeed very strong. But compared to him, Parker is no different from an ordinary person. "I won't give you my blood." Parker immediately assumed a fighting stance. "Why bother? Why don't you just choose the first one?" After a moment of reflection, Roy channeled his chakra and decisively made his move. The Golden Binding Technique. The Golden Binding Technique, also known as the Immobilization Technique, is divided into 2 types, Ninjutsu and Genjutsu. Regardless of the type of binding technique, the effect is to bind the enemy in place, rendering them unable to move. Roy is now using the Golden Binding Technique, a type of ninjutsu. Compared to the illusion-type binding technique, the ninjutsu-type binding technique is weaker and can only be used against targets whose strength is far inferior to one's own. However, it's more than enough to deal with Parker. The moment he began circulating his chakra, Pakun's spider-like reaction gave him a warning. However, Parker still couldn't escape the Golden Binding Technique he had just cast. Although he has been Spider-Man for some time, so far he has only dealt with ordinary criminals and has no experience fighting other superhumans. Even if he did, he couldn't escape the Golden Binding Technique. Because the activation of the golden binding technique has no outward manifestation. Spider sense is indeed a very good sensory ability, but it is not about predicting the future. It does not allow Parker to see the future in advance, it only alerts him to potential dangers. Before Parker could do anything, a powerful and invisible binding force firmly restrained him, keeping him in a fighting stance and unable to move. "What did you do to me?" Parker said loudly. Roy did not answer, but took a syringe from the system space. He removed the protective cap from the needle and walked towards Parker, while the sand from the sand cloud flew back into the small gourd at his waist. Although Parker possesses spider-like physical abilities, his strength, speed, endurance, self-healing, perception, and reaction capabilities far surpass those of ordinary people. However, Roy's golden binding technique could still bind him for a minute or two. A minute or two isn't very long. But that was enough for him to draw blood from Parker. Seeing Roy getting closer, Parker quickly said, "Can I choose the first one now?" Adults must take responsibility for their choices, and you have already made your choice. Roy said calmly. Parker fell silent. Approaching Parker, Roy removed Parker's right glove, pulled up the sleeve that was close to his skin, and inserted the needle into his vein. After drawing blood, he put the syringe back into his system space and said slowly, "Since you didn't yell and scream, I won't beat you up this time." After saying that, he released the effects of the golden binding technique. Flying Thunder God technique. The next second, he disappeared from Parker's sight, as if he had never been there at all. Los Angeles. Tony's studio in his seaside mansion. "Could you please let me know in advance next time you come?" Tony put down his tools and sighed helplessly. "It is good." Roy removed his mask and put the mask, red robe and gourd back into his system space. Tony nodded in satisfaction and continued, "So, what did you want to see me about? Did Gwen change her mind and decide not to go to Imperial State University?" "No, I came here this time to ask you to help me solve some scientific and technological problems," Roy replied. "Scientific and technological challenges?" Tony looked at him with surprise, then smiled and said, "Then you've come to the right person. I'm not bragging, but there aren't many scientists in the world who are better than me. If I can't solve it, no one else can either." Roy did not refute, but took out the venom and research data of the super spider, Parker's blood sample, and the physical enhancement drug from the system space and placed them in front of Tony. This potion is a physical enhancement drug developed by the Osborne Group according to the military's requirements. It can give people physical functions far exceeding those of ordinary people. However, this medicine is not perfect, and there is a certain probability that it will cause side effects such as violent tendencies, aggression, and madness after use. I hope you can improve the potion's enhancing effects and eliminate its side effects. This blood sample is Spider-Man's. Columbia University's Scientific Research Institute created 15 super spiders using genetic engineering. He was bitten by one of them, and his body underwent a genetic mutation, gaining spider superpowers. I couldn't find the spider that bit him, but the venom of the other 14 super spiders is all here. The box contains their venom, and the USB drive contains research data on 15 super spiders. I will send Gwen's blood sample in a few hours. Compare Spider-Man's genetic mutation with the venom of 14 other super spiders and Gwen's blood samples to see if Gwen can also develop the same genetic mutation and gain spider superpowers. If the venom of these 14 super spiders cannot induce the same genetic mutation in Gwen, I hope you can use Spider-Man's blood sample as a core, and referencing performance-enhancing drugs, to develop a spider serum that can grant Gwen spider superpowers. If you need any other information or research materials, I will try my best to get them for you." Roy didn't intend to hide anything from Tony and revealed his purpose directly. After listening to his story, Tony casually remarked, "So it was just for Gwen. I thought you were going to mass-produce Spider-Man and super soldiers. Although bioengineering and genetic engineering are not my strongest areas, they don't stump me. I can help you with this, but I don't know how much you are willing to pay for it." Roy asked directly, "What do you want?" "I want to know what kind of energy that was that you used to defeat Obadiah last time." I had Jarvis analyze the collected data in detail. Data shows that the energy you are using does not match any known type of energy. Tony answered quickly without any hesitation. "Even if you know what kind of energy I used, you won't be able to reproduce it, let alone create it." Roy replied. "Of course I know. But I just want to know." Tony continued. "Since you're so curious, I'll tell you. The energy I use is called chakra, which is the product of the perfect fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy." Roy spoke slowly. Even if he told Tony about chakra, he wasn't worried that Tony would be able to figure out chakra. Because humans in this world simply cannot generate chakra. Humans in the Naruto world have 130 trillion cells in their bodies. In this world, a normal adult has between 30 and 40 trillion cells, which is 3 to 4 times less than the number of humans in the Naruto world. This is only the difference in quantity. If we take other factors into account, the humans in the Naruto world and the humans in this world can be considered two completely different species. Chapter 21 Depressed Banner. Can the mind generate energy? Tony looked at Roy with a puzzled expression. He can understand physical energy, but he can't understand mental energy. Can. It's just that not everyone can do it. Roy replied. How do you generate energy from your spirit? Tony continued to ask. I don't know the specific principle either, but you can simply understand it as a kind of superpower. Roy said slowly and deliberately. Upon hearing his answer, Tony decisively abandoned his plan to ask further and slowly said, I will first improve the physical enhancement drug developed by the Osborne Group and eliminate its side effects. As for the spider serum, I need to analyze Spider-Man's blood sample and figure out the specifics of the genetic mutation before I can start the research. You don't need to rush to send Gwen's blood sample over. Roy nodded and replied, okay, just give me a call whenever you need it, and I'll send it over as soon as possible. After saying that, he prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique to return to New York. Just then, Tony quickly said, don't go yet. Is there anything else? Roy asked. Tony didn't answer immediately, but instead gave instructions to Jarvis. Jarvis, bring up the holographic image of Mark V. Yes, sir. Jarvis's voice immediately rang out. The next second, a holographic image of the Mark V was projected onto the table next to them. Tony pointed to the holographic image of the Mark V and said with a smile, this is the portable armor of the Mark V that I'm developing. Its attack and defense capabilities are weaker than the Mark III, and it can only withstand attacks from small weapons and small-scale explosions. The advantage is that it is easy to carry, only the size of a suitcase, and can be deployed in an emergency without the need for additional deployment equipment. How is it? Pretty good, right? Although the Mark V has not yet been completed, Tony couldn't resist showing off his latest armor to Roy. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name, 20. From a certain perspective, Tony's current mindset is like that of a child who has just gotten a new toy. It's very good. However, the inability to move during deployment will be a fatal weakness, the enemy won't just stand by and watch you get dressed. Roy spoke slowly. You're right, that is indeed the Mark V's fatal weakness. But for now, this deployment plan is the most efficient. Tony didn't refute, but said helplessly. In that case, why don't you overturn the existing deployment plan and develop a completely new rapid deployment plan? You've already used folding and combining technology on the Mark V, why not go a step further and use this technology on the fully armored version as well? Roy said slowly and deliberately. I can make the fully fledged armor use folding and combining technology, but I can't make it as small as a suitcase to carry around. Tony said quickly. No need to carry it with you. Roy continued. What if I don't carry it with me in an emergency? I designed the Mark V in the form of a suitcase so that it would be convenient to wear the armor on the outside. Tony frowned. With the addition of a laser-guided tracking system, and utilizing the armor's inherent flight capabilities, the armor can simply fly right up to you. This wasn't Roy's idea for a rapid deployment, it was Tony's. To be precise, it was Tony from the future who conceived of it, and laser-guided tracking was first deployed on the Mark VII. This deployment method also became the basic deployment method for subsequent armor series. Laser-guided tracking? Tony was taken aback at first, then his eyes lit up and a preliminary plan immediately popped into his mind. I didn't expect you to come up with this deployment plan. Your suggestion is excellent, I'll take it. Tony patted Roy on the shoulder with a happy expression. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. You can take your time to study it. Roy replied. Good. Tony nodded. The next second, Roy disappeared from his sight. After Roy left, he first put away the super spider venom and physical enhancement potions on the table, then went to the computer and said to Jarvis, Jarvis, create a new project. Project name, Laser Guided Tracking Deployment Plan. Yes, sir. Jarvis responded immediately, creating a brand new project in the database as Tony instructed. A week later. Culver University, Virginia. Banner is feeling a bit down right now. After 5 years on the run, he finally found the flower that Mr. Blue had mentioned in Brazil, and saw hope for curing his mutation and returning to normal. As a result, the joy lasted only a few minutes before the hope was shattered. Misfortunes never come singly. Their movements were exposed, and General Ross sent a team to capture them. Although they managed to escape, they lost all their belongings. They braved the elements and smuggled themselves back to America to retrieve experimental data stored in the school's database. As a result, they couldn't even get into the building. Not only that, but while spying on his ex-girlfriend Betty Ross from a distance, he discovered that Betty already had a new boyfriend. Seeing Betty leave school hand in hand with her new boyfriend, her face beaming with happiness, his heart ached terribly. Night. Stanley Pizza Restaurant. When his old friend Stanley saw off the last 2 customers at the restaurant and turned the sign on the door to closed, Banner, who had been waiting for several hours in a nearby alley, quickly came to the restaurant door and knocked. Stanley didn't look up, continued to lock the door, and pointed to the sign. Banner continued knocking on the door. Stanley, who was locking the door, finally looked up. Upon seeing that the person knocking on the door was Banner, who had disappeared for 5 years, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. He immediately opened the door and led Banner into the kitchen. Stan, I swear, none of the rumors about me are true. Banner looked at Stanley with a serious expression and quickly said. I know. I've always known. No matter what others say, I believe you wouldn't steal military secrets. Have you gone to see her? Stanley asked. Although he didn't say the name, Banner knew perfectly well who he was talking about. No, she doesn't know I'm back. She has a new boyfriend. Banner said slowly. Yes, her new boyfriend is a psychiatrist. I heard he's one of the best, has a great personality, and is a good person. Stanley replied. Very good, that's very good. Banner's expression immediately turned incredibly dejected. Seeing the dejected look on his face, Stanley didn't know how to comfort him for a moment. After a few seconds, he said to Banner, Bruce, if there's anything I can help you with, just say so. I need a place to stay for a few days. You can use the empty room upstairs. There's one more thing, I need to deliver your takeout once. Delivering takeout? Stanley looked at Banner with a puzzled expression. Banner didn't hide anything and told him his plan in detail. After listening to his story, Stanley smiled and said, No problem, it's a piece of cake. Chapter 22 The Angry Hulk. The next afternoon. Wearing a red delivery uniform and a red hat, Banner, disguised as a delivery man, rode his bicycle to the Culver University Laboratory building and headed towards the security checkpoint. His expression was calm, and he looked just like an ordinary food delivery guy. He quickly arrived at the security checkpoint and said to the campus police officer on duty, Hey buddy, I need to deliver a pizza to the 5th floor. He had already confirmed yesterday that a pass was required to enter, which is why he devised the plan to impersonate a food delivery driver. There's no one on the 5th floor. The campus police officer, who was slacking off and reading a magazine, looked up and glanced at him. I'll be in big trouble if I don't receive the money. Just let me go up and take a look. Banner said quickly. The campus police officer didn't speak, but stared at him intently. Banner remained completely calm. Years of life on the run forced him to become a master of acting. I have an extra pizza here, it's on me. After saying that, he handed one of the pizza boxes to the campus police officer. The campus police officer got up, took the pizza, opened the box, and glanced inside. Then, he gave Banner a look that suggested he go up to her. Thanks. Banner extended his right hand to the campus police. God bless you, brother. The campus police officer shook hands with Banner. After passing through the security gate, Banner did not go to the 5th floor, but instead cautiously went to the laboratory where he had worked with Betty before their escape. The former laboratory has now been converted into offices. Although the room had been completely changed, images of working here with Betty flashed through his mind. There is only one teacher working overtime in the office right now. After calming down, he used the same trick again, bribing the other party with pizza. The rest is quite simple. He casually found a seat, logged into the database using Betty's account, and began searching for information on the Gamma Pulse project. A few seconds later, a pop-up window appeared on the screen saying no relevant data. Upon seeing this pop-up, Banner's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. He didn't give up and continued searching for his own name. The result was no different. My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally died. Suppressing his disappointment, Banner logged into the remote encrypted chat and began contacting Mr. Blue. Mr. Lan sent a message very quickly. Mr. Green, have you found the information? The data is missing. Banner replied quickly. Without the information, I can't help you. What are you planning to do now? Mr. Lan continued to ask. I must flee again. After replying to Mr. Blue, Banner exited the remote encrypted chat, left Culver University feeling dejected, returned to Stanley's restaurant, and packed the clothes Stanley had prepared for him. Just then, his ex-girlfriend Betty arrived at the restaurant with her boyfriend. The next morning. Upper East Side, New York. Roy was awakened from his sleep by his cell phone ringing. He picked up his phone from the bedside table and saw that the caller ID was a completely unfamiliar number, which made him feel even worse. As soon as the call connected, General Ross's voice rang out. The target has been spotted. How long will it take you to get to Culver University in Virginia? Roy sat up and replied, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Good. General Ross hung up the phone immediately without any hesitation. I got up, changed into clean clothes, and went to the bathroom to brush my teeth and wash my face. Having done all this, Roy locked onto the Flying Thunder God technique on General Ross and began to use it. In the blink of an eye, he went from his Upper East Side villa to Culver University. To be precise, they arrived at General Ross's command vehicle. His sudden appearance startled General Ross's female secretary. General Ross, on the other hand, seemed unsurprised. "How is the situation?" Roy asked General Ross. "The target is surrounded and has escaped into the library ahead." Before General Ross could finish speaking, the command vehicle came to an abrupt stop. Then, a voice came into the car. "I know you're in there. General, please." Betty, who had forcibly stopped the command vehicle, stood in front of it and shouted loudly. General Ross remained silent. Unable to get a reply from General Ross, Betty cried out at the top of her lungs, "Dad!" With a helpless sigh, General Ross opened the car door and got out of the command vehicle. Roy didn't immediately follow them down. Instead, he took out a white animal mask from the dark side from the system space and put it on. He didn't want to be photographed by nearby students and have his picture uploaded online, becoming an internet celebrity. "Dad, please, let him go." Betty rushed to General Ross and pleaded. "You have no idea how dangerous he is." General Ross replied. He was about to have the soldiers take Betty away when one of them pointed to the sky bridge connecting the left and right sections of the library and shouted, "The target is over there." At the same time, the voice on the walkie-talkie said, "Target is on the overpass." General Ross immediately turned to the overpass and shouted into his walkie-talkie, "Don't go in." Repeat, "Don't go in. Keep the target trapped on the overpass." When Banner was stuck on the overpass, unable to move forward or backward, he continued to give orders. "Fire 2 tear gas canisters." Upon receiving the order, the 2 soldiers below the overpass did not hesitate and immediately fired tear gas at the enclosed overpass. The tear gas canister easily shattered the glass and landed on the overpass, releasing white smoke that could severely irritate the eyes, nose, and mouth, causing symptoms such as tearing, coughing, nausea, vomiting, and burning skin. Banner immediately took off his coat and covered his mouth and nose. Obviously, this won't do any good. If tear gas were so easy to resist, it wouldn't be so widely used by countries around the world. Seeing Banner trapped, Betty immediately ran towards the library. "Bring her back." General Ross immediately gave orders to the soldiers behind him. Before she had run far, Betty was tackled to the ground by a soldier. Seeing Betty being tackled, Banner immediately threw off his coat, pressed his hands against the glass of the overpass, and his eyes turned green. The white smoke from the tear gas canisters quickly enveloped the entire overpass, and a huge silhouette appeared within the smoke. Roar! A roar like that of a wild beast suddenly rang out. The next second, Banner, transformed into the Hulk, leaped lightly from the overpass onto the lawn and appeared in everyone's sight. Whether it was Bronsky, Betty, or the other soldiers, they all showed expressions of shock when they saw Banner transform into a green giant. The only ones who weren't surprised were Roy and General Ross. As Hulk spread his arms and let out another massive, beast-like roar, General Ross spoke into the walkie-talkie, "Team A, full fire." Da-da-da-da-da-da. Gunfire erupted. The barrage of bullets, capable of turning ordinary people into sieves, couldn't even penetrate Hulk's skin. However, Team A's sweeping shots successfully attracted Hulk's attention, enraging the already angry Hulk. Without any hesitation, Hulk sprinted toward Team A, who had opened fire. "Heavy machine guns, get them in." At General Ross's command, 2 Humvees equipped with heavy machine guns sped toward Hulk. The heavy machine gun had significantly greater firepower. However, the bullets still failed to penetrate Hulk's skin. With a simple ramming maneuver, Hulk destroyed a Hummer. It only slightly slowed Hulk down for a few seconds. The second Hummer wasn't in much better shape either. He was kicked in the front of the car by Hulk and lost his ability to move. Then, Hulk lifted him up and slammed him onto a nearby metal sculpture. After just a few hits, the Hummer was reduced to rubble. The soldiers of Team A did not stop firing. But their shooting had no effect. After smashing the second Hummer, Hulk picked up the fallen engine and threw it at another Hummer in the distance. I must say, Hulk's throw was very accurate. As the engine precisely hit its target, it also caused the Hummer to swerve sideways for 10 or 20 meters, overturning another Hummer nearby. In less than half a minute, Hulk destroyed 4 Hummers. Seeing this, Betty had an incredulous expression on her face. She never imagined that the gentle, humorous, and intelligent Banner would turn into the incredibly strong and invulnerable green giant. General Ross turned and glanced at Roy. A few seconds later, he said into the walkie-talkie, "Bronsky, go." Although he spent 5,000 million to hire Roy, he did not intend to have Roy take action immediately. Roy is the last resort. If Bronsky can handle it, there's no need for him to take action. After all, Roy was an outsider, while Bronsky was one of the military's own men. Chapter 23 Is this all you and number 039, VE got? Upon hearing General Ross's order, Bronsky, who had long wanted to avenge his previous defeat, immediately threw down his rifle and took the grenade launcher from a soldier next to him. The last time he captured Banner at the Brazilian factory, it was the first time in his many years of military service that he felt powerless against the enemy. He is 39 years old this year and has been in the army for 20 years. Over the past 20 years, he has undertaken many missions and made many military achievements. With his military achievements, he could have been promoted to colonel long ago. However, he did not do that, but instead remained in the Special Forces as a Special Forces soldier. In his own words, he is a warrior, and always will be. Cover me. Taking the grenade launcher, Bronski spoke to the soldier beside him. Then, he walked towards Hulk alone. Boom. The first grenade hit Hulk precisely. The shockwave from the explosion successfully shook Hulk's massive body and also drew his attention. Bronski didn't stop, continuing to walk towards Hulk while firing grenades. Boom. 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 One grenade after another exploded. Although not nearly as clever as Banner, Hulk possesses wisdom. Having withstood several grenades with his body, Hulk picked up a fragment of a metal sculpture with his left hand and used it as a shield in front of him. After discovering that one shield was insufficient to cover his body, he went to the metal sculpture, tore off a large piece with his right hand, and thus gained a second shield. Boom! By raising both shields in front of him, Hulk blocked the grenade that was heading straight for his face. Do you remember me? Bronski shouted at Hulk. Hulk didn't speak, but glared at Bronski. Boom! After firing the last grenade, Bronski threw away the grenade launcher and ran toward Hulk. Instead of confronting the Hulk head-on, he used the Hulk as a stepping stone to leverage his strength. With a powerful leap, he used parkour-like footwork to land on Hulk's thighs and shoulders, soaring high into the air and landing behind Hulk on the metal sculpture. At the same time, he drew the pistol from his waist and fired wildly at Hulk's head. Bronski knew perfectly well that the pistol couldn't possibly penetrate Hulk's head. Hulk has just proven with his actions that neither rifles, light machine guns, nor the heavy machine guns in the Hummer can penetrate his skin. But Bronski did it anyway. Because he wanted to vent his frustration at being chased and forced to flee by the Hulk last time. This was also to further provoke Hulk. As expected, the already enraged Hulk became even angrier, wildly swinging the metal fragments in his hand and smashing them at Bronski, who was standing on the metal sculpture. Bronski leaped with all his might, executing a graceful aerial somersault over the Hulk's head, dodging the Hulk's attack, and once again found himself behind the Hulk. At the same time, he continued to pull the trigger, shooting at Hulk's head. He emptied his magazine shortly after landing. During this time, Hulk also turned around and kept throwing the metal fragments in his hand at Bronski. Faced with the Hulk's chaotic and instinct-driven attacks, Bronski displayed agility and reflexes far exceeding those of ordinary people, dodging left and right, leaping up and down, and avoiding the Hulk's attacks time and time again. Guide him to the sonic cannon. Seeing that Bronski had successfully drawn Hulk's hatred, General Ross shouted into the walkie-talkie. Without any hesitation, Bronski turned and ran at full speed toward the two Hummers equipped with sonic cannons. Of course, Hulk wouldn't just stand by and watch him leave, so he chased after him relentlessly. Both Bronski and Hulk demonstrated running speeds far exceeding those of ordinary people. However, in Roy's opinion, their speed was not fast at all. Even without using the body flicker technique, he could still leave Bronski and Hulk far behind simply by circulating his chakra. Fire now! As Hulk was about to catch up with him, Bronski shouted at the soldier controlling the sonic cannon. The high-frequency sound waves emitted by the sonic cannon are imperceptible to the naked eye. However, when these high-frequency sound waves pass through the air, they vibrate and create visible rings of air. As the sonic cannon was fired, Bronski leaped out of its main attack range. Although he wasn't hit head-on by the sonic cannon, the high-frequency sound waves still made him instinctively cover his ears. The two sonic cannons on the Hummer hit Hulk from the left and right. High-frequency sound waves enveloped Hulk completely, like a cage. Hulk possesses incredibly powerful physical defenses. However, the continuous attack of high-frequency sound waves still caused him intense pain. Under everyone's gaze, Hulk unconsciously loosened his grip, threw away the sharp-edged metal fragments, clutched his head in pain, and involuntarily knelt on the ground, letting out an unbearable wail. Seeing this, both General Ross and Bronski smiled with satisfaction. These two sonic cannons were specially prepared for Hulk, based on their experience of the previous failure. As it turns out, even the Hulk, with his incredible physical strength, cannot withstand attacks from high-frequency sound waves. Please, order them to stop. You'll kill him. Betty approached General Ross and pleaded. General Ross didn't speak, and pushed Betty away. The soldiers nearby quickly stepped forward and forcibly dragged Betty away. Stop. Let go of me. Bruce. Betty struggled and yelled at Hulk. Hearing Betty's shout, Hulk, who was kneeling on the ground, struggled to crawl towards the metal fragment he had just thrown away, picked it up, and held it in front of himself. After regaining his balance, he threw the metal fragment in his left hand. Boom! The metal fragment sliced through the Hummer on the left like a sharp blade, completely destroying the Hummer and the sonic cannon on it. With one less sonic cannon attacking, Hulk finally broke free from his restraints. He pushed off with both legs and slammed into another Hummer like a meteor, destroying the second sonic cannon. It's your turn to make a move. General Ross turned to look at Roy and said with a serious expression. Wait a little longer. Roy replied. What are you waiting for? General Ross looked at Roy with a puzzled expression. Let's wait until they decide the winner. Roy raised his right hand and pointed at Bronsky. Upon hearing his reminder, General Ross realized that Bronsky had not given up and had picked up an Mi-6 rifle. Da-da-da. Da-da. Da-da-da-da. Bronsky fired as he walked toward Hulk. He quickly emptied his magazine, casually tossed aside his M16 rifle, and stood calmly in front of Hulk. Blonsky, retreat. Come back, that's an order. General Ross immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and gave the order. Bronsky, clearly not intending to obey orders, unplugged his headphones and said to Hulk, Is that all you've got? Hulk responded immediately, raising his right foot and kicking Bronsky in the chest. Bang! Hulk's kick sent Bronsky flying dozens of meters, crashing heavily into a large tree. General Ross sighed helplessly and said to Roy, The rest is up to you. Roy didn't speak, but instead began to channel his chakra. Body flicker technique. In the blink of an eye, he traversed a distance of over 100 meters and appeared in front of Hulk as if in a flash. Raise Nan. Before Hulk could react, he conjured a Raise Nan and struck Hulk in the chest. Chapter 24 Ninjutsu, Chaotic Body Rush. Bang! Hulk's body began to spin and twist uncontrollably, and he was sent flying backward like a cannonball. While knocking Hulk away, Roy didn't forget to leave the Flying Thunder God technique seal on Hulk. After flying dozens of meters backward, Hulk landed heavily on the grass, creating a circular crater. The 5,000 million was well spent. Seeing that Roy had sent Hulk flying dozens of meters with just one move, General Ross thought to himself. He had barely finished his remark when Hulk climbed out of the crater he had created. Roy looked at Hulk calmly, without any surprise. The Raise Nan is very powerful. Hulk's physique is also amazing. He never imagined that the most basic Raise Nan could defeat the Hulk. Although the Hulk in this world is far less powerful than the Hulk in the comics, he is not someone who can be easily defeated. After climbing out of the pit, Hulk spread his arms, glared at Roy, and let out a beast-like roar. After roaring, Hulk took off running towards him. Hulk quickly arrived in front of Roy and punched him in the head. Roy did not dodge and also threw a right punch. To be precise, he used superhuman strength to throw his right fist. Bang! Two fists, one large and one small, collided head-on, unleashing a visible shockwave and a tremendous sound. Neither Hulk nor Roy were knocked away by the opponent. A large crater appeared beneath their feet, but their bodies remained completely still. Seeing Roy and Hulk exchange a punch head-on and Roy still holding his own, General Ross smiled with satisfaction. From his perspective, Roy and Hulk's punches were evenly matched, resulting in a draw. But it is not the truth. Because of the distance, he didn't see Roy's right hand tremble violently at the moment of fist-to-fist contact. Even with his superhuman strength, Roy is still no match for Hulk in terms of physical power. He truly lives up to his name as the Hulk. With a sigh in his heart, Roy decisively borrowed Shikaku's tailed beast chakra. Under everyone's watchful eyes, red-tailed beast chakra surged from his body, enveloping him like an energy cloak. With the tailed beast cloak covering his entire body, Roy's already amazing physical attributes were enhanced in every way. The pain from exchanging blows with Hulk also disappeared. Hulk had no idea what the tailed beast cloak was all about. However, Hulk became even angrier after seeing Roy's red-tailed beast cloak. Without any hesitation, Hulk once again swung his right fist at Roy. Roy did not dodge and also threw a right punch. Just like the previous punch, this one also used superhuman strength. Bang! Their fists collided violently once again, unleashing a visible shockwave and a tremendous sound. Although it was still a head-on punching match, this time, Roy's right hand did not tremble. The combined power of his superhuman strength and the tailed beast cloak boosted his power and physical strength to a level comparable to the Hulk. Having confirmed that he now had the ability to go toe-to-toe with the Hulk, Roy began his counterattack. Bang! He instantly retracted his right fist, lunged forward, and his left fist struck Hulk's abdomen with lightning speed. Caught off guard, Hulk staggered and uncontrollably took a few steps back. Roy didn't give him a chance to regain his balance, and his right fist, enveloped in the tailed beast's chakra, struck Hulk's chin. Bang! The immense force propelled Hulk off the ground and into the air. Roy followed closely behind, leaping onto Hulk with a powerful push of his feet, and smashed his fists into Hulk's head. Bang! The soaring Hulk plummeted to the ground, crashing onto the grass like a meteorite. Roy didn't continue chasing Hulk. He landed next to Hulk and beckoned to Hulk, who had just raised his head. Although he wasn't very intelligent, Hulk understood his gesture and knew that he was being provoked. With another huge roar, Hulk pounced on Roy like a predator hunting its prey. Faced with Hulk's attack, Roy slightly shifted his body to the side, easily avoiding Hulk's pounce. Hulk turned around decisively and attacked him again. Roy neither dodged nor retreated, but stood still, calmly watching Hulk. When Hulk came in front of him, he threw a jab that hit Hulk squarely in the nose, deflecting Hulk's attack. He then began throwing punches, attacking the Hulk's head, chest, abdomen, and other areas. Jab, straight punch, hook, uppercut, heavy punch. Roy didn't use any fancy moves, he just rained down punches on Hulk with his fists. His current plan is simple, to follow Thanos' example and use a simple and brutal military-style boxing routine to defeat the Hulk. Although he is not Thanos, the current Hulk is not the Hulk who trained for 2 years in the gladiatorial arena on Sakaar. If the current Hulk only fights on instinct. So Hulk, who trained for 2 years in the Sakaar arena, is a warrior who has received professional combat training. Roy's relentless barrage of attacks forced Hulk to retreat, knocking him to the ground time and time again. However, no matter how many times he is knocked down, Hulk can always get back up, as if he has an invincible cheat code. Bang! Roy knocked Hulk to the ground once again, sighed helplessly, and stopped attacking. Although Hulk is currently fighting only on instinct, his willpower is exceptionally strong, and he shows no signs of losing consciousness. Hulk got up again, roaring as he charged at Roy. When Hulk rushed in front of him, Roy mobilized his chakra and used a ninjutsu from Tsunade. Rush in disorder. He dodged Hulk's returning fist and lightly patted Hulk's arm with his right hand. Hulk did not feel any pain. However, just as Hulk was about to turn around and continue his attack, his limbs suddenly became uncontrollable, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Hulk tried to get up after falling to the ground. But he couldn't stand up, like a fish out of water, he struggled and rolled around wildly. What's going on? Seeing that Hulk couldn't even get up and was rolling and struggling on the ground as if possessed, General Ross and the surrounding soldiers all looked puzzled. Roy was not surprised by this. Because that's the effect of the ninjutsu, Chaotic Body Rush. Chaotic Body Rush is a combat-type ninjutsu that converts the body's chakra into electrons and injects them into the target's body, disrupting the target's nervous system and making it impossible for the target to accurately control their body. The electrons generated by the chaotic energy cannot damage the target's nervous system, they can only interfere with and confuse the target's motor nerves. For example, when you want to swing your left hand, your right foot receives the wrong electronic signal and takes a step forward. For example, when trying to stand up, my right hand twitched. After being hit by the chaotic body strike, even the practitioner cannot say for sure what kind of erroneous electronic signals the target's motor nerves will receive. Because once the electrons from the chaotic energy enter the target's body, they become uncontrollable by the practitioner. Otherwise, the power of the chaotic rush would be even stronger. Chapter 25 Hulk and Number 039, S. Suffocation and Coma. Upon realizing he could no longer accurately control his limbs, a look of panic appeared on Hulk's large green face. He didn't know what Roy had done to him. But one thing he was certain of was that the feeling of not being able to control his limbs was extremely uncomfortable, and it instinctively caused him to feel a panic he had never experienced before. Watching Hulk struggle wildly on the ground, trying to regain control of his body, Roy took out Gaara's gourd from the system space and removed the chakra cloak from his body. Instead of carrying the large gourd on his back like Gaara, he placed it aside. Under his control, the stopper of the large gourd turned into sand first and floated up. Immediately afterwards, the sand inside the gourd flew out, swirling around him as if it had come to life. Seeing the sand, Hulk struggled even more fiercely. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to stand up. If Hulk had the same intelligence as Banner, he would have quickly discovered the patterns in the chaotic electrons. While discovering the pattern doesn't mean we can break the chaos, at least we won't be as panicked as we are now. Roy ignored Hulk's struggles and manipulated the sand to fly towards Hulk. Soon, the sand reached Hulk. He didn't intend to use ninjutsu like sand binding coffin or sand burial on Hulk, but instead planned to use sand to make Hulk completely unconscious. To be precise, it suffocated Hulk until he passed out. As for how to make Hulk suffocate and lose consciousness, it's very simple. Stuff Hulk's lungs with sand, or smother Hulk's mouth and nose with sand. Hulk's strength and physique are indeed very strong. But Hulk still needs to breathe. The flying sand, like yellow smoke, entered Hulk's mouth and nose, suffocating him. Considering that Hulk would eventually have to return his body to Banner, Roy did not allow the sand to enter Hulk's lungs through his trachea. Hulk is not afraid of pneumoconiosis. Banner won't do. He can get every grain of sand that gets into Hulk's lungs out. But he couldn't control the dust carried by the sand. Once Hulk returns control of his body to Banner, Banner will likely develop pneumoconiosis. With his mouth and nose completely blocked by sand, Hulk struggled even more fiercely. If Hulk's previous struggles were in order to regain control of his limbs and stand up. So now, Hulk's struggle is a biological instinct caused by severe oxygen deprivation. Seeing Roy manipulate the sand to fly into Hulk's body, General Ross and the surrounding soldiers unconsciously swallowed, revealing complex expressions. When Roy was beating up the Hulk, they knew it was only a matter of time before Roy defeated the Hulk. But they didn't expect Roy to choose to end the fight by suffocating Hulk with sand until he lost consciousness. Not only did they not expect it, but Betty did not expect it either. Once the soldiers' attention was drawn to the Hulk's painful struggle, she ran towards Roy as fast as she could. General Ross did not order his soldiers to bring her back, allowing her to go to Roy. "Please, let Bruce go. He's not a bad person, he's a victim too." Betty looked at Roy with a pleading expression and quickly said. "My job was to capture him alive, not to kill him. After he falls into a coma, I will hand him over to General Ross." Roy replied calmly. Upon hearing that his goal was to capture Banner alive, rather than kill him, Betty immediately breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Hulk, whose face was contorted in pain. Just as she was considering whether to go forward and comfort Hulk, Roy's voice rang out again. "I advise you to stay here. He's only driven by survival instincts right now, he doesn't recognize you at all. Even if he accidentally hit you, given your physical condition, you would most likely be seriously injured." Betty bit her lip, looking at Hulk with a face full of pity, without saying a word. Time passes little by little. Hulk's struggles grew weaker and weaker, and his consciousness gradually faded. Finally, he lay motionless on the ground, completely unconscious. After falling into a coma, Hulk's body began to shrink and become smaller, and the green color on his skin slowly disappeared. Seeing this, Roy knew that Hulk had returned the body to Banner. Without any hesitation, he manipulated the sand again, sending it flying back into the gourd. Then, the gourd was returned to the system space. Once Banner returned to normal, Betty immediately took off her white trench coat and covered Banner's exposed body with it. General Ross quickly arrived with his soldiers. He glanced at the unconscious Banner and said to the soldier beside him, "Take him back to base." "Yes, sir." The soldier took out handcuffs and walked towards Banner. Roy raised his hand to stop the soldier and looked at General Ross. "You haven't paid yet. I won't renege on my debt. If you want to take him away, pay the fee first." Roy took a card out of his pocket and handed it to General Ross. General Ross took the card and glanced at it. There were only 2 lines of text on the card. One line is the bank's name. The other line is the account number. This is one of Roy's many overseas accounts. General Ross didn't say anything, but took out his cell phone from his pocket and sent the bank name and account number to his female secretary. Less than a minute later, Roy's phone received a notification from the bank that his account had been deposited. After confirming the amount was correct, he said to General Ross, "He's yours." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished completely from the sight of General Ross and Betty, returning from Culver University to his Upper East Side villa. The moment he returned to the villa, the system information indicating the completion of the task appeared before him. Commission: assist General Ross in capturing Bruce Banner. Service status: completed. Commission reward: 3 Tomo Sharingan, sent. Finally, I have Sharingan. Roy smiled with satisfaction. He turned off the information panel, retrieved the white animal mask from the shadows into his system space, and went to the bathroom mirror. He took a deep breath and began to mobilize the chakra within his body. Sharingan. Open. The next second, his eyes turned from black to red, and 3 black Tomo appeared in a circle around his pupils. After admiring his newly acquired 3 Tomo Sharingan with a satisfied expression, Roy deactivated the Sharingan, restoring his eyes to their normal form. Just as he guessed, because this was not the Naruto world, but the Marvel Universe, the system made some adjustments to the Sharingan to fit the Marvel Universe. First is the ability to copy ninjutsu. He was the only one in the world who knew ninjutsu, so his ability to copy non-bloodline limit ninjutsu was modified into an extraordinary ability to copy non-genetic mutations and special bloodlines. Similarly, observing the flow of chakra becomes observing the flow of energy. As for the others, they are the same as the Sharingan in the Naruto world. After calming himself down, Roy opened the attribute panel and looked at the Bloodline Limit section. Bloodline Limits, Byakugan, Sharingan, 3 Tomo. Can the Byakugan and Sharingan be activated at the same time? The thought unconsciously popped into his mind. He didn't waste any time thinking about it and closed the Properties panel. Real knowledge from practice. If you want to know the answer, just try it out. As it turns out, he was being too optimistic. Although he has 2 eyes, he cannot activate the Byakugan with 1 eye and the Sharingan with the other. However, this is not a big problem. Because he can switch between the eyes he needs at any time. Chapter 26: The Strongest Superhuman. Night. To celebrate gaining the Sharingan, Roy took Gwen to a Michelin 3-star restaurant in Manhattan. Gwen could tell he was happy today, and asked softly, "What made you so happy?" "I awakened a pretty good new ability and earned 5,000 million from the military," Roy replied. "What new ability have you awakened?" Gwen asked with a curious look. "A special kind of eye." As soon as he finished speaking, Roy activated his Sharingan. Under Gwen's gaze, his black eyes instantly transformed into red Sharingan with 3 tomo. After examining his Sharingan, Gwen gave her assessment. "Your eyes look a bit like you're wearing red contact lenses, but I still prefer your original black eyes." She didn't know what the Sharingan meant, but she felt that Roy's eyes looked somewhat evil after turning red, just like the villains in movies. Roy wasn't surprised that Gwen would make such a comment. After all, she didn't know what abilities the Sharingan possessed. Under Gwen's watchful gaze, he gave a brief introduction to the abilities of the Sharingan. This red eye not only possesses superhuman insight and dynamic vision, but also the ability to hypnotize and replicate. After activating this eye, I can clearly see the trajectory of bullets and perfectly replicate other people's movements. If it continues to evolve, this eye will awaken other extraordinary abilities. After hearing his explanation, Gwen continued, "What's the name of this red-eyed thing?" Without any hesitation, Roy quickly replied, "Sharingan." "Sharingan?" Gwen frowned slightly and said slowly, "This name sounds a bit strange. Why not name it Red Eyes like the previous one, which was named after a color?" "The Sharingan sounds really good," Roy said with a smile. "All right." Gwen didn't find the name Sharingan appealing at all, so she decisively ended the conversation, picked up the wine glass in front of her, and took a sip of aperitif white wine. After setting down her glass, she continued, "What did the military want from you that they're willing to spend 5,000 million to commission you?" "It's nothing, just helping to catch a scientist who stole military secrets." Roy took out his phone, went to a news website, opened the video that was at the top of the list, and handed the phone to Gwen. General Ross said that Banner stole military secrets and that Banner was not innocent. The Gamma Pulse experiment was planned by the military. The equipment and funding needed for the experiment were also provided by the military. Although Banner was the main person in charge of the experiment, the results did not belong to him, but to the military. Of course, the military also has problems. General Ross did not tell Banner the true purpose of the experiment, but instead fooled Banner by claiming that it was a study on radiation resistance. However, this does not change the fact that the experimental results should belong to the military. As General Ross told Bronsky, Banner's experiment was only in its initial stages and had not yet reached the application stage. But Banner was too confident. Without permission, he conducted human experiments on himself, which completely changed his fate. Gwen took the phone and pressed play. The video is only a few minutes long, and the picture is quite shaky with some background noise. This video is none other than a scene of an arrest filmed by a student from Culver University using a mobile phone. Gwen quickly finished watching the entire video, handed the phone back to Roy, and asked, puzzled, "Was that big green guy you were fighting a scientist?" From any perspective, Hulk has nothing to do with scientists. The Hulk in the video gives the impression of a rageous giant without any reason. This is what he looks like after transforming. Before his transformation, he was very polite, refined, and intelligent. Roy spoke slowly. "Won't the military dissect him after they take him back?" Gwen said, frowning. "Won't. To be precise, the military did not have the capability to dissect him," Roy replied. "Why?" Gwen looked at Roy, puzzled. "Because when he gets angry or his life is threatened, he will uncontrollably transform into the Hulk. If the military only wants to conduct some non-life-threatening research on him, for example, there won't be any problems with drawing some blood or obtaining some biological samples. If the military were to conduct cruel human experiments on him, he would definitely turn into the Hulk, wreak havoc, and escape from the military's secret base," Roy said slowly and deliberately. As a time traveler, he could be said to be the person who understands Banner's transformation principle the most, besides Banner himself. Banner is not yet able to transform at will, he can only transform actively when he is emotionally agitated or passively when facing a life-or-death crisis. If he escapes, the military might come to you for help. At that time, you will be able to make a lot of money from the military again," Grace said gently. "That depends on whether the military is willing to spend the money," Roy said calmly. "If General Ross is willing to spend another $5,000 million, he wouldn't mind arresting Banner again. No one would complain about having too much money, and he was no exception. In addition, after purchasing some Stark Industries stock from Tony and becoming a member of the board of directors, he had less liquid cash on hand." For the rest of the time, Roy and Gwen stopped talking about the Sharingan and Banner and started enjoying their food. After dinner, they went to see a newly released romantic movie. Roy wasn't particularly interested in romantic movies, but Gwen liked it very much. While Gwen was moved by the love story between the male and female protagonists, Roy was thinking about how to evolve his Sharingan from 3-Tomo to Mangekyo Sharingan. He knew that the evolution of the 3-Tomo Sharingan into the Mangekyo Sharingan required generating strong negative emotions, such as killing or witnessing the death of a loved one, in order to generate special chakra and drive the evolution of the Sharingan. But he does not intend to adopt this method. Whether he killed Gwen himself or witnessed her die in front of him, it was not within his consideration. Furthermore, he's unsure whether his affection for Gwen has reached the point where it could trigger his kaleidoscope-like perception. After watching the movie, Roy first drove Gwen home before returning to his Upper East Side villa. As he drove the car into the garage, he noticed a familiar, graceful figure standing at the entrance of the villa. Natasha. Just like the last time they met, Natasha wore a form-fitting long dress that perfectly showcased her alluring curves and a pair of stiletto heels that could enhance her attack speed. Turn off the engine, close the door, and lock it. After parking the car, he decisively used the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared in front of Natasha in a flash. During his first in-depth conversation with Natasha, he secretly left the Flying Thunder God technique on her. Before Natasha could speak, he asked directly, "Are you here because of Bruce Banner?" Natasha nodded. After taking a good look at Natasha's alluring figure, Roy continued, "Let's go inside and talk." "It is good." Natasha replied quickly. First floor living room. Roy took a bottle of whiskey from the liquor cabinet, poured himself and Natasha a glass, and said to Natasha, "Shield is also interested in Banner." Natasha picked up her glass, parted her red lips, took a sip with captivating charm, and replied softly, "It would be abnormal if Shield wasn't interested in Banner. Banner is not in my hands now. Even if you are interested in him, you should go to General Ross, not me." Roy spoke slowly. "Someone has already gone to look for him. My mission is to ask you what your opinion is of Banner after his transformation." Natasha put down her wine glass, smiled sweetly, crossed her legs, and gazed at Roy with deep affection. "I'm not a member of Shield, so my opinion of Banner is irrelevant," Roy said with a smile. "Who says it's not important? You are the most powerful superhuman we know of so far, and your assessment of Banner will greatly influence our approach to him." Natasha replied quickly without any hesitation. Roy thought for a moment, then said slowly, "Go back and tell Nick Fury that Shield can't handle Banner. Unless he's willing to contact that woman via pager." "That woman?" Natasha looked at Roy with a surprised expression. She didn't waste time guessing and asked directly, "Who is that woman you're talking about? You don't even know that woman? It seems Nick Fury doesn't trust you very much." Roy replied. "There's no need to use such a crude divisive tactic on me, I won't fall for it," Natasha said, frowning. "You're not that easily fooled, but you still can't help but think about it," Roy said calmly. He knew, of course, that Natasha wouldn't be so easily swayed, but that didn't stop her from wanting to find out who that woman really was. As a top spy, Natasha would certainly try to find the answer. "Do you have anything else planned for tonight? If not, you might as well stay the night," Roy continued. Natasha rolled her eyes at him and said with a flirtatious smile, "You just finished a date with your girlfriend and you're already inviting another woman to stay over? Aren't you afraid Gwen will get jealous? You overestimate yourself. Even if Gwen knew you were spending the night here, she wouldn't be jealous," Roy replied confidently. "How do you know she won't be jealous? Young women her age aren't as generous as you think." Natasha smiled faintly and spoke slowly. "Since we've come this far, I'm not afraid to tell you directly, Gwen has known about my relationship with you for a long time. Do you know how she described you?" Roy raised an eyebrow and said to Natasha. A look of surprise crossed Natasha's face. In her opinion, Roy should have kept it from Gwen. After all, not many women can tolerate their boyfriend having that kind of relationship with other women. But she clearly underestimated Gwen's magnanimity. After a moment of silence, Natasha asked, "What did she say about me?" Roy didn't make a sound, but mouthed Gwen's assessment of Natasha. Without any effort, Natasha immediately understood Roy's lip reading, and her expression turned extremely ugly. Chapter 27 Superhuman Forces. Natasha was very unhappy with Gwen's assessment of her. So she decided to get revenge on Gwen and stayed overnight. Roy, of course, wouldn't refuse. Let's not even mention that he brought it up himself. As a man who is both mentally and physically healthy, he couldn't think of any reason why he could refuse. The rest is quite simple. Natasha gave a nasal hum, stood up, and swayed her alluring waist as she walked gracefully upstairs to her bedroom in her high heels. "Looks like I'll be staying up late again tonight." With a sigh in his heart, Roy got up and followed Natasha, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. The next second, he decisively used the Flying Thunder God technique. In just a moment, he and Natasha arrived at the master bedroom's bathroom. Soon, the sound of dripping water and inappropriate panting could be heard from the bathroom. Noon the next day. Roy, who had been busy until late at night, slowly opened his eyes. He was alone on the big, soft bed. As before, Natasha left at daybreak. Recalling his fierce battle with Natasha last night, Roy smiled with satisfaction. It must be said that Natasha is indeed a stunning beauty that men find irresistible, her allure is extraordinary. Brush your teeth, wash your face, and style your hair. Wearing an expensive, custom-made suit and gold-rimmed glasses without prescription, he dressed himself up as a refined scoundrel. Very good. So handsome. After admiring his outfit in the full-length mirror, Roy used his Flying Thunder God technique to leave the villa and travel from Manhattan to downtown Los Angeles. The Banner affair is over. It's time to go check with Tony on the progress of the enhancement potion and the spider serum. However, before heading to Tony's seaside mansion, he planned to find a restaurant to have lunch first. Despite having a physique far exceeding that of ordinary people, one still needs to eat. In addition, the fierce battle with Natasha last night inevitably took a toll on him. After strolling around the city for a while, Roy came to a well-regarded Michelin-starred restaurant and chose a table by the window with a great view of the sea. After asking the waiter, he ordered several of the chef's recommendations for the day and a bottle of wine that cost over 10,000 yuan. After the waiter left with the menu, he took out his phone from his system space and started searching for news about Culver University online. Unsurprisingly, all the trending news results when searching for Culver University were about yesterday's arrest operation. In an effort to boost viewership and clicks, reporters from major websites pulled out all the stops. Just one day later, the identities of General Ross, Banner, and Betty were discovered. In addition to investigating the three of them, the reporters also did not forget to investigate Roy. Although he wore a white animal mask from the Dark Faction, his appearance was not revealed. But reporters soon discovered that he was the secret bodyguard who had fought alongside Tony a few months earlier. After quickly glancing at the news articles, Roy browsed the comments section with great interest. This masked man is definitely a secret weapon of the military. It's said that the military has been forming a superhuman force for a long time, and this masked guy might be one of them. My brother is a researcher at Stark Industries. He told me that Tony Stark started a secret project about superhumans in order to surpass his father Howard, attempting to mass-produce superhumans. Are you trying to mass-produce Captain America? I graduated from Culver University. I remember that drive. Banner and Dr. Betty were researching a completely new treatment for radiation. What radiation protection? They were researching superhumans back then, it's been in the news. Their research was funded by the military, and the military has no interest in radiation protection. It's clearly a smokescreen. I think the experiment back then was a success, and Banner is a good example. Even if the experiment succeeds, it will be useless. Banner, when transformed into the Hulk, is like a beast, completely devoid of reason. What the military needs are soldiers who can obey orders, not uncontrollable monsters. I think Banner looks pretty cool after transforming, it's just that the color is a bit unlucky. If it could be blue, I'd like to be like him. Green is indeed considered unlucky, men don't like green. Blue isn't that great either. I think red is the best, the same red as fresh blood. It looks really powerful. You guys are saying Banner and Betty broke up, is it possible that Banner's transformed form was too big? I still prefer the body shape of a normal person. If I had to choose between Banner and the Masked Man, I would choose the Masked Man. Speaking of the Masked Man, how exactly does he manipulate sand? Manipulating sand is nothing. The blue energy ball he releases is terrifying. A fist-sized energy ball can knock Banner away when he transforms into the Hulk, and a large energy ball can destroy a steel armor as big as the Hulk in one hit. I've heard that he has dozens of superpowers, including teleportation and an energy cloak, which are also superpowers he has awakened. No matter how many superpowers he has, it's useless. I've seen his real face. He's very ugly, which is why he wears a mask all the time and doesn't dare to show his true face to people. Ugly? You're the ugly one. Your whole family is ugly. After mentally grumbling for a moment, Roy put away his phone and patiently waited for his lunch. Before the waiter had even brought out the lunch, a stunning blonde woman with a beautiful face and a hot figure, wearing a white women's suit, walked towards him. Upon approaching him, the blonde woman spoke first. Hello Mr. Roy, I am Christine Everhart, an anchor woman for Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Christine took out a business card and handed it to Roy. After taking the business card and glancing at it, Roy asked, before becoming an anchor woman for Fox 11, did you work for Vanity Fair magazine? Yes, Mr. Roy, how did you know? Christine replied quickly. I've heard about you from others. Roy replied casually. Upon hearing his answer, the name Tony immediately flashed through Christine's mind. Would it be convenient for you to take a few minutes of your time for a simple interview? Christine smiled brightly and said to Roy. Sure, please have a seat. Roy pointed to the opposite side. Thanks. After sitting down, Christine took a voice recorder from her handbag, placed it on the table, and quickly asked, "You acquired some stock from Stark and became a member of the Stark Industries Board of Directors. May I ask at what price you acquired it?" "The acquisition price involves trade secrets and cannot be disclosed," Roy said calmly. He did not disclose the acquisition price, which did not surprise Christine. Christine never expected him to disclose the specific acquisition price. The reason for asking this question is merely to lay the groundwork for the question that follows. Christine didn't hesitate and continued, "Then let me ask another question. According to the investigation, before becoming a director of Stark Industries, you did not hold any important position in any company, and the only company registered under your name is a private detective agency. Was Stark transferring some of his stock to you as a way of thanking you, or was it more of a business transaction?" Roy shook his head and said calmly, "Stop beating around the bush, what exactly do you want to ask?" "I suspect you were Stark's former secret bodyguard," Christine said with a serious expression. Chapter 28 Mark 6. "No, I'm not. I will acquire the Stark shares that are being transferred because I believe Stark Industries still has great potential for growth. As for why Stark didn't transfer the stock to someone else but to me, you should ask him that, not me. Also, I have a question I'd like to ask you now." Roy looked calmly at Christine and spoke slowly. "What do you want to ask?" Christine replied. "It's simple. I want to know why you suspect I'm Stark's secret bodyguard. If your suspicions are based on the fact that both my secret bodyguard and I have black hair, and that I joined the Stark Industries Board of Directors, then I think you'd be better off going back to being a reporter for Vanity Fair. Your current role is that of a news anchor for Fox 11 in Los Angeles. In other words, your every word and action represents the professional ethics of a Fox News anchor woman. If you rashly suspect me of being Stark's secret bodyguard without any substantial evidence, it only proves that you are not suitable for your current job." Roy picked up the white wine in front of him, took a sip, and said slowly. Christine fell silent and frowned. Seeing her frown and remain silent, Roy knew he had guessed correctly. After a dozen seconds, Christine spoke up, "Whether I'm suitable for this job will be evaluated by my supervisor." Roy nodded and continued, "That's right. Evaluating whether you're suitable for your current job is indeed your supervisor's responsibility, not mine. However, a new female anchor's baseless accusations against Stark Industries directors without any evidence have significantly impacted their reputation and Stark Industries' market value. Although I'm not in the journalism field, if I'm not mistaken, this behavior should be considered defamation. Let me ask you another question. If I had Stark Industries' legal department send a lawyer's letter to this new anchor woman, do you think Fox 11 in Los Angeles, or Fox News Channel in general, would choose to fire her, or spend a lot of manpower and resources fighting a lawsuit with a low probability of success?" Christine fell silent again, her expression turning grim, and slowly said, "Are you threatening me?" "Threat?" Roy smiled and shook his head, then continued, "Which university did you graduate from? If I'm not mistaken, your university should be one of the Ivy League universities." "Brown University." Although she didn't know what Roy was up to, Christine still revealed the name of the school she graduated from. Brown University has one of the lowest acceptance rates in the US. You must be proud of yourself for getting in on your own merit, right? Roy spoke slowly. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Christine looked at Roy with a puzzled expression, her brows furrowing even more. "As a female anchor, you should be more patient when facing interviewees, this is a basic professional quality." Roy reminded Christine of something. "Okay, I was too impatient. Tell me slowly." Christine took a deep breath, suppressing her dissatisfaction. "When you were at Brown University, you must have met plenty of classmates who were not as good as you academically, but who got accepted because of their family background. The fact that you got into Brown University means you're not stupid, you must know why. Now, to answer your question, I'm not threatening you. I can simply make you lose your job, or even leave journalism altogether, by following the rules of how society works. Alright, I've said everything I needed to say. If you haven't had lunch either, why don't you join me? It's on me." Christine remained silent, staring at Roy. She quickly made a decision, picked up the recorder on the table, turned it off, and put it back in her handbag. He then smiled slightly at Roy and said, "It is my honor to have lunch with Mr. Roy." "It's an honor to dine with Fox News' future star anchorwoman," Roy said with a smile. Hearing his words, Christine's smile became even more charming. We were full and satisfied. They left the restaurant together. Roy had planned to go find Tony after dinner. But as the saying goes, plans can't keep up with changes. Before heading to Tony's seaside mansion, he prepared to give Christine an in-depth interview to deepen their understanding and trust. 2 hours later, Roy used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at Tony's garage/studio. Before he arrived, he sent Tony a text message to avoid Tony complaining that he suddenly appeared like a ghost. "Did you just take a shower?" Tony glanced at Roy and asked. "Yes. Roy nodded. It was somewhat impolite of him to come to see Tony covered in sweat. In addition, taking a hot shower after intense exercise can help relax the body and mind. Something's not right. Tony continued. Something's not right. Roy asked. You're not the kind of person who would take a special shower just to see me. What were you doing before you came here? Tony asked quickly. It's nothing, I just did some exercise. Roy said calmly. Although they were already acquaintances, he didn't intend to tell Tony the truth. Just as Tony was about to ask something else, he continued, how's the research on the performance-enhancing drugs and spider serum going? Upon hearing his question, Tony replied with pride, with me personally handling it, there won't be any problems. It's not that I look down on the researchers at the Osborne Group, but they really aren't that great. Judging solely from the enhancement effects, the physical enhancement potion they developed is quite good. But the drug's stability is too poor. To put it bluntly, the physical enhancement drug they developed has not reached the required stage at all, it's just a half-finished product. I not only eliminated the potential side effects of using the drug, but I also enhanced the enhancement effect to some extent. According to Jarvis's analysis, the enhancement effect has been increased by about 50%. After listening to Tony's explanation, Roy nodded in satisfaction and continued, what about the spider serum? Amount. Tony's expression changed instantly. Don't tell me that even you can't figure it out. Roy frowned. Who says I can't figure it out? I just haven't started researching it yet. Tony replied. It hasn't started yet? Roy sighed helplessly. Although I haven't started researching spider serum yet, I can guarantee that I will be able to produce it within 3 months at most. Tony said quickly. 3 months. What are you busy with right now? Roy asked. Mark 6. Following your previous suggestions, I've successfully developed the Mark 6. Tony looked at Roy with a proud expression. Chapter 29 One Plan. Before Roy could speak, Tony gave instructions to Jarvis. Jarvis, bring up the Mark 6 demo image. Yes, sir. Jarvis's distinctly mechanical voice immediately rang out. The next second, the table with 3D projection function displayed the Mark 6. Tony gave Roy a look and walked towards the projection table first. Roy followed Tony to the projection table. Although the armor's designation was Mark 6, the projected armor was the same as the Mark 7 in his memory. To be precise, it's the same as the Mark 7 before it was transformed. Jarvis, demonstrate the Mark SIXS laser-guided tracking rapid deployment system. Tony continued. Yes, sir. As soon as Jarvis's voice rang out, the projected Mark 6 began demonstrating its laser-guided tracking rapid deployment system. A model of Tony appeared on the projection table first. Immediately afterwards, the Mark 6, which looked much like an aircraft, flew towards Tony's model like a missile. The Mark SIXS laser-guided tracking system locked onto the arms of the Tony model, then deployed its armor, completely enveloping the model as if possessing it, completing the final armor deployment. From locking the user to completing the final deployment, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. As Jarvis demonstrated the completely new rapid deployment system, Tony turned to Roy and asked, "How's it going?" Roy nodded and replied, "Very good, much better than the Mark 5. Tony looked at the projection of the Mark 6 with satisfaction and continued, "It's expected to be better than the Mark 5. To make it easier to carry, I made a lot of lightweight modifications to the Mark 5, which compressed the original Mark 5 to the size of a suitcase. In order to reduce weight, the weapon system only retains the pulse cannons in both hands and the cluster cannon in the chest, and the defensive performance has also been reduced to the point that it can only withstand small weapons. The Mark 6 has no such concerns and does not need to sacrifice performance for portability. In addition, I upgraded the Mark SIXS weapon system, giving it firepower far exceeding that of previous generations of armor. Apart from..." At this point, Tony stopped talking and glanced down at the Mark II palladium arc reactor on his chest. "Besides what?" Roy asked. "It's nothing. For the armor I develop in the future, I will use the same deployment system as the Mark 6. Tony replied. Roy glanced at Tony and said slowly, "Although I'm not as smart as you, I know that prolonged exposure to palladium will inevitably lead to palladium poisoning." Tony frowned and asked, "How did you figure that out?" "How I figured it out isn't important, what's important is that you find a substitute for palladium as soon as possible," Roy said calmly. "After discovering palladium poisoning, I started looking for palladium substitutes. I've tried every combination of all the elements, but I still haven't found a substitute for palladium." After saying that, Tony sighed helplessly. He is not someone who gives up easily. However, he had to admit that among the known elements on Earth, there is no element that can replace palladium. Roy patted Tony on the shoulder and said slowly, "In consideration of your help in optimizing the physical enhancement drug and developing the spider serum, I have 3 solutions to your current problem." 3 options? Tony looked at Roy with surprise and quickly asked, "Tell me about these 3 options." Roy didn't keep Tony in suspense and began to explain the 3 solutions for palladium poisoning. Option 1. Find a top cardiologist to remove the shrapnel left in your body. Without shrapnel constantly threatening your life, you won't need to keep the palladium arc reactor in your chest, and naturally you won't continue to be infected with palladium, which would worsen the poisoning symptoms. Tony thought about it carefully for a moment, then slowly said, "What about the other 2 options?" Option 2. Use the physical enhancement potion you personally optimized to strengthen yourself. This approach cannot address the root cause of palladium poisoning, but it strengthens the body's constitution, enhances its self-repair capabilities and resistance, and can reduce the symptoms of poisoning. If your physique is strong enough, you can even become immune to palladium poisoning. Roy continued. Although this solution is not a permanent cure, it can at least partially address Tony's palladium poisoning problem. After a moment of silence, Tony replied, "Option 1 is to have me undergo surgery to remove the shrapnel, and option 2 is to use a performance-enhancing drug to become a superhuman. If I'm not mistaken, option 3 should involve replacing the palladium element and upgrading the reactor, right?" Roy nodded. "That's right, option 3 is to replace the palladium element. But I've tried all the elements, and there's no element on Earth that can replace palladium." Tony frowned. "Just because a known element doesn't work doesn't mean a new element won't work. You're so smart, you could try synthesizing a completely new element to replace palladium," Roy said with a smile. Tony frowned even more deeply and quickly said, "Do you know how difficult it is to synthesize a new element?" "It's difficult, but I believe you can do it. By the way, did you know that your father was one of the co-founders of SHIELD?" Roy said to Tony. Hearing him mention his father, Tony asked, puzzled, "What does this have to do with my father?" "Of course it's related. Your father had already discovered a new element before he died. Unfortunately, the technology of that era did not support his synthesis of the new elements he discovered. His greatest creation will always be you. He left you the key to the future. Go to SHIELD and retrieve his belongings. If they refuse to give it to you, just say that I sent you. After synthesizing the new element, don't forget to update my Mark III's energy system." "Alright, I've said everything I needed to say. Give me the optimized physical enhancement potion, I'm heading back to New York," Roy said to Tony. Rather than doing nothing and letting Nick Fury tell Tony this information, it's better for him to do it himself. "How do you know all this?" Tony looked at Roy with a puzzled expression. "I have my own channels. I won't go into the specific channels," Roy replied. Tony glanced at him, didn't ask any further questions, and turned to give instructions to the robot assistant, Benben. Benben was his college graduation project and the first artificial intelligence robot he created. Although Benben isn't as smart as Jarvis, he's far more experienced than Jarvis. "Benben, bring me the box containing the physical enhancement potion." After instructing Benben, Tony said to Roy, "After this medicine was optimized, it doesn't need to be nebulized, it can be injected directly. There are 2 in the box, I'll prepare one for you too." After Gwen's injection, significant enhancement can be achieved. As for how much enhancement you will get after the injection, I can't say for sure, but I can say for sure it won't be much. Roy nodded. Upon receiving Tony's command, the mechanical arm-shaped, but less intelligent than Jarvis, Clumsy picked up the black box containing the performance-enhancing serum and slowly approached him. He took the box from Benben without hesitation, immediately used his Flying Thor ability, and vanished from Tony's sight, returning to his villa on the Upper East Side of New York. Chapter 30 Superhuman Gwen. The living room of the villa. Roy sat on the sofa, placed the box on the table, and opened it. Just as Tony said, there were only 2 vials of medicine in the box. For convenience, Tony also included a matching syringe that resembles a pistol in the box. After thinking for a moment, Roy picked up the syringe and inserted a vial of medicine. He took a deep breath, aimed the syringe at his left arm, and pulled the trigger. After injecting the physical enhancement drug, he used his chakra sensing technique to sense his own life force. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As time went by, he felt his body being strengthened to some extent under the influence of the physical enhancement potion. If an ordinary person were injected with a performance-enhancing drug, their strength, speed, endurance, reaction time, and regenerative abilities would be significantly enhanced, making them a true superhuman. However, for someone whose physical attributes were already amazing, the effects of the physical enhancement potion were greatly reduced. After comparing his life strength before the injection, he found that even Tony's optimized physical enhancement drug only gave him a 20% boost. Although the enhancement effect was not very obvious, he did not take it to heart. It's good enough if it can enhance the effect, what more could you ask for? Roy put the syringe back in the box, opened the attribute panel that only he could see, and looked at the chakra level column. Chakra level, 18 calories. Compared to before the injection, his chakra level increased from 15 calories to 18 calories, a gain of 3 calories. Chakra levels are closely related to vitality. Life strength increased by 20%, and chakra quantity also increased by 20% accordingly. That makes perfect sense. Roy closed the properties panel, took out his phone, and sent Gwen a message. Although Tony promised to develop the spider serum within 3 months, he wouldn't mind having Gwen injected with a physical enhancement drug before she received the spider serum's enhancement, so she could gain some self-defense capabilities. Of course, this is all predicated on Gwen being willing to get the injection. After all, not everyone wants to become a superhuman. When he presented Tony with 3 solutions to palladium poisoning, he discovered that Tony was not interested in solution number 2, which involved becoming a superhuman. Otherwise, after optimizing the physical enhancement drug, Tony would definitely have injected himself with one first. Tony not only has no desire to become a superhuman himself, but he also doesn't want Pepper to become one. In the movie Iron Man 3, he cured Pepper, who had been enhanced by the Extremis virus, and allowed Pepper to return to being an ordinary person. Night. After having dinner with Gwen outside, Roy didn't immediately take Gwen home, but instead took her to the villa. What important matter is so mysterious? Gwen sat down next to Roy and asked softly. Roy took out a box containing physical enhancement potions from the system space and opened it. Then, turning to Gwen, he slowly said, I had Stark develop a power-enhancing potion suitable for ordinary people. After the injection, all your bodily functions will be significantly improved. While I can't upgrade you to Parker's level, I can still make you a superhuman far beyond ordinary people. If you want to become a superhuman, I'll inject you with an enhancement drug right now. Gwen glanced at the physical enhancement potions in the box and, without hesitation, asked Roy about them. You want me to become a superhuman? Roy nodded and replied, yes. Although not many people know that I am a superhuman right now, my identity will be exposed sooner or later. I can't be with you 24 hours a day, and I don't want you to be helpless when you encounter danger. In addition to this enhancement potion, I also asked Stark to develop a spider serum that would give you superpowers like Puck. But he's only finished the enhancement potion so far, so I think you should inject this first. Once he has manufactured the spider serum, then he can inject the spider serum. After hearing his story, Gwen didn't hesitate at all, and said with a smile, give me the injection. My boyfriend is a superhuman, so of course I wouldn't mind becoming a superhuman myself. With power, I can not only protect myself, but also my family and friends. I can't think of any reason why I should refuse. After saying that, Gwen raised her right hand, pulled up her sleeve, and revealed her fair and delicate skin. Roy didn't say anything more. He took out the enhancement potion and syringe, aimed them at Gwen's right forearm, and injected the potion. Gwen looked at Roy with a blank expression. She had expected to have a noticeable reaction after the injection of the enhancement drug. For example, severe pain. As it turned out, she was overthinking it. Apart from the pain of the syringe needle piercing her skin, she felt no pain at all. Similarly, she did not perceive any enhancement from the enhancement potion. Although she didn't immediately feel a significant improvement in all her bodily functions, Roy, who used chakra sensing technique, could clearly sense that her life force had increased 5 or 6 times in just a few seconds. That's it. I didn't feel any changes. Gwen said, frowning. Roy didn't answer her, but instead wrapped his arm around her waist and began to use the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, they were teleported from the villa's living room to the gym. You're already a superhuman. As Roy spoke, he prepared a 500-kilogram barbell for Gwen. Okay, lift this barbell up, using only one hand. Roy pointed to the barbell and said to Gwen. Are you sure I can do it? Gwen said, frowning. Sure. Roy replied. If it were the old Gwen, she wouldn't have been able to lift a barbell, let alone a 500-kilogram one, or even a 100-kilogram one. But now she can do it easily. In the comics, after Norman becomes the Green Goblin, he can lift a weight of 9 tons. Although this isn't the comic book universe, the serum Gwen received was different from the one Norman used, it was an optimized version by Tony. Gwen approached the barbell, took a deep breath, and gripped it with her right hand. The next second, an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. With little effort, she easily lifted the 500-kilogram barbell. A few seconds later, the incredulous expression disappeared. Instead, there was an irrepressible joy. Is this what it feels like to be a superhuman? I love this feeling. Gwen put down the barbell, turned back to Roy, hugged him tightly, and excitedly kissed him. Your current strength far exceeds that of ordinary people, so you should pay more attention to it in your daily life. If you don't control yourself, even a simple hug can kill someone. Roy said to Gwen. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Gwen immediately released Roy and looked at him apologetically. I'm fine. My strength and physique are no weaker than yours, and this level of strength is not enough to injure me. Roy stroked Gwen's cheek and spoke slowly. Chapter 31 The Beauty Trap. More than an hour later. Once Gwen had begun to adapt to her drastically increased physical attributes, Roy used the Flying Thunder God technique to send her home. Although she had already graduated from high school, Gwen still had to abide by the family rule of not staying out overnight before starting college. After sending Gwen home, Roy once again used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to his Upper East Side villa. Noon the next day. While he was having lunch at the restaurant, he received a call from Natasha. As soon as the call connected, Natasha's alluring voice came from the other end of the line. Tony Stark came to SHIELD headquarters in armor, demanding that we hand over his father's belongings, and claiming that you sent him. Yes, I sent him. Is there a problem? Roy countered with a question. No problem, I just want to know, how did you know Howard left a batch of stuff at S.H.I.E.L.D? Natasha continued to ask. Of course I have my own intelligence channels. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I'm eating. Roy spoke slowly. Okay, then I won't disturb your meal any longer. After saying that, Natasha hung up the phone. Roy put his phone aside and continued to enjoy his lunch. At the same time, Washington, D.C. SHIELD headquarters, Tri-Wing Building, Director's Office. Tony, wearing Mark IV armor, sat on the sofa in the reception area, opened the visor of his helmet, and brought the wine glass to his nose to smell it. He then placed the glass back on the table with a look of disgust, showing no intention of drinking it. This wine is terrible. Nick Fury and Natasha sat on the sofa opposite each other. After ending her call with Roy, Natasha, dressed in a tight-fitting black combat suit that perfectly showcased her curves, turned to Nick Fury and nodded. After confirming that Tony was telling the truth, Nick Fury got up, went to his desk, picked up the phone, dialed an internal number, and said, "Send the box with storage number HS001 to the director's office." After hanging up the phone, Nick Fury returned to the meeting area and sat down, saying to Tony, "Your father's belongings will be delivered shortly." Tony nodded, taking a keen look at Natasha sitting next to Nick Fury. Although he didn't know Natasha well, he noticed one thing: Natasha was a very charming female spy. Furthermore, judging from Natasha's recent conversation with Roy, Natasha has had quite a bit of contact with Roy. After scrutinizing Natasha for a moment, he suddenly said, "Roy told me before that SHIELD had tried to capture him, but failed and paid him a considerable sum in compensation. I'm curious, what kind of damage did he cause you that makes you so afraid of him?" Upon hearing his words, Nick Fury's expression immediately turned extremely ugly. He personally directed the operation to arrest Roy. He initially thought Roy was just a superhuman who had recently awakened his superpowers, and that capturing him wouldn't be too difficult. As it turned out, he had seriously underestimated Roy's abilities. The operation was a complete failure, resulting in numerous casualties and severe economic losses, not to mention the consequences. After the capture operation failed, under Roy's threats, SHIELD had no choice but to sign a ceasefire agreement and admit defeat. "We are not afraid of him, we just respect him." Seeing that Nick Fury wasn't going to answer Tony, Natasha spoke slowly. "Being afraid is fine, there's no need to glorify it as respect. You're very beautiful, and you're a spy, so you must have used your charm on him, right?" Tony raised an eyebrow at Natasha and said with a smile. Since the kidnapping incident, he has settled down and stopped fooling around with women like before. However, he couldn't help but tease Natasha at this point. Natasha didn't answer and turned her head away. Although Natasha did not give a clear reply, her current actions are tantamount to an admission. Roy is really lucky with women. Why didn't any pretty female spies try to seduce me before? Tony silently reflected on his feelings. Not long after, two SHIELD agents dressed in black suits carried a silver-white suitcase the size of a suitcase into the director's office. At Nick Fury's suggestion, they placed the box on the table. Tony's gaze immediately fell on the box. There was a line of text printed on the box. "Howard Stark's property." After the agent delivering the box left, Nick Fury said to Tony, "The reactor in your chest was made based on unfinished technology." Without any hesitation, Tony immediately refuted Nick Fury. "It's the finished product, I've completed the miniaturization." Nick Fury countered Tony's statement, continuing, "No, your father said the arc reactor is a springboard to even greater technology. He was preparing to start an energy competition, which, in his words, if successful, would leave all other countries and all rivals far behind. He figured out a clue to a super energy source, compared to which a nuclear reactor is like a 3A battery. He also said that only you have the wisdom and resources to complete this plan in his place." A complex expression flashed across Tony's face. After a few seconds, he slowly said, "Did he really say that? What do you think?" Nick Fury asked. Tony shook his head and sighed, "I don't know if what you're saying is true, but he doesn't really like me. In his eyes, I was a philandering, willful, and unruly playboy. Nick Fury stared at Tony and continued, what kind of person do you think he is? Tony sighed and replied, he's intelligent, cold, and cunning. He has never said he loves me, or even that he likes me. Everything I did was nonsense to him. Even though I created a brand new V8 engine when I was 6 years old, developed my first computer software when I was just in elementary school, and created an artificial intelligence robot after graduating from university, he has never praised me. So I find it hard to believe that he would say I can replace him to complete the super energy project and change the future. This is not the man I remember. In my memory, the happiest day of his life was the day he sent me to boarding school. Nick Fury picked up his glass, took a sip, and said slowly, even though you're his son, you don't understand him at all. Are you implying that you know him better than I do? Tony said dismissively. Of course I know him better than you do, because he was one of the co-founders of SHIELD. Without him, there would be no SHIELD. Agent Romanov, give him the lithium dioxide injection. Nick Fury gave Natasha instructions. Natasha immediately took out a small box and placed it on the table. What's the purpose of this injection? Tony frowned. This injection can alleviate your palladium poisoning symptoms. Don't underestimate your father. Palladium is the key to miniaturizing the arc reactor. He thought of it a long time ago, but he just didn't manage to manufacture the finished product. I have a meeting later, you can take these things back to your mansion. Nick Fury pointed to the large box containing Howard's belongings and the small box containing lithium dioxide injections, and said slowly. Chapter 32 Bloodline Limit, Magnet Release. Time flies. A week has passed in the blink of an eye. Villas in the Upper East Side. Roy and Gwen are engaged in close quarters combat on the gym's ring. To be precise, Roy acted as a free-fighting coach and sparring partner, instructing Gwen. After Gwen was injected with a power-enhancing drug and became a superhuman with physical attributes even stronger than the Green Goblin, Roy began training her in combat. Every evening, they train at the gym for 1 or 2 hours. It has to be said that smart people learn things very quickly. After just 1 week of training, Gwen transformed from a college-bound student who knew absolutely nothing about fighting into a warrior who had mastered fighting techniques such as boxing, sambo, and mixed martial arts. The only drawback is that she currently has no real combat experience, only experience fighting Roy in the ring. Since Gwen doesn't have chakra, Roy can't teach her taijutsu that requires chakra. He can only teach her fighting techniques that ordinary people can use, such as boxing, sambo, and mixed martial arts. However, these fighting skills are more than enough for Gwen. Today she was wearing a white sports vest and black shorts, her long blonde hair tied in a single ponytail, constantly looking for an opportunity to strike Roy. Unlike her, who was drenched in sweat, Roy, who was both her coach and sparring partner, didn't break a sweat. He stood calmly in the middle of the ring, deflecting her attacks with one hand. Although he is not a ninja specializing in taijutsu, Roy far surpasses Gwen in terms of physical attributes, fighting skills, and combat experience. As long as he doesn't want to be hit by Gwen, Gwen has absolutely no chance of hitting him. Half an hour later. When Gwen's movements became distorted due to exhaustion and her breathing became increasingly rapid, Roy said to her, let's call it a day. It is good. Gwen put down her aching hands and replied immediately. After finishing today's training, Gwen did not immediately go to the bathroom to wash up. Taking a shower immediately after strenuous exercise is not healthy. Although Gwen is now a superhuman, superhumans are still human. She sat down on a chair next to the ring, replenishing her lost fluids while chatting with Roy. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like Dr. Connors is different now than before. Gwen said, frowning. What's different? Roy asked. I can't quite put my finger on what's changed, but I just feel like he's changed. Gwen replied quickly. Could he have already been injected with lizard serum? Let's find some time to go and confirm it. Roy made a decision immediately and said to Gwen, it's probably because he's under too much pressure due to the lack of key breakthroughs in cross-species genetic experiments. Perhaps. He now spends all his time in the lab, without any assistance, handling all the experimental procedures by himself. I heard from others that management is very dissatisfied with the progress of the experiment. If Dr. Connors is still unable to break through the key links and advance the experiment to the human trial stage, the management will shut down the laboratory. Gwen spoke slowly. You've been interning with him for several months now, and you'll be going to university soon. It's time to think about ending your internship. Roy said calmly. I've already told him that his internship will end a week before the start of the semester. Gwen replied. If you'd like to find a corporate internship during your university years, I can arrange for you to intern at Stark Industries. I'm now a director of Stark Industries, so you can intern in whichever department you want. Roy said with a smile. Uh-huh. Gwen nodded and kissed him on the cheek. After resting for 10 or 20 minutes, Gwen left the gym and headed towards the bathroom. Watching her departing figure, a thought involuntarily popped into Roy's mind. It's been a long time since I took a bath with Gwen. How about we go up and take a bath together? Just as he was pondering whether Gwen would shyly kick him out of the bathroom or coyly let him do as he pleased, an uninvited guest appeared in the sky above the villa. The next second, his phone rang, and Tony's name appeared on the screen. When the call connected, Tony's voice came through. I'm in New York, right now over your house. Hearing Tony's words, Roy frowned slightly and asked, Did you need something? Yes. Tony said quickly. What is it? Roy continued to ask. You'll know when you come out of the garden. Tony said with a smile. Although he didn't know what Tony was planning, Roy didn't press further and replied, Okay. After hanging up the phone, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly travel from the gym to the garden. After being teleported to the garden, he looked up at the sky. Under his gaze, Tony, wearing Mark 6, swiftly landed in front of him. The moment he saw the Mark 6's chest markings, he knew why Tony had come to see him. The reactor on the chest of the Mark 6 is no longer round, but triangular. After landing, Tony immediately opened the visor of his helmet. Just as he was about to speak, Roy spoke first, flying all the way from Los Angeles to New York just to show off your newly built third-generation energy reactor to me, aren't you being a little too boring? Boring. Third-generation energy reactors use unprecedentedly clean energy, this is a revolutionary invention. You call this boring? Tony said with a displeased expression. Yes, 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 a groundbreaking invention. Do I need to remind you who discovered this new element? You're just building on their work and synthesizing it. Roy said with a smile. Tony immediately frowned and retorted, I'm getting more and more curious about how Gwen could possibly fall for a spoilsport like you. I never spoil her fun. I just don't want to see someone showing off in front of me. Roy said with a serious expression. This isn't showing off, it's demonstrating. I'm here to show you the latest third-generation reactor. Tony replied. Okay, you have now successfully demonstrated the groundbreaking third-generation reactor. Is there anything else? If not, I have some personal matters to attend to. Roy spoke slowly. Tony glared at him, about to say something, when his phone rang. The caller was an unknown number without a contact name. Although he didn't know who was calling, Roy didn't think much of it and answered the phone immediately. I am General Ross. Are you in New York now? Yes, what's wrong? I have a new commission, and the fee is still $5,000 million. Before General Ross could finish speaking, Roy interrupted him, laughing, You don't mean to make me arrest Banner again, do you? Not Banner. It's Bronsky. General Ross replied quickly. Explain clearly, what exactly happened? Roy asked. Without any hesitation, General Ross immediately recounted the whole story. After listening to General Ross's account, Roy immediately saw a new commission message. Commission, arrest Hate Bronsky. Status, incomplete. Commission reward, Bloodline Limit, Magnet Release. Chapter 33 Iron Man vs Abomination. No problem, I'll take this commission. Before General Ross could speak, Roy hung up the phone, looked at Tony, and said with a smile, The Mark 6 hasn't been tested in actual combat yet, has it? What do you want to do? Tony immediately frowned. Nothing much, I just wanted to tell you that a superhuman has appeared in Brooklyn. If you're interested, you can go and test the combat capabilities of the Mark 6. Roy replied calmly. You want me to help you complete your commission? Tony continued to ask. Although he didn't hear General Ross's voice, Roy guessed that the person making the call was General Ross when he mentioned arresting Banner again. You've got it wrong. It's not that I need your help, it's that I'm giving you the opportunity to verify the combat capabilities of the Mark 6. Roy corrected Tony. He can handle Banner as the Hulk, let alone Bronsky as Abomination. Bronsky's combat experience and skills surpass Hulk's. But a counterfeit is still a counterfeit. Compared to the real Hulk, Bronsky is clearly a level below in strength. Tony didn't think for long before making a decision and asking, What's this about the superhumans in Brooklyn? Roy didn't hide anything and quickly recounted the whole story. To put it simply, Bronsky experienced the same thing as in the movie. After being kicked away by Hulk at Culver University, Bronsky suffered severe injuries, including multiple fractures throughout his body. Judging from his condition at the time, he could have died at any moment. General Ross and the medics all thought he wouldn't last much longer and would die completely. However, it turned out that they all underestimated Bronsky. Or rather, the serum injected by Bronsky was underestimated. Bronsky did not die. He recovered completely in just one night, despite being severely injured and on the verge of going to hell at any moment. While bringing Banner back to base for imprisonment and research, General Ross began the final stages of the operation. For example, identify Mr. Blue, who has been in contact with Banner and has provided him with treatment options. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the technical staff, the military successfully located Mr. Lan. Dr. Samuel Stern, Department of Cell Biology, GB College. The rest is quite simple. After identifying Dr. Stern, General Ross ordered Bronsky to lead a team to Brooklyn to capture him and retrieve all information related to Banner. Without much effort, Bronsky successfully captured Dr. Stern. Then, while collecting the data, they discovered that Dr. Stern had concentrated the blood samples sent by Banner to create a large batch for his research. In Dr. Stern's words, Banner's blood, after being exposed to a large amount of gamma radiation, has countless uses. It can be used to treat various diseases and may even have the potential to make humans completely immune to diseases. After seeing the blood produced by Dr. Stern through the camera, General Ross immediately ordered the retrieval of all blood samples, instructing Bronsky to bring them all back to base. But Bronsky did not carry out the order. Not only that, he also cut off communications and killed the other soldiers in the laboratory. Although we didn't see what happened next, it's not hard to guess what Bronsky did next. Although it's just a fake, it's enough for practical testing. As soon as he finished speaking, Tony closed the visor of his helmet, activated the flight system, and orange-white flames shot out from his palms and soles, immediately flying towards Brooklyn. He quickly disappeared into the night. After Tony left, Roy used his Flying Thunder God technique to return to the villa, went straight to the bathroom, stood outside the door, and said to Gwen, who was taking a shower, "I have to go out for a bit, I'll be back soon." "It is good." Gwen, unaware of what was happening outside, quickly replied. Roy didn't say anything more, and took out the Akatsuki's red robe and the Konoha Anbu's animal mask from the system space. Donning his mask and red robe, he didn't hesitate and once again unleashed the Flying Thunder God technique, locking onto a Flying Thunder God location in Brooklyn. In the blink of an eye, he went from his villa on the Upper East Side of Manhattan to Brooklyn. Upon arriving in Brooklyn, he easily found Bronsky wreaking havoc on the streets. As the saying goes, he who has a weapon in his heart will naturally have the will to kill. Bronsky didn't become as angry as Hulk. However, the sudden surge of power also stirred up the dark side within him, causing his bloodlust and destructive tendencies to increase dramatically, making him become insane and arrogant. Roy stood on the edge of the rooftop of a nearby building, looking down at Bronsky, who was wreaking havoc on the street below. The evening breeze whistled past, causing the red robe to flutter in the wind. Although he had arrived at the scene, he did not immediately stop Bronsky, but instead watched with great interest the battle between Spider-Man and Bronsky. Peter was unaware of the details of the matter, nor did he know who Bronsky was. However, as New York's most famous vigilante, he arrived even faster than the New York police. He arrived shortly after Bronsky appeared on the street. Compared to Bronsky, who has transformed into Abomination, Peter, who is the same size as an ordinary person, looks like a 5 or 6-year-old child. Although Peter was not as big or strong as Bronsky, his agility and reflexes far surpassed Bronsky's. To prevent Bronsky from harming the fleeing pedestrians, Peter jumped around him, constantly shooting out webs to keep him in place. Just as Peter was pondering how to defeat Bronsky, Tony arrived at the scene. As soon as he arrived, he saw Roy standing on the rooftop of the building, looking down at the spectacle. He wasn't surprised at all that Roy had arrived at the scene faster than him. He not only knew that Roy could teleport, but he had also experienced it firsthand. "Did you invite him too?" Tony pointed at Peter and asked. "No. He came by himself, he arrived earlier than me." Roy replied. Tony didn't ask any more questions and flew towards Peter and Bronsky. Peter and Bronsky noticed his arrival immediately and tacitly paused their fight. "You can leave now, I'll handle him." Tony hovered in the air and spoke to Peter. "It will be faster with 2 people." Peter replied immediately. Tony didn't know his identity, but he knew very well who Tony was. "I don't need your help, you're just getting in my way." As soon as he finished speaking, Tony raised his hands and aimed them at Bronsky. The moment he saw Bronsky's physique, he completely abandoned the idea of engaging in close-quarters combat. From any perspective, wearing Mark 6 to face the giant Bronsky is not a good idea. "Call out, call out." The electric arc pulse emitted from his palm struck Bronsky precisely, causing him to stagger slightly. Then there is no more then. The power of the arc pulse cannon is not weak. Bronsky's physical defenses are also very strong. For Bronsky, the arc pulse cannon, capable of severely injuring and knocking away ordinary people, was like a playful squabble between lovers. Chapter 34. Have you seen me at my peak? Tony wasn't surprised that the arc pulse cannon failed to harm Bronsky. Although Abomination is an imposter of Hulk, Abomination is just an imposter, not a fake. Hulk's body can withstand heavy machine gun fire. It's quite normal for a counterfeit Abomination to withstand the attack of an arc pulse cannon. Tony had seen the video of the military capturing Hulk at Culver University and knew that Hulk's body could withstand heavy machine gun fire. After being shot 2 arc pulses by Tony, a disdainful expression appeared on Bronski's ugly face. The next second, he pushed off with both legs and leaped high into the air, pouncing towards Tony who was hovering in the air. Bronski is very fast. Tony's reaction was equally quick. Before Bronski's right hand could even touch him, Tony flew dozens of meters away, easily dodging Bronski's attack. Seeing Bronski begin to attack Tony, Peter didn't hesitate at all. He raised his right hand and unleashed a spider silk, which accurately struck Bronski's right leg. Then, with a strong pull, Bronski, who had leaped high into the air, fell to the street like a meteor, creating a large crater. Just as Peter was about to use the spider silk to completely bind the fallen Bronski after loosening the silk, Tony intervened. Instead of attacking Bronski, he fired an arc pulse at Peter. Call out! Peter did not see Tony make a move. But his spider sense gave him an immediate warning. Just as the electric arc pulse was about to hit him, Peter displayed amazing agility, completing a difficult mid-air spin to dodge the incoming pulse. I told you, you're only getting in my way here. Tony said to Peter. Peter looked up at Tony. He made his decision after thinking for only a second or two. Under Tony's watchful eye, he raised his right hand and fired a web at the building next to him, leaving the street to Tony and starting to help evacuate the rescued pedestrians. With Peter gone, Tony activated all the weapon systems and unleashed a barrage of firepower around Bronski, who had just gotten up. Arc pulse cannon in the palm, cluster cannon on the chest, micro missiles, micro armor piercing projectiles, heavy missiles. Boom 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 boom. The explosions rang out like firecrackers, and the flames completely engulfed Bronski. Before long, Tony had emptied all his physical ammunition. When the flames from the explosion completely subsided, Bronski reappeared in Tony's sight. Nothing has changed. Aside from becoming even angrier, Bronski, who had been bombarded with attacks, looked exactly the same as before. Tony sighed helplessly, stopped attacking Bronski, flew to Roy, and said, "The Mark SIXS firepower test is over. The rest is up to you." Good. Roy nodded, took a step forward, and plummeted towards the ground in freefall, making a superhero-like landing. The ground suddenly shattered, and spiderweb-like cracks spread outwards. Once on the street, he calmly walked towards Bronski. Very good. That saves me the trouble of coming to you. I will kill you and prove to everyone that I am stronger than you. Seeing Roy walking towards him, Bronski said confidently. Roy didn't speak, but raised his right hand and beckoned to Bronski with his finger. Silent contempt. Bronski roared and charged forward, rushing towards Roy like a mad beast. Boom, boom, thump. Bronski's footsteps were as loud as war drums, and the ground trembled slightly as he ran. Soon, Bronski was in front of him, and his right fist smashed down on his head with terrifying force. Just as Bronski's right fist was about to touch Roy, silver lightning appeared out of thin air, surrounding Roy like armor. Bang! As soon as Bronski's right fist touched one of the silvery lightning bolts, he was sent flying like a baseball hit, crashing heavily into a car. A strong numbing sensation instantly spread throughout his body. Chidori Stream. Although it was a Chidori Stream that Roy developed himself, the Chidori Stream he was using at this moment was no different from the genuine Chidori Stream that the system rewarded him with. As for its power, because of his increased chakra reserves, his current Chidori Stream is much stronger than Sasuke's before he obtained the power of the 6 paths. Roy did not pursue Bronski, he stood still, calmly watching Bronski. Better than me. Have you ever seen me at my peak? Bronski stood up, glaring at Roy, and roared, "Don't think you're better than me just because you beat Banner. I'm not some rookie like Banner. No matter how strong you are, you're dead today." After saying that, Bronski sprinted towards Roy once again. Roy, too lazy to continue playing with Bronski, took out the Kusanagi sword from his system space and casually twirled it. Illusion technique, dark travel. When Bronski was only a few meters away, he did not hesitate and decisively used the dark walk technique. As the dark walk spell took effect, Bronski's vision was immediately clouded by the illusion, and his eyes were completely enveloped in pure darkness. What's going on? Bronski was startled and abruptly stopped running, scanning his surroundings warily. However, he could see nothing at all, as if he had suddenly become blind. Just then, he heard a sound like 1,000 birds singing at the same time. Although he didn't know what was going on, driven by instinct, he immediately turned his head to look in the direction from which the sound came. Just like before, he still didn't see anything. Laugh. Intense pain instantly spread throughout his body, and an uncontrollable expression of agony appeared on Bronski's face. Although he couldn't see it, he could clearly feel his right hand being cut off and detached from his body. Just then, Roy's voice reached his ears. "Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant for me." Despite the pain, Bronski turned and ran without hesitation. However, after running only a few steps, intense pain spread throughout his body again, and he fell to the ground uncontrollably. After cutting off his right hand, Roy also chopped off his right leg. You should be thankful that General Ross only asked me to arrest you, not kill you. After saying that, Roy dispelled the dark walk spell. When his vision returned to normal, Bronsky saw Roy standing in front of him, holding the Kusanagi sword. The blade of the Kusanagi sword was crackling with silvery white lightning, and the tip of the sword was only a dozen centimeters away from his eyes. Although he has not completely lost the ability to resist, his left hand and left leg can still move. But Bronsky had absolutely no intention of resisting. He didn't know why he had suddenly lost his sight, nor did he know why Roy's longsword, crackled with lightning, could so easily sever his right hand and right leg. But one thing he was certain of was that if he continued to resist, Roy would absolutely not mind turning him into a human stick. Chapter 35 Magneto. Bronsky glanced resignedly at Roy, lowered his head, and lay motionless on the ground. Seeing how obedient he was, Roy didn't make things difficult for him any further. He deactivated the Chidori blade and put the Kusanagi sword back into the system space. The next second, he used the Thunder God technique to vanish instantly, returning from the street to the rooftop of a nearby building. He had just returned to the rooftop when Tony flew up to him and asked, "What metal was that sword made of?" "It's made of ordinary metal," Roy replied. Although he had a fairly good relationship with Tony, he did not intend to tell Tony the truth about the Kusanagi sword. A sword made of ordinary metal could never have such power. "Is it because it's wrapped in lightning?" Tony said quickly. He had already tested how strong Bronsky's physical defenses were using various weapons from the Mark VI. In terms of defense, Bronsky's body is not much different from a body of steel. However, Roy, wielding the Kusanagi sword, sliced off Bronsky's right hand and right leg as easily as chopping vegetables. "Yes." Roy nodded. After a moment's thought, Tony opened the visor of his helmet, looked at Roy with curiosity, and continued to ask, "Just how many superpowers do you possess?" "Not many, maybe a few dozen," Roy replied casually. Tony didn't ask him what superpowers he possessed. He turned to look at Bronsky lying on the street and said slowly, "It's getting late, I'll head back now." "Do you need me to take you home?" Roy asked. The Mark VI flew at a very high speed. However, crossing the continental United States, flying from New York back to Los Angeles requires a journey of more than 4,500 kilometers. "If you're willing to teleport me back, that would be the best outcome." Tony did not refuse and replied quickly. "It is good." Without any hesitation, Roy grabbed Tony's shoulder and decisively used the Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash, he took Tony back to his beachfront mansion in Los Angeles. "Instant teleportation is so convenient, thanks," Tony said with a sigh. "You're welcome, it was nothing." After saying that, Roy once again used the Flying Thunder God technique to return from Tony's mansion to his Upper East Side villa. He put the red robe and mask back into his system space, sat down on the sofa in the living room, and turned on the TV. All the news channels in New York were broadcasting live from Brooklyn, pointing their cameras at Bronsky lying on the ground. Although Bronsky lay motionless on the ground, none of the police officers or reporters around dared to approach him. Bronsky was just lying there quietly, not dead. Roy took out his phone, opened the call log, and dialed the number General Ross had just used. The call was answered very quickly. "I'll be there in 3 more minutes," General Ross said loudly. Judging from the background noise, he was on a helicopter at that moment. "Before you take Bronsky away, remember to transfer the payment to the previous account." Roy spoke slowly. "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to transfer the money right now," General Ross replied quickly. Roy didn't say anything more and hung up the phone. 1 minute later, he received a notification from the bank that his account had been credited to his account. After counting the zeros after the 5 and confirming that the amount was correct, he nodded in satisfaction and sighed inwardly. It's so easy to make money off the military. No wonder Commissioner Smith, who went to investigate the military's accounts, died. Just as he finished expressing his feelings, the system message indicating that the task had been completed appeared in his field of vision. Commission, arrest Hate Bronsky. Service status, completed. Commission reward, Bloodline Limit, magnet release, sent. After closing the information panel, Roy began browsing the magnetic escape instructions provided by the system. Magnet release transforms highly refined chakra into magnetic force, allowing one to freely manipulate natural elements like gold dust or iron. In the Naruto world, there are a total of 6 people who can use magnet release. They are the 3rd Kazekage, the 4th Kazekage, Gaara, Shinki, a new generation ninja from Tsunagakuer, Troy from Kumagakuer, and Naruto, who absorbed Shikaku. The 4th Kazekage and Gaara's magnet release can manipulate gold dust. The 3rd Kazekage and Shinji's magnet release can manipulate iron sand. Troy's magnetism ability can magnetize targets it hits, allowing subsequent attacks to automatically attract and track them. For example, you could make the shuriken magnetic, giving it an automatic enemy locking function. Naruto obtained his magnet release from Shikaku, so his magnet release, like Shikaku's, has a sealing effect. As for Shikaku, Shikaku was born with the abilities of wind release and magnet release. However, Shikaku's development of magnet release was one-sided, he simply combined magnet release with sealing techniques. After becoming the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Roy obtained Shikaku's magnet release sealing technique and, like Naruto, gained the ability to use magnet release, raise Nan by borrowing Shikaku's chakra. While magnet release can be used, borrowing Shikaku's chakra to use magnet release is different from having one's own Kekkei Genkai magnet release. Putting everything else aside, the bloodline limit, magnet release is more convenient to use. After reading the instructions on magnet release provided by the system, he did not hesitate and immediately used magnet release to convert his condensed chakra into magnetic force. Although he had just acquired magnet release, the most basic ability of magnet release is to convert chakra into magnetic force and thus manipulate magnetic materials affected by magnetic force. Under his control, knives flew out of the kitchen one after another, hovering in front of him. Not bad. It's equivalent to Magneto from the original X-Men movie trilogy. Magneto's superpower is the ability to manipulate magnetic fields. However, in the original film trilogy, his superpowers were portrayed as being similar to manipulating metal. After letting the floating knife fly back into the kitchen, Roy turned off the TV and got up to walk toward the bathroom where Gwen was showering. It's common knowledge that girls need a lot of time to shower and put on makeup. Gwen still hasn't come out of the bathroom. Soon, he arrived at the bathroom door. Hearing the sound of water coming from inside, he opened the bathroom door and went in without hesitation. Not long after, sounds inappropriate for children began to emanate from the bathroom. More than an hour later, Roy used his Flying Thunder God technique to send Gwen home. Before taking Gwen home, he briefly told her about his trip to deal with Bronski. There's no point in hiding this. Even if he didn't say it, Gwen could see it in the news. Noon the next day. As usual, Roy went to a Michelin-starred restaurant near the villa for lunch. While waiting for the food to be served, he took out his phone and started browsing the news. Iron Man, Spider-Man, and the Masked Man team up to capture the out-of-control superhuman. Incompetent military. Superhuman threats to New Yorkers. Who exactly is the Masked Man? Is he a superhuman soldier in the military, or Tony Stark's secret bodyguard? Shocking. The little-known romance between Iron Man and Spider-Man. Tony Stark's lover, Spider-Man's secret declaration of love. Roy had only intended to browse the serious reports about last night's events. Unexpectedly, I even saw a report on the trending topics that Tony is bisexual and has a secret relationship with Spider-Man. Not only did he not expect it, but Tony and Peter also did not expect that the reporters would describe them as a gay couple who had been in love for many years because the Mark VI and Spider-Man suits were both predominantly red. One of them lives in Los Angeles, and the other lives in New York, they're not even in the same city. But in the reports, this became proof that they were separated by distance, one in the east and one in the west, yet together they protected America. Tony's decision to prevent Peter from getting involved in the battle, so that Peter wouldn't interfere with his testing of the Mark VI's firepower, was interpreted as Tony not wanting to see Peter get hurt. Even Roy's final move was portrayed by these gossip reporters as Tony not wanting to lose face in front of his lover, and specifically asking him to get rid of Bronski as soon as possible. Chapter 36 Uchiha Fan. After seeing the trending news that Iron Man and Spider-Man are a couple, Roy dialed Tony's number. The call was answered quickly. Have you seen the news? Roy said with a smile. What news? Tony asked, puzzled. News that Iron Man and Spider-Man are a couple. Roy replied quickly. Couple? Tony on the other end of the phone immediately fell silent. Immediately afterwards, Roy heard Tony instructing Jarvis. Jarvis, immediately search for the latest news on Iron Man and Spider-Man. After a silence of more than 10 seconds, Tony's voice rang out again. These are all slanders, baseless slanders. I don't like men, I didn't before, and I won't like them in the future. Jarvis, notify the legal department to send lawyers' letters to the channels and newspapers that published these news reports, demanding that they immediately retract these reports and issue an apology. Search my old gossip, like all the cover girls of Quote magazine who slept with me. I want these tabloid stories to be the headlines on all social media platforms and search engines. Additionally, contact the owners of these social media platforms and search websites and ask them to reduce the popularity of the hashtag Iron Man and Spider-Man are a couple. If they don't want to, hack their servers. Finally, I'm throwing a party tonight, a party with tons of bikini-clad beauties. After giving Jarvis orders in an almost roaring tone, Tony said to Roy, you called me specifically just to see me make a fool of myself. No, I'm just letting you know that the whole internet is watching your antics. Roy replied quickly. But you're having fun too. Tony continued. It's human nature to seek entertainment, and I'm no exception. Alright, you can deal with your latest gossip all you want. Have a nice day. After saying that, Roy hung up the phone before Tony could reply. A week later. Hell's Kitchen, Konoha's office. Roy sat behind his desk, sizing up Dr. Betty, who sat opposite him looking dejected, and slowly said, "Who sent you?" Without any hesitation, Betty immediately replied, "It's my father. He said if I wanted to save Banner, I could come to you." Betty took a card out of her handbag and handed it to Roy. The card only had the address written on it, with no other information. "Why would he send you to me? Does he not want to continue researching Banner?" Roy asked. "He has been suspended," Betty said, frowning. "Suspension?" Roy looked at Betty with surprise, a guess flashing through his mind, and continued to ask, was he suspended because of Bronsky's matter? Although Bronsky did not cause too many casualties, General Ross's rivals would not let this opportunity slip by. If the arrests at Culver University were authorized by the military, there was little room for trouble. Therefore, the blame for Bronsky's loss of control can only fall on General Ross himself. After all, Bronsky was his subordinate. Betty nodded. "Tell me about Banner's current situation." Roy spoke slowly. "After Banner was arrested, my father did not conduct any cruel experiments on him, he simply allowed researchers to obtain some blood and biological samples from him. To prevent Banner from transforming again, he had researchers inject him with anesthesia, keeping him in a coma all day and maintaining his vital signs by injecting him with nutrient solution. After what happened in Brooklyn, other high-ranking officials demanded that my father take full responsibility for the matter. Given that he did not prepare appropriate measures in advance and instead paid you to handle it, he was given a suspension and Banner and Bronsky, as well as all the documents, were taken away. As for where Banner was transferred, my father didn't know either." Betty spoke quickly without any hesitation. Although General Ross did not know where Banner had been moved, it was not a problem for Roy. While still at Culver University, he had already left the Flying Thunder God technique on Hulk. Although Hulk has now turned back into Banner, the Flying Thunder God technique attached to his body will not disappear. "I can accept your request to rescue Banner. But you should know that I won't help you for nothing. Tell me, how much reward has General Ross prepared for you?" Roy looked at Betty calmly and continued. Since it was General Ross who sent Betty, he certainly wouldn't forget to prepare the reward for Betty's commission. "My father is currently suspended from his job and cannot access large sums of money like he did the previous 2 times. We can only give you a maximum of $50 right now," Betty said, a little embarrassed. "Does it shrink by 100 times? Roy mentally scoffed, then said to Betty, 500,000 it is. You can call General Ross now to transfer the money to the same account as before." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from Betty's sight and went from the office to the rooftop. Although the reward wasn't much this time, he still wouldn't refuse Betty. Because Betty's request has already been processed by the system. In addition, he was quite interested in the commission reward. Flame Fan. Or rather, the Uchiha Fan. The Uchiha Fan was originally a weapon passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, but later became Madara Uchiha's exclusive weapon. The fan is made of the divine tree material, which is hard yet flexible. The fan surface is decorated with 2 pairs of 6 tomo patterns, and the handle is connected by a chain. It has the effect of deflecting enemy attacks and enhancing fire-style ninjutsu with wind-style techniques. It is a symbol of the Uchiha clan crest. Upon arriving on the rooftop, Roy did not hesitate and immediately began to sense the Flying Thunder God technique on Banner's body. He located Banner's position without much effort. After locating Banner, he didn't go there immediately. Instead, he used his transformation magic to turn himself into an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Immediately afterwards, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport next to Banner. This is a small room with surveillance cameras installed in all 4 corners. There wasn't much furniture in the room, just a hospital bed. There was no one else in the room except Banner. Although he was moved to another location, Banner, just as Betty had said, was in a coma, with his limbs handcuffed, and was fast asleep in his hospital bed. As soon as he teleported over, the soldiers in the monitoring room noticed his arrival. The next second, a rapid and piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire base, and red warning lights flashed wildly. Ignoring the alarm, Roy went straight to Banner, took out his Kusanagi sword, and cut off Banner's handcuffs. Then, he grabbed Banner's shoulder and once again used the Flying Thor technique to return to the rooftop. Chapter 37 Uchiha Counterattack. Back on the rooftop, Roy first deactivated the transformation spell, then casually placed the unconscious Banner on the ground. Finally, an adrenaline injection was retrieved from the system space. He didn't know the dosage of anesthetic Banner had been injected with, nor what type of anesthetic it was. But he knew that an adrenaline injection would accelerate Banner's heartbeat and blood flow, and significantly increase his heart rate, blood pressure and blood sugar levels in a short period of time, thus forcibly waking Banner up. If one injection isn't enough, then give another one. If Banner were an ordinary person, he wouldn't have used this method of awakening. After all, excessive and inappropriate use of adrenaline can lead to serious side effects. But Banner is not an ordinary person. Even if an overdose of adrenaline leads to a life-threatening situation, Hulk will still spontaneously appear. With the injection of adrenaline, Banner, who was in a coma, slowly opened his eyes. Having just woken from his coma, he was not fully awake and looked at Roy with a blank expression. Roy wasn't going to waste time explaining to him. He grabbed Roy's shoulder and, once again, used his flying Thor ability to return from the rooftop to the firm's office. Although she had just witnessed him disappear into thin air not long ago, Betty was still startled when he and Banner suddenly appeared before her. Once the money arrives, you can leave with him. Roy placed Banner on the sofa and spoke to Betty. Betty nodded, ran over to Banner, sat down on the sofa, and gently stroked Banner's cheek. Banner looked thinner than when he was first arrested. This is normal. Although the military researchers did not forget to give him intravenous nutrition, the nutrition could only maintain his vital signs. It's normal to lose weight after lying in a coma in the hospital for half a month. Who is he? Where is this place? Upon seeing Betty, Banner fully regained his senses and quickly asked. He is Mr. Roy, and this is his office. Betty replied immediately. Roy? Banner looked puzzled and warily glanced at Roy. Roy didn't speak, but took out a white animal mask from the dark side from the system space and gestured to Banner. Upon seeing the mask, Banner immediately realized what was going on, frowning as he said, "You're the one who captured me, and you're the one who saved me. What exactly are you up to?" Roy put the mask back into his system space and said calmly, "I arrested you because General Ross paid me $5,000 million for your help. I'm saving you because Dr. Betty paid me $50 to do it." Banner's brow furrowed even more. He wasn't too surprised that Betty was willing to spend $50 to save him. After all, Betty loved him deeply. But Roy couldn't understand why he would accept Betty's commission for $50. Even a lieutenant general like Ross would have to spend $5,000 million to get Roy's help. Betty is just a university professor, yet she only paid 1% of the price, which seems unreasonable no matter how you look at it. Banner first looked at Betty in front of him, then at Roy, and an idea immediately flashed through his mind. Betty paid other prices too. The next second, Banner's gaze toward Roy turned rude. In the past, Banner would never have associated this with prostitution. But during his years on the run, he witnessed many dark sides of human nature and was no longer the innocent male PhD student whose mind was full of research. Although Banner didn't speak, Roy guessed what he was thinking and immediately said, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not as bad as you think. You can doubt my character, but it's incredibly disrespectful to doubt Betty, who loves you so deeply." Banner's expression changed, and an embarrassed look flashed across his face. Betty looked at Banner and Roy with confusion. After a few seconds, she finally realized what was happening. People who can become PhDs are not stupid. Nothing happened between Mr. Roy and me, Bruce, don't overthink it. Betty said to Banner. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you." Banner immediately apologized to Betty. "It's okay." Betty looked at Banner with a tender expression and stroked his head. Just then, Roy saw the system message indicating that the commission was complete. Commission, Rescue Banner. Service status, completed. Commissioned reward, Uchiha fan, sent. Roy closed the notification panel, took out his phone to check the bank's deposit notification, and said to Banner and the other man, "General Ross has transferred the payment. You can leave now." "Thank you, Mr. Roy." Betty stood up and said with a serious expression. "No need to be polite if you're paid to do something." Roy replied. Banner looked at him, wanting to say something, but in the end he said nothing and left the office with Betty. After they left, Roy did not hesitate and immediately took out the Uchiha fan from the system space. The items rewarded by the system will appear directly in the system space, rather than appearing out of thin air in front of him. Just as he remembered, the Uchiha fan was a very large fan. Including the handle, it is nearly 2 meters long. After fiddling with the Uchiha fan for a while, Roy removed the chain from the end of the handle. The Uchiha fan with chains allows for more attack methods, but he doesn't particularly like the chains. He threw the chains back into the system space, opened the system panel, and began browsing the system's description of the Uchiha fan. Just as he guessed, because this is not the Naruto universe, the system made some adjustments to the Uchiha fan to conform to the Marvel universe. To be precise, the defensive ninjutsu Uchiha reflection on the fan has been adjusted. The normal Uchiha rebound involves absorbing the chakra from the enemy's ninjutsu, converting it into wind-style chakra, and then using the wind-style chakra to create a storm that rebounds back. After system adjustments, it was changed to absorb the enemy's energy attacks and convert them into a storm to reflect back. As long as the enemy's energy attack does not exceed the Uchiha fan's tolerance limit, it can absorb any type of energy and transform it into a storm. Roy was not surprised that the system would make such an adjustment. Because apart from him, no one else in this universe has chakra, let alone the ability to unleash ninjutsu attacks on him. After reviewing the instructions provided by the system, Roy put the Uchiha fan back into the system space and sat down on the sofa. Banner has been rescued. However, he still doesn't have a positive outlook on Banner and Betty's future. This is neither a pure cinematic universe nor a comic book universe. In the comics, Banner and Betty eventually become a couple. But in this universe, Roy doesn't think Banner and Betty will be able to walk down the aisle smoothly. If he's not mistaken, after running away with Betty for a while, Banner will, just like in the movies, give up on continuing to be with Betty so as not to implicate her. Chapter 38 Norman and Number 039, S Commission. 3 days later. Morning. Roy was awakened from his sleep by his cell phone ringing. Opening his eyes, he saw that the person calling was Gwen, suppressed his morning grumpiness from being woken up, and pressed the answer button. Before he could speak, Gwen's voice rang out. Dr. Connors is in trouble. Gwen said immediately. Something's happened. What happened? Roy asked. He's missing. When the cleaners were cleaning, they found his office in a complete mess, as if it had been ransacked by thugs. The situation in the laboratory is even worse, a large amount of equipment has been damaged. The cleaner reported it to his superiors immediately, but to this day, no one knows what happened last night, and no one can contact him. Gwen said quickly. After listening to Gwen's story, Roy frowned slightly. A week ago, after Gwen told him that something was wrong with Dr. Connors, he took some time to go to the Osborne building and used his chakra sensing technique to sense Dr. Connors' condition. Based on the perceived vitality, Dr. Connors' condition was normal, with no indication of having been injected with lizard serum. Where are you now? At the Osborne building? Roy asked. No, I'm home. The cross-species genetics project has been temporarily suspended, and the company has asked everyone to go home and wait for further notice. Gwen continued. Okay, I'll come find you in a bit. Roy spoke slowly. Grace replied gently. After ending the call, Roy put his phone aside, got up, and headed to the bathroom. Although we don't know exactly what happened to Dr. Connors, based on the current situation, it is very likely that Dr. Connors lost control after being injected with lizard serum. In the movie The Amazing Spider-Man, he and Peter's father Richard Parker are colleagues, both working at the Osborne Corporation, and researching cross-species genetics together. Peter's father chose spiders as the target for cross-species inheritance. He chose the lizard as his target. After obtaining the decay rate algorithm left by Peter's father, he finally broke through the problem that had plagued him for more than 10 years and developed a serum containing lizard DNA with super regenerative effects that could regenerate severed limbs. However, in this universe, Dr. Connors has absolutely no connection with Peter's family. Peter's father was not a scientist, nor did he work for the Osborne Group. Brush your teeth, wash your face, and do your hair. After changing into clean clothes, Roy was preparing to use the Flying Thunder God technique to head to Gwen's rooftop when his phone rang. He thought it was Gwen calling. It turned out that it wasn't Gwen, the screen displayed an unfamiliar number without a contact name. Without thinking twice, he answered the phone. Who is it? It's me, Norman Osborne. Norman? Roy frowned slightly and continued, what is it? I have a commission, I wonder if you'd be interested in taking it. Norman didn't beat around the bush and replied quickly. What request? To find the missing Dr. Connors. Roy spoke slowly. Hearing his words, Norman smiled and said, it seems your girlfriend has already contacted you. That's right, I wanted to ask you to go see Dr. Connors. He took some things that belonged to the Osborne Group, and I hope he will return them. After Norman finished speaking, Roy did not give an immediate reply and fell silent. After a dozen seconds, realizing that the system hadn't approved Norman's request, he asked, how much are you willing to pay to commission me? 1,000. Norman replied immediately without any hesitation. 1,000 million is too little. I'm not interested in taking on commissions below 5,000 million these days. Roy spoke slowly. Although Norman's commission failed the system's assessment, he wouldn't mind making a move if Norman was willing to spend 5,000 million. He had previously made some requests that did not pass the system's judgment. Whether the commission has passed the system's judgment is not the only reason he accepts the commission. If he is not interested in the rewards offered by the system, he will not accept them even if he passes the system's judgment. Similarly, he might not refuse a commission that hasn't passed the evaluation. Speaking of this, we have to mention the lowest paid commission he ever took. That was a commission with a fee of only $100. The client is a middle-aged man who is raising his daughter alone. The client's wife died in a car accident when their daughter was only 3 years old. Although her job was just an ordinary supermarket sales clerk, the person who entrusted her with the care of her daughter took very good care of her. His daughter also lived up to expectations, getting into Columbia University, an Ivy League school, from an ordinary, neutral high school. If things continue this way, their lives will improve completely after their daughter graduates. However, less than a month after starting college, his daughter died from acute drug poisoning at a freshman party. His daughter doesn't do drugs, and she doesn't even smoke. According to the police investigation, the person who caused his daughter's acute drug poisoning was also a freshman, and was even his daughter's classmate. Not only that, this boy is also a second-generation rich kid and a second-generation official. The boy's father is a senator, and his mother is a director of a listed company. Although the boy's goal was not to kill the client's daughter, but to take advantage of her unconsciousness to do some adult things. According to normal legal judgment, he would certainly be charged with manslaughter and attempted rape. In the end, the boy was only given a suspended sentence. The client, having heard of the existence of the fourth Hokage somewhere, sent him a request for commission that was tens of thousands of words long on a dark web forum. This commission is not only Roy's lowest paid commission to date, but also the one with the most words. Although the commission statement was written in a very touching manner, he did not completely believe the client's claims and spent some time investigating it himself. After confirming that the information provided by the client was true, he accepted the commission. The commission given by the principal is all of his or her own property. If that's not enough, you can borrow from loan sharks. Roy refused, asking for only $100. The rest is quite simple. He didn't have to exert much effort to get the boy out of the villa and hand him over to the client, as requested. The client had no idea what the boy did afterward. However, a week later, he saw the news in the newspaper that his client had turned himself in. As for the boy, according to the police's subsequent investigation, his dismembered and inhuman body was found in the sewer, and could only be identified by DNA. 5,000 million is too much. With your abilities, find. Before Norman could finish speaking, Roy hung up the phone. He will not force clients to pay exorbitant fees, but once he sets a price, he will not give them a chance to negotiate. He knew exactly how much he wanted to be paid. Haggling implies that the other party does not acknowledge his efforts. Since you don't agree, there's nothing more to talk about. Chapter 39 Palm Cultivation Technique. After hanging up the phone, Roy went to the garage, his eyes scanning the luxury cars and sports cars. After a brief moment of thought, he abandoned the idea of driving his Audi R8 to find Gwen and instead went to the latest Audi Horch. 6 horizontal and 12 vertical lines, fulfilling your first love dream. For 10 years, Huo Xi remained unknown, but one day, his first love made him famous throughout the world. As he started the vehicle, the image of the Hoshijin that he had seen before his transmigration involuntarily flashed through his mind. Then, in his unassuming but successful attempt to win back his first love, Horty, he left the garage and drove towards Gwen's house. In terms of efficiency, using the Flying Thunder God technique directly from Gwen's rooftop in the early stages is much faster than driving. But considering that we'll be taking Gwen out for food and fun later, it would be more convenient to drive there. More than half an hour later, Roy arrived downstairs at Gwen's house, took out his phone, and dialed Gwen's number. The call was answered within seconds. Roy said slowly, "I'm downstairs at your place." "Okay, I'll come down now." Gwen replied quickly. He only waited 2 or 3 minutes before Gwen came into view. As usual, Gwen's outfit today was very much to his liking. The brown knee-high boots and grey miniskirt on the lower body create an eye-catching absolute territory. Her upper body consisted of a white top and a beige coat. As soon as Gwen came out of the apartment building, she saw Roy and walked towards him with a bright and charming smile. Roy opened the car door, got out, and stood beside the car. Soon, Gwen came to him and gave him a warm hug and a kiss. After tasting Gwen's lipstick from today, Roy was about to say something when a black Audi A6 drove up and stopped in a nearby parking space. Immediately afterwards, the car door opened, and George, dressed in a sharp suit, stepped out of the car. "A mount." Seeing the resentful look in George's eyes, Gwen immediately released Roy and whispered, "My dad's back, he's right behind you." Upon hearing Gwen's words, Roy quickly turned around. If we were to describe the look George gives Gwen as the resentful look of a beloved daughter gradually leaving him, then. So the look in his eyes when he looked at Roy was the resentment and anger of seeing his carefully nurtured little cabbage being taken advantage of right in front of him. He knew Roy was no ordinary person, and he also knew that Gwen liked Roy very much. But as a father, he couldn't help but get angry when he saw Gwen and Roy hugging and kissing in public and doing oral exercises together. Under the watchful eyes of Roy and Gwen, he walked over with a serious expression. "Dad, why are you back?" Grace asked gently. "I heard Dr. Connors went missing, so I came back to check if you were all right," George replied quickly. The New York Police Department has 77 precincts, and the precinct that is investigating Dr. Connors' disappearance is not the one that is responsible for his precinct. But this did not prevent him from receiving news of Dr. Connors' disappearance. Osborne Corporation is neither as powerful nor as famous as Stark Industries. However, in New York, the Osborne Group is a major taxpayer and a key target of the New York Police Department. I'm fine. The project has been temporarily suspended, and the company told us to go home and wait for further notice. Gwen replied quickly without any hesitation. George nodded, his gaze falling on Roy, and he frowned as he asked, "Don't you have to go to work today?" "I am a freelancer and do not have fixed working hours," Roy replied. George meant to say that freelancers shouldn't spend all their time thinking about romance, but should be career-oriented. However, upon seeing Roy's hosh, he swallowed those words. Although they are all Otis, the cheapest Horch can buy 3 or 4 A6s. As for the top-of-the-line Horch version, needless to say, George couldn't tell from the appearance alone whether Roy's Horch was the top-of-the-line model, but he knew from Helen and the 3 Phillip brothers that Roy had a garage full of luxury cars and sports cars. In other words, Roy definitely won't buy the low-spec version. With a helpless sigh, George said to Gwen, "Be careful, and come home early tonight." "Uh-huh." Gwen nodded. Noon. A Michelin-starred restaurant in Manhattan. Gwen put down her knife and fork, picked up her glass of red wine, took a sip, and frowned. "I'm a little worried about Dr. Connors. The interspecies genetics project has great potential, and he's a leading figure in this field. Do you think he might have been kidnapped?" "Probably not. Although the Osborne Group's security is not very good, it is not so incompetent that they did not know that Dr. Connors was kidnapped inside the building," Roy replied. Hearing his answer, Gwen thought for a moment and continued, "If it wasn't a kidnapping, then what do you think happened to him?" Roy wiped his mouth with a napkin and replied, "If I'm not mistaken, he's probably lost control." "Out of control?" A puzzled expression appeared on Gwen's fair and delicate face. Roy didn't keep them in suspense and continued, "I suspect he has already created serum containing lizard DNA and injected himself with it as a test subject. The serum should have taken effect, but it caused side effects, making him lose control and destroy the office and laboratory in his out-of-control state." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Before I drove here, I received a call from Norman Osborn, who wanted to ask me to find Dr. Connors. But he felt that the price I asked for was too high, and we couldn't reach an agreement." Gwen looked at him with surprise and asked curiously, "What price did you offer?" Roy replied, 5,000 million. No wonder Norman thought it was expensive. This price is indeed very high. After thinking for a moment, a thought suddenly popped into Gwen's mind, and she said with a smile, "If I were to commission you, would you accept payment?" "Certainly." Roy replied immediately without hesitation. "If I were to commission you to find Dr. Connors, what price would you offer?" Gwen continued to ask. Just as Roy was about to answer, a new request appeared in his line of sight, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Commission, finding Dr. Connors. Status, incomplete. Commission reward, magic palm technique. He initially thought Gwen was just saying it casually. It now seems that Gwen really wants to entrust him with finding Dr. Connors. If Gwen was just joking, the system would never approve the request. After closing the information panel, Roy said to Gwen, "You're my girlfriend, so you can get a girlfriend discount. I'll accept your commission if you pay me $100 and agree to one condition." Gwen smiled with satisfaction and asked, "Although I'm not as rich as you, I can still come up with $100. Tell me, what is the other condition?" Roy glanced around and, in a voice only Gwen could hear, stated another condition. After he finished speaking, Gwen was taken aback. Immediately afterwards, her pretty face turned bright red, and she shyly began to complain about him. "How could you make such a demand? I don't think there's anything wrong with this condition," Roy said with a smile. Gwen glared at him. After a few seconds, she turned her head to look elsewhere and whispered, "If you can really find Dr. Connors, I'll agree to your request this time." "Okay, deal." Roy replied immediately without any hesitation. Chapter 40 Lower Creatures. We were full and satisfied. Roy and Gwen left the restaurant and, like any other couple, continued their date, eating, drinking, and having fun. Night. After watching a romantic movie with a somewhat boring plot but a very beautiful female lead, Roy first took Gwen home. Then, we drove to a deserted alley. Flying Thunder God. After confirming that there were no witnesses around, he decisively used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport himself and his car back to the villa's garage. Back in the living room, Roy used his shadow clone technique. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke appeared out of thin air. As the smoke cleared, a shadow clone that looked exactly like him appeared in front of him. "It's up to you." Roy patted his shadow clone on the shoulder and headed toward the game room. After watching him leave, the shadow clone took a bottle of whiskey from the liquor cabinet, took the glass, returned to the living room, and sat down on the sofa. He poured himself a glass, took a sip, and then used his shadow clone to perform a chakra sensing technique. In just an instant, the chakra sensing technique's sensing range covered the entire city of New York. Whether it was the original, Gwen, Peter, Norman, Daredevil, Mr. Negative, or ordinary citizens, the life signals of all humans in the city were sensed by the shadow clone without exception. The task Roy assigned to the shadow clone was simple. Use chakra sensing technique every 15 minutes to locate Drive Connors. While he was out on a date with Gwen in the afternoon, he used his chakra sensing technique, which covered the entire city of New York, several times in an attempt to pinpoint Dr. Connors' location. He was certain that Dr. Connors was still in New York. In other words, he must have sensed Dr. Connors' vital signs. However, Dr. Connors was not among the superhumans perceived. This means that when he used the chakra sensing technique, Dr. Connors did not inject the lizard serum, and his life force was exactly the same as that of an ordinary person. 8 million people live in New York City. Roy had no interest in going to each of them one by one. So he decided to have his shadow clones use chakra sensing technique every 15 minutes to search for superhumans in New York City. As long as Dr. Connors injects the lizard serum and transforms into a humanoid giant lizard, his shadow clone will definitely sense it. Time passes little by little. Before I knew it, it was already past midnight. Roy, who was playing a game in the game room, suddenly received feedback that the shadow clone had been dispelled. The moment the shadow clone dissipated, he knew that it had sensed Dr. Connors, who had transformed into a humanoid giant lizard. Otherwise, the shadow clone would not actively dissolve its own existence. Without any hesitation, he immediately began browsing the memories fed back by his shadow clone. Are they hiding in Queens? After discovering that Dr. Connors was hiding in Queens, Roy took out his phone and sent a message to Gwen. Less than a minute later, he received Gwen's reply and dialed her number. He didn't know if Gwen was asleep, so he sent her a message to check first. As soon as the call connected, he immediately said, "I've found Dr. Connors, he's in Queens right now. If you're interested, I can take you with me." Gwen replied without hesitation, "Okay, come and get me." After hanging up the phone, Roy decisively used the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly teleporting to Gwen's bedroom. "I'll change my clothes first, wait for me a moment." Gwen, wearing a white nightgown, got out of bed. "No rush, Dr. Connors just received the lizard serum injection not long ago. I could sense his exact location until the serum's effects completely wore off." Roy spoke slowly. Gwen nodded, went to the wardrobe, and began picking out clothes. Then, in front of Roy, she took off her white nightgown and changed into the casual clothes she had chosen. After getting dressed, she approached Roy and excitedly said, "I'm ready. You'd better disguise yourself, lest Dr. Connors recognize you." As soon as he finished speaking, Roy took out 2 sets of authentic Akatsuki red cloud robes and hats, as well as 2 high-quality replicas of Konoha Anbu animal masks from his system space. He rarely wore the Akatsuki's straw hat before, he would only wear a red cloud robe and a white animal mask. The reason for taking out the straw hat this time was mainly to cover Gwen's long blonde hair. Having donned the Akatsuki's red cloud robe and straw hat, Gwen first went to the full-length mirror to admire her new look before putting on the white animal mask. After Gwen put on the mask, Roy, who was already dressed in a red cloud robe and mask, wrapped his arms around her small waist. Flying Thunder God. In just a moment, they arrived at the rooftop of a building in Queens. A gentle evening breeze swept by. Standing on the edge of the rooftop, Gwen unconsciously clung to Roy, as if afraid she would fall. Roy used his chakra sensing technique to pinpoint Dr. Connors' latest location. Although it's unclear what Dr. Connors was planning, it's obvious that he had some kind of plan, which is why he injected himself with lizard serum in the middle of the night. He pinpointed Dr. Connors' latest location without much effort. Just as he predicted, Dr. Connors was moving rapidly at that moment. Roy didn't waste time guessing. He took out Gara's little gourd from the system space and put it on his waist. He then manipulated the sand to form a sand cloud large enough for him and Gwen to stand together. After stepping onto the sand cloud, he controlled it to fly towards Dr. Connors. At this moment, Dr. Connors was completely unaware that Roy had already set his sights on him. He had only one thought in his mind: to eliminate the senior executives of the Osborne Group who wanted to shut down the cross-species genetics project. For him, the cross-species genetics project is not just a research project, but also a hope for him to grow a right arm and become a normal person again. Although he had long since adapted to life with only one hand, becoming a normal person with both arms again has always been his dream. "Anyone who tries to stop me must die." After walking a distance through the dark, damp, and foul-smelling sewers, Dr. Connors pushed open the manhole cover and climbed out of the sewer. New York's extensive sewer system allowed him to travel unnoticed to the residences of Osborne Group executives. But he soon discovered a small problem. That is, he can't accurately determine his direction in the sewer. Although he would be seen if he left the sewers, he didn't really care. Like Bronsky, who transformed into Abomination, Dr. Connors was also affected by the serum's side effects, and his thinking became distorted. Unsurprisingly, Dr. Connors caused a riot shortly after climbing out of the sewers. Even in the early hours of the morning, the streets of New York were still bustling with pedestrians and cars. The spot where he climbed out happened to be a main road in Queens. A car screeched to a halt in front of Dr. Connors. The female driver, who had just finished her night shift, let out a sharp, explosive sound after seeing Dr. Connors' current appearance. At the same time, I instinctively released the brake and floored the accelerator. Dr. Connors was not hit by the car. As the female driver slammed her horn, his sharp claws pierced the front of the car, lifting it up. Then, he opened his mouth and gave the female driver in the car a smile that would give her nightmares for months. Seeing the female driver's panicked and frantic screaming, Dr. Connors felt a strange sense of pleasure. Lower beings. The thought unconsciously flashed through Dr. Connors' mind. Chapter 41 Magical Enchanting, Tree Binding Kill. If it were the old Dr. Connors, he would never have regarded ordinary people as inferior beings. Because he wasn't even considered an ordinary person before, he was a disabled person with one arm missing. However, seeing the female driver screaming in terror inside the car, he naturally labeled her as a lower being. In his view, he has now evolved to the next stage of humanity, and is undoubtedly a strong and advanced life form. After enjoying the female driver's panicked state, Dr. Connors strained his hands, attempting to throw the car away, looking for a second target that could bring him satisfaction. However, at that moment, a figure appeared out of nowhere on the roof of the car. Red cloud robe, bamboo hat, white animal mask. The person who came to the roof of the car was none other than Roy, who had used the instantaneous movement technique to come over from the sand clouds. Upon seeing Roy, Dr. Connors was taken aback. The next second, it opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth and roared at Roy. Roy had no intention of talking to Dr. Connors. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved the Kusanagi sword from his system space. Laugh. With a flash of light, the Kusanagi sword sliced through Dr. Connors' arms like a hot knife through butter. Without any suspense, Dr. Connors' arms were easily severed by the Kusanagi sword, and the car crashed onto the street with a thud. The moment the wildly spinning tires touched the ground, the car shot off like a runaway horse, knocking Dr. Connors flying. Roy lightly touched the ground with his toes and leaped off the roof of the car, walking towards Dr. Connors, who had been knocked into the air. Dr. Connors, who had been thrown into the air, quickly got up. The car collision did not cause him much harm. Although lizard serum has a limited shelf life and serious side effects, it still endows him with a physique far exceeding that of ordinary people and super regenerative abilities. In just a few seconds, his arms regenerated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dr. Connors stared at Roy, no longer yelling like before. The pain of having his arms severed brought him to his senses, but it also made him realize that his physical strength was not yet at the level of being invulnerable to weapons. 7 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. As Roy drew ever closer, Dr. Connors' bestial instincts once again overpowered his humanity, and he bared his teeth and lunged at Roy. For an average person, his speed is not slow. But for Roy, who had awakened his Sharingan, his movements were no different from slow motion played frame by frame. When Dr. Connors' hands were only half a meter away from him, Roy swung the Kusanagi sword once again. Laugh. The result was no different from before. With a single sword strike, Roy severed Dr. Connors' hands. At the same time, he slightly shifted his body to the side, avoiding Dr. Connors' attack. Bang! Dr. Connors crashed heavily onto the street, and his broken hands began to regenerate once again. We can't beat them. I am no match for him. The pain of having his hands severed once again caused Dr. Connors' humanity to prevail, and the thought that he couldn't beat Roy flashed through his mind involuntarily. As his hands regenerated, Dr. Connors quickly stood up, looking at Roy with a wary expression. His gaze first fell on the Kusanagi sword, then on the white animal mask. Although the lizard serum greatly improved his vision, giving him eyesight far beyond that of ordinary people, he was originally nearsighted. However, the lizard serum did not grant him X-ray vision, so he could not see what was behind the mask. However, he noticed the unusual eyes behind the eye holes in the mask. 3 black tomo surrounded the blood-red eyes. Sharingan. Dr. Connors didn't know about the Sharingan, let alone what it meant to make eye contact with such eyes. Just as he was thinking about how to defeat Roy, Roy suddenly disappeared from his sight, as if he had never been there at all. At the same time, he discovered that a tree, so large that it would take 2 or 3 people to encircle it, had grown behind him at some point, and its thick branches bound him like chains. What is this? Although he didn't know what had happened, Dr. Connors' first reaction was to break free from the branches. However, his body did not move at all, as if the large tree behind him had deprived him of control over his body. A flicker of panic crossed Dr. Connors' face instinctively. Before he could figure out what was going on, Roy, who had disappeared, emerged from the trees and plunged the Kusanagi sword into his chest. When Roy thrust out the Kusanagi sword, he deliberately used lightning chakra to create some electric current, giving Dr. Connors a feeling of exhilaration and a refreshing coolness. The pain of the distance instantly spread throughout his body, and Dr. Connors uncontrollably let out a beast-like roar. Roy drew his Kusanagi sword, leaped down from the tree, and stood in front of Dr. Connors. Under Dr. Connors' watchful eye, he severed the man's arms for the third time. The illusion was then dispelled. Magical tree binding kill. When Dr. Connors met his gaze, he did not hesitate and decisively cast the illusion magic spell, Tree Binding Kill. According to the official novel, the illusionary tree binding kill was a genjutsu created during the era of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The purpose of this illusion is to make the enemy believe that the caster is using wood release to bind them, thus creating the illusion that the person I am fighting is the legendary Hashirama Senju? Or is there Hashirama Senju in the enemy's army? In other words, this illusion technique is borrowing the first Hokage's reputation to intimidate others. In the anime, Kurane Yui used the genius tree binding kill technique to attack Itaki Uchiha, who had returned to Konoha. As a result, he was countered by Itaki, who was skilled in illusions, and fell victim to his own illusion technique, tree binding kill. In the end, he was kicked away by Itaki. Even without the Sharingan, one can still perform the illusion tree binding kill. However, it is even more powerful when used while the Sharingan is activated. Freed from the constraints of the magic tree binding technique, Dr. Connors regained his mobility. His mobility has been restored. However, Dr. Connors did not launch any attack on Roy. The side effects of the lizard serum greatly amplified his bestial instincts, causing him to lose the calm and rationality he possessed as a scientist. But being animalistic doesn't mean being completely out of control. Even the most ferocious beasts experience fear and know what beings should not be provoked. Having had his arm severed 3 times by Roy and even stabbed through the heart once, Roy is now someone he can't afford to mess with. I've calmed down. Very good. Roy nodded in satisfaction. The next second, he manipulated the sand inside the gourd. As Dr. Connors saw the sand flying towards him, a bad feeling flashed through his mind. However, before he could do anything, he was completely enveloped by sand. Sand-bound coffin. After Dr. Connors was completely bound by the sand coffin, Roy returned the Kusanagi sword to the system space and deactivated the Sharingan. Immediately afterwards, he used the instantaneous movement technique to return to the sand cloud floating in the air, and controlled the sand cloud and Dr. Connors, who was covered in sand, to fly out of the city. Chapter 42 Advice. Where are we going now? What's with this lizard man? Didn't you bring me to see Dr. Connors? Gwen looked at Roy with a puzzled expression. We're heading out of the city now. This lizardman is Dr. Connors, Roy replied quickly without hesitation. What? How is that possible? Gwen was taken aback and quickly turned to look at the sand that was following behind them, tightly enveloping Dr. Connors. Although Roy had told her at noon that Dr. Connors might have already produced serum containing lizard DNA. But she still couldn't quite accept that the lizardman who fought Roy was the refined and gentle Dr. Connors. As far as she knew, the serum that Drive Connors was researching would only give people the ability to regenerate severed limbs like lizards. After calming herself down a bit, she quickly guessed the reason. Side effect. Dr. Connors's research on lizard serum has serious side effects. Gwen didn't waste time thinking about it and asked Roy, is it because of the serum side effects? That's right, do you remember the performance-enhancing drugs you were injected with before? Roy then asked Gwen a question in return. Of course I remember. Gwen nodded. The performance-enhancing drug you were injected with was not developed by Stark, he only made subsequent optimizations and improvements. The initial physical enhancement drugs also had serious side effects. I specifically sought him out and had him eliminate the side effects of the medication. Roy said slowly and deliberately. That's it. After a moment's thought, Gwen asked curiously, what were the side effects of the initial potion? Violent tendencies, aggression, and a state of madness. Roy decided not to hide it from Gwen and told her about the side effects. Gwen quickly recalled the changes in her mindset and mental state after injecting the physical enhancement drug and becoming a superhuman. She breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that she had not shown any such signs. Although she didn't speak, Roy guessed what she was thinking the moment she fell silent, and said with a smile, although biotechnology isn't Stark's main area of research, he's a polymath. Not to mention using biotechnology to enhance the user's physical attributes, if he wanted to, he could even create a machine that allows safe time travel. Gwen smiled gently and said softly, when did you become so familiar with him? I saw in the news that he not only likes women, but also men, he's a typical bisexual. You guys wouldn't. Before Gwen could finish speaking, Roy interrupted her, saying seriously, he is him, and I am me. I only like women. Also, just a heads up, I've found Dr. Connors as you requested, and you'll be paying the commission soon. Gwen was taken aback at first. Immediately afterwards, the fair face under the mask turned bright red. Roy stopped teasing her and focused on manipulating the sand cloud beneath his feet and the sand enveloping Dr. Connors. More than 10 minutes later, they arrived above a forest outside the city. Roy randomly chose a deserted grassy area to land. He didn't immediately remove the sand bindings, but turned to Gwen and said, "The lizard serum's energy is depleted, and Dr. Connors has now reverted to human form. Isn't this a good thing?" Gwen asked, puzzled. Whether it's good or bad is another matter, but when he transformed into a lizardman, he wasn't wearing any clothes. Roy reminded Gwen of something. Gwen immediately realized, "You mean, he's naked now that he's back in human form?" "Yes." Roy nodded. "Take something from your storage space to cover him up." After saying that, Gwen turned her back to the sand that was enveloping Dr. Connors. Roy didn't waste any more time and released the effects of the sand-bound coffin. Before the sand flew back to the gourd at his waist, he made it spin in the air like a sand tornado for a while, cleaning it up. He clearly remembered that when Dr. Connors in the movie transformed back into human form, the flesh and blood tissue generated by the lizard serum would age and decompose rapidly, producing some decomposition products. He didn't mind the sand being stained with blood. But he had no intention of letting the sand, along with these disgusting decomposed flesh and blood, return to the gourd. Freed from the sand's binding and restraints, Dr. Connors, now in human form, naked with the skin on his left cheek resembling that of a lizard, appeared in his line of sight. The current lizard serum is not yet perfect and cannot allow Dr. Connors to permanently maintain his lizard man form. In addition, the 3 regenerations of the arms consumed most of the serum's energy in a short period of time, greatly shortening the transformation time. Roy approached Dr. Connors, took a blanket from his system space, and tossed it to him. Dr. Connors looked at the blanket in front of him with a puzzled expression and said to Roy, "Weren't you going to kill me? If I wanted to kill you, you would die the moment you saw me." Roy replied. Dr. Connors glanced around and continued, "Then why did you bring me here? Don't go back to New York. Go wherever you want. If you dare to cause trouble in New York again, next time I won't chop off your hands, I'll chop off your head. Finally, since you haven't caused any injuries or deaths yet, here's a piece of advice. Losing an arm won't affect your intelligence, you're still a top scientist. Some things, once lost, are lost forever. Holding on to them too much will only hurt you." After saying that, Roy turned and walked towards Gwen, collecting the sand from Sand Cloud back into the gourd. Upon reaching Gwen, he grabbed her waist and decisively used his Thor's flight ability to return from the forest to Gwen's bedroom. "Thank you," Gwen said to Roy, removing her mask and hat. "There's nothing to thank me for. I'm not some kind of psychopathic killer. No matter what, he was your internship mentor and taught you some knowledge." Although Dr. Connors was undoubtedly a dangerous person and a supervillain after being injected with lizard serum, that was because his rationality was affected by the side effects of the serum. Prior to this, Dr. Connors was considered a very good mentor. Take Gwen as an example. Before Gwen graduated, he gave her a lot of advice on applying to college and offered to help write letters of recommendation. Recalling Dr. Connors's previous guidance, Gwen sighed, took off her red cloud robe, and returned the robe, hat and mask to Roy, saying softly, "It's getting late, you should go back and get some rest." Roy put the red robe and bamboo hat back into his system space, raised an eyebrow at Gwen, and said with a smile, "Someone hasn't paid the commission yet." Gwen's face immediately turned bright red, and she quickly said, "I definitely won't go back on my word. It's not convenient tonight, let's talk about it later." "I think it's quite convenient now, your parents and brothers are all asleep. As long as you don't make too much noise, you don't have to worry about waking them up. Of course, if you feel shy here, you can come to my place." Hearing Roy's words, Gwen's face turned even redder. After a dozen seconds, she lowered her head and whispered, "Go to your place, but remember to bring me back before dawn." "Good." Without any hesitation, Roy immediately picked Gwen up and carried her back to the bedroom of the Upper East Side villa using the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 43 Chakra Scalpel. 7 o'clock in the morning. At Gwen's urging, Roy used the Flying Thunder God technique to send Gwen home. After sending Gwen home, he used the Flying Thunder God technique again to teleport back to his bedroom in the villa. After washing up in the bathroom and changing into clean clothes, he opened his attribute panel, looked at the ninjutsu section, and began to read the description of the palm healing technique. Hand healing technique, a rank medical ninjutsu, Tsunade version. It accelerates wound healing by channeling chakra from the palm, treating injuries or illnesses. The amount of chakra output can be precisely adjusted according to the target's condition. Overuse will disrupt the patient's normal circulatory system, causing them to fall into a coma. Not bad. Roy nodded in satisfaction. The palm immortal technique rewarded by the system was exactly the same as the one he remembered. The palm healing technique cannot be used in combat, it can only be used to heal oneself and others. But this did not diminish his satisfaction with the palm cultivation technique in the slightest. The emergence of the palm immortal technique compensated for his shortcoming of only being able to kill but not to heal or save lives. He turned off the attribute panel and, without any hesitation, raised his right hand and immediately began to use the palm immortal technique. He effortlessly unleashed the palm healing technique, releasing green chakra from his right hand. The green color is not his original chakra color, it's a change brought about by using the healing palm technique. No matter who it is, the chakra released after using the palm healing technique will turn green. As for why it's green instead of the standard blue or other colors, it's probably because the creator of healing palm technique felt that green was a better match for medical ninjutsu. After briefly sensing the healing chakra released from his right hand, Roy stopped casting the healing palm technique. At the same time, a medical ninjutsu of the same A rank as the palm healing technique flashed through his mind. Chakra scalpel. Precise control of chakra allows it to materialize, forming a thin, blade-like energy body in the palm that acts as a scalpel, enabling cutting within the target's body without damaging the surface tissue. If there is enough chakra, the chakra scalpel can be extended arbitrarily. Besides being used to save lives, the chakra scalpel can also be used in combat to sever the enemy's muscle tissue or nervous system, causing damage. After recalling the information about the chakra scalpel, Roy quickly made a decision. Develop your own chakra scalpel. He wasn't a medical ninja. Before acquiring the healing palm technique, his understanding of medical knowledge was at the level of an ordinary person. To ensure he could successfully perform Tsunade's version of the palm healing technique, the system provided him with a large amount of medical knowledge, fulfilling the prerequisite of having certain medical knowledge to perform the chakra scalpel technique. Let's get back to the chakra scalpel. The principles behind chakra scalpel and palm healing technique are different, and their effects are also completely different. However, both of these A-rank medical ninjutsu require precise chakra output to the target's body using the palm of the hand. The only difference is that one outputs chakra with healing effects, while the other outputs chakra with destructive effects. Having made his decision, Roy first went to a restaurant outside for breakfast. Afterwards, he returned to the study in the villa and began developing the chakra scalpel. Time flies. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 months, Roy maintained his previous lifestyle. Enjoying a decadent capitalist lifestyle. Execute the commissions that interest you. To train and develop ninjutsu. He had a romantic relationship with Gwen. I occasionally exchange feelings with Natasha. In addition, he also went to Los Angeles several times to attend parties hosted by Tony. Perhaps to prove that his orientation was normal, Tony invited a large group of hot and sexy women to every party. It has to be said that, as a veteran playboy, Tony's parties are a veritable paradise for men. Night. After having dinner with Gwen at a Michelin-starred restaurant, Roy drove his Maybach, which could run out of the Nibelungen, to Flushing, Queens, where Gwen, now a college student, to attend the opening ceremony of the Stark Industrial Exposition. After several months of preparation, the opening ceremony of the Stark Industries exhibition will be held tonight as scheduled. As a director of Stark Industries, he had received the invitation long ago. After parking the car, he, dressed in a black bespoke suit, and Gwen, dressed in a dark blue evening gown, got out of the car and, guided by staff, arrived at the VIP area of the opening ceremony through the VIP passage. In addition to being open to the general public, tonight's opening ceremony also invited many of New York's elites. Examples include the mayor of New York City, senators, Norman Osborn, Justin Hammer, Kingpin, and others. The VIP area is located in a building next to the stage, with a commanding view and huge floor-to-ceiling windows that offer a panoramic view of the stage and the main venue. Compared to the bustling, crowded main venue, the VIP area was like another world. Spacious, quiet, and comfortable. Upon arriving at the VIP area, the other directors of Stark Industries, each accompanied by their female companions, came forward to greet Roy. He doesn't own a particularly large number of shares, and he hasn't been a member of the board for very long. But this does not affect his voting rights in the slightest. Speaking of this, we have to mention Tony. Tony is the chairman and holds absolute control over Stark Industries, but he is not a very competent chairman. Putting aside everything else, in the past few months, as chairman, he only attended one board meeting. That was the time Roy joined the board of directors. Since that incident, Tony has never attended a board meeting again, always sending Pepper as his representative. Although she was Tony's representative, Pepper herself was not a board member, she was merely Tony's personal secretary with no voting rights, and her job was only to relay Tony's opinions and meeting results. Roy didn't attend every meeting either. But compared to Tony, who might not participate even once every year or two, he is considered very diligent. Not long after Norman finished greeting the board members, he led Harry and Mary Jane toward Roy and his companion. Norman and Harry's attire was nothing special, they were both dressed in expensive, bespoke suits. As for Mary Jane, she was wearing a black evening gown. Unlike Gwen, Harry, and Peter, Mary Jane did not choose to continue her university studies, but instead pursued her dream of becoming an actress, just like in the movie. However, as far as Roy knows, her acting dream is not progressing very smoothly. She has only been playing minor roles in Broadway stage plays and has not yet landed any decent roles. Soon, Norman and his two companions arrived in front of Roy and Gwen. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Norman said to Roy, "Would it be convenient for us to talk privately?" "Can." Roy nodded, then turned to Gwen and said, "Wait for me here, I'll be right back." "Okay," Gwen replied quickly. After giving Gwen instructions, Roy and Norman went to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. "I found a very good researcher," restarted the cross-species genetics project, and took over Connor's research. Norman raised his hand to call the waiter, took 2 glasses of red wine from the tray the waiter was holding, and handed one of them to Roy. "What does this have to do with me?" Roy took the red wine, took a sip, and looked at Norman calmly. "I don't know why you let Connors go, but if you are also interested in cross-species genetic projects, I'd like to invite you to work on this project together." Norman didn't beat around the bush and stated his purpose directly. "First, I am not a scientist. Secondly, I am not interested in this project." Although he didn't know what Norman was up to, Roy rejected Norman without a second thought. Others might not know, but he wouldn't forget that Norman could go into a frenzy at any moment due to the side effects of the physical enhancement drugs. Norman, in his mad state, was no threat to him, but he couldn't think of any reason why he should cooperate with someone who could turn mad at any moment. Chapter 44 Spider Serum. Norman sighed regretfully and continued, "This invitation remains valid until the project concludes. If you change your mind, you can contact me anytime." After saying that, he raised his glass, drank it all in one gulp, and turned to walk toward Kingpin. Seeing that they had finished their conversation, Gwen approached Roy and asked curiously, "What were you talking about?" "It's nothing, he just wanted to invite me to work on a cross-species genetics project," Roy replied quickly without hiding anything. Gwen immediately frowned and asked in confusion, "I heard that they couldn't find a suitable person to take over, so they shut down the interspecies genetics project and laid off all the project staff." "He found someone to take over Dr. Connor's research," Roy replied. Gwen continued, "Who did he find to take over? There aren't many scientists who study cross-species genetics, and even fewer who are capable of taking over Dr. Connor's research." Roy shook his head and said slowly, "I don't know who he found to take over, but judging from his expression, he has a lot of confidence in the person who took over." Gwen fell silent and didn't ask anything more. Time passes little by little. 8 p.m. sharp. Fireworks were set off in the venue to announce the official start of the opening ceremony. Fireworks exploded in the night sky, bursting forth with brilliant but fleeting light. At the same time, a military transport plane roared overhead over Flushing. The rear hatch opens. Wearing a Mark 6 suit, Tony jogged a few steps and jumped out of the cabin. After experiencing the feeling of freefall, he activated the flight system, his feet shooting out orange-yellow tail flames, streaking across the night sky like a shooting star, and flying towards the opening ceremony stage. This was a way he specially designed to make his entrance. As a flamboyant and attention-seeking playboy, he would never miss any opportunity to show off. Soon, the crowd watching the fireworks noticed his arrival, and a huge cheer erupted in the venue. Amidst the cheers and applause of the crowd, Tony landed precisely in the circular area directly in front of the stage. As they landed, a row of golden fireworks burst forth behind the stage, and female dancers dressed in red costumes, showcasing their sexy figures, began their synchronized and sensual dance. Their performance costumes were similar to swimsuits and were inspired by Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, with red as the main color and round lights shining on their chests. These female dancers all have great figures, and their performances are very sexy. However, all eyes were on Tony. Sexy and sizzling performances can be found everywhere. Compared to the steel suits that symbolize power and technology, a woman's sexy body is insignificant. In the movie, when Tony attends the opening ceremony of the expo, he wears a Mark IV, which uses a second-generation arc reactor and is deployed in a mechanized manner. However, he is now wearing armor numbered 6, which is actually equivalent to the Mark VII armor in the movie. As the armor transformed, Tony, dressed in a sharp suit, stepped out and waved to the crowd below the stage. "It feels so good to be the center of attention." Tony silently sighed to himself. Although he usually attracts a lot of attention, he rarely gets the spotlight of thousands of people at the same time and receives loud cheers. Tony joined the female dancers on stage for a final pose, then spread his hands, clapping as he turned to face the audience. "Tony! Tony! Tony!" The audience chanted Tony's name together. "It feels so good to be back. You guys miss me, don't you?" Tony said with a smile. "Blow something up," a spectator suddenly shouted. Tony smiled slightly and said slowly, "Blow something up? I've already done that." Then, his expression turned serious, I never said that the world has been at peace for so many years because of me. I never said that no one in this world has risen from the ashes like a phoenix. I certainly didn't say that the US government could remain calm and collected because I always maintained peak performance and no one was my match. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience, like waves crashing one after another. VIP area. Hearing Tony's comment, Gwen smiled and said, "Has he always been this flamboyant?" "Yes," Roy replied. "I don't like men who are too flamboyant, they seem immature, almost like little kids," Gwen said with a serious expression. Roy agreed with Gwen's opinion. Because Tony sometimes does act like a child who hasn't grown up, likes to show off and assert his presence, but that's precisely where his charm lies. "I love you, Tony," a female spectator shouted loudly. Tony waved his hand and said slowly, "No, I'm not important, and neither are you. We are not important, what matters is the legacy, what we can leave for the future. Therefore, starting next year, for the first time since 1974, outstanding talents from different countries and companies around the world will provide their resources, share their visions, and work together to create a better future. We're not important. What I want to say is, welcome to the Stark Industries Fair. Now, I'd like to invite a special guest who has returned from a past life to introduce the expo to you. Please welcome my father, Howard Stark, the founder of Stark Industries." As soon as he finished speaking, the large screen on Tony's body began playing a video that Howard had recorded years ago. Technology can achieve everything, a better life, a healthier body. This is the first time in human history that global peace is expected to be achieved. On behalf of Stark Industries, I would like to introduce you to the city of the future. Technology makes humanity full of infinite possibilities, can make humans immune to diseases, and can change the lives of each and every one of us. No need to work hard, plenty of time for leisure activities, and enjoying a wonderful life with family and friends. As the video played, Tony left the stage and, accompanied by Happy, walked towards the VIP area. Although he dislikes engaging in pointless small talk with unfamiliar people, sometimes he has no choice but to do so. After all, we can't just invite people over and leave without even saying goodbye. He just has some personality flaws, he's not completely incapable of interpersonal communication. In addition, he hadn't seen Roy for a while and couldn't resist showing off his latest masterpiece, the Mark 7. Not long after, Tony arrived at the VIP area. As expected, he attracted everyone's attention as soon as he arrived in the VIP area, and people came forward to greet him. "Nice to meet you. I remember you, you were at my party. Okay, I'll add your invitation to my schedule. Long time no see, you look more energetic than before. I have your number. Keep in touch when you have time." "No problem, I'll seriously consider this project." After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Tony approached Roy, turned his back to the others, and whispered, "It's a good thing you weren't as agitated as they were. I don't understand what they had to get so excited about, I'm not the president." Before Roy could answer, he turned to Gwen and praised her, "Miss Stacy, have you ever considered acting? It's such a shame you don't go into acting, none of the Hollywood actresses are as pretty as you." "I'm not that pretty, Mr. Stark, you flatter me too much." Although she knew Tony's praise was somewhat exaggerated, Gwen still smiled happily. "I'm just telling the truth. Oh, by the way, Roy asked me to prepare a gift for you. I hope you'll like it." After saying that, Tony gave Happy a look. Without any hesitation, Happy immediately took a small box from his pocket and handed it to Gwen. "What is this?" Gwen took the box and looked at Tony with a puzzled expression. Tony glanced around and whispered in a voice only they could hear, "Spider Serum." Chapter 45 Scientific Ninja Tools. Upon hearing Tony's words, Gwen's eyes lit up, and she opened the box Happy handed her. As the box was opened, a pale blue serum came into her view. People's physical constitutions cannot be generalized. The same goes for superhumans. After being injected with Tony's optimized physical enhancement drug and becoming a superhuman, she thought she would no longer be bullied by Roy without any power to fight back. As it turns out, she was being too optimistic. Even with physical attributes far exceeding those of ordinary people, she was still no match for Roy. Despite having the inherent advantages of being a woman, when fighting Roy, it was still her who cried and begged for mercy. Knowing that she couldn't handle Roy on her own, she tacitly allowed him to have affairs before becoming a superhuman, even as his official wife. "I really like this gift, thank you Mr. Stark." Gwen closed the box and thanked Tony earnestly. Tony shook his head and pointed at Roy, saying, "Don't mention it. If you want to thank someone, thank him. He provided all the materials. I just developed the serum according to his requirements." For Tony, using Peter's genetic mutations and Roy's super spider venom to create a suitable spider serum for Gwen was indeed not a difficult task. If he had a reference answer but still couldn't develop the spider serum, that would be really strange. "Is there anything wrong with this serum?" Roy asked Tony. Tony rolled his eyes at him and quickly replied, "Don't you trust what I made? I had Jarvis do thousands of tests, and all the results were fine. Speaking of which, you're really lucky. Of the 14 venom samples you brought, one was a perfect match for thermodynamic genes. Whether it's Gwen's genes before or after she became a superhuman, they match perfectly, just like a gift that fate had prepared for Gwen long ago. Not only that, after Jarvis's repeated testing and calculations, because Gwen had previously been injected with a performance-enhancing drug, her physical functions will be stronger than Spider-Man's after the injection of the Spider Serum. After all, Spider-Man only received one upgrade, while Gwen received two. If there's any problem, it's that the media will later hype up the idea that Gwen and Spider-Man are actually a couple." After saying that, Tony raised an eyebrow at Roy, giving him a look that said, "It's finally my turn to make you laugh." He had barely finished speaking when Roy's voice rang out, "That won't happen." "Why not?" "Although I really dislike the media comparing me to him, I have to admit that his design of the suit and web shooters perfectly matches the Spider's superpowers. If Gwen wants to fight crime like him, she will definitely adopt similar uniforms and equipment. At that time, even if you don't want to, the media won't let go of the opportunity to hype up the Spider couple." Tony turned to look at Gwen and said slowly, "Even if Gwen wants to fight evil, I won't let her be like him, wearing a bodysuit and shooting webs around the city. I will design a superhero image for Gwen that is completely different from his." Roy replied calmly. Although the media hype surrounding the Spider-Man couple won't affect his real relationship with Gwen. But he still didn't want to see the scene, and had already decided on Gwen's superhero image. "What kind of superhero design are you planning to create for Gwen?" Tony didn't waste time guessing and asked directly. "Ninja." Roy replied with a smile. Tony immediately frowned. "Ninjas? Like the Hand, those ninjas who go around hacking and slashing with melee weapons." He used to have no interest in the underworld. After being tricked by Obadiah once, he felt he needed to learn about the underworld, which he hadn't been particularly interested in before. Putting everything else aside, at the very least, we need to know which people and organizations in the underworld deserve our attention and vigilance. They are ninjas, but not the Hand kind. You'll find out what kind of ninjas they are later, Roy said with a smile. Because of his physical condition, Gwen cannot cultivate chakra, nor can he share his chakra with Gwen. However, this does not mean that Gwen cannot use ninjutsu. All you need to do is provide Gwen with a scientific ninja tool similar to the one in the Boruto movie, and she will gain the ability to use ninjutsu. Tony can help create scientific ninja tools that store and release miniature ninjutsu scrolls. He was responsible for manufacturing and supplying miniature scrolls that sealed ninjutsu. Although I don't know why you are interested in ninjas, the image of a female ninja is quite appealing. Let's not talk about that. If you have time, come to my studio. I'll show you my latest masterpiece, the Mark 7. I guarantee it will be an eye-opener." Tony looked at Roy with a proud expression. "Good." Roy did not refuse and nodded. He also wanted to see what kind of Mark 7 Tony would create, now that laser-guided tracking had been deployed on the Mark 6. Did they develop features such as remote control and sentry systems? Or is it based on the existing deployment system, with the addition of decomposition and deployment capabilities, similar to Mark 42 in the movie? Or is it a combat analysis system like the Mark 45 and Mark 46? As for the Mark 44 and Mark 48 anti-Hulk armors, which are designed to counter the Hulk, and the Mark 50 which uses nanotechnology, Roy doesn't think Tony would have developed them in this timeline. I won't go into Mark 44 and 48. Tony has never actually met Banner, he's only seen videos of Banner and Hulk fighting at Culver University. Although Tony had come into contact with the Abomination and even used it to test the firepower of the Mark 6. But given his personality, he wouldn't design special armor to deal with the Abomination whose right hand and right foot had been cut off and who was already being secretly imprisoned by the military. Needless to say, the Mark 50, which incorporated nanotechnology, was even more advanced. Even for Tony, nanotechnology is still only in theory and has not yet reached the stage of being usable, let alone used to make armor. After chatting for a few minutes, Tony left with Happy. As he watched them leave, Roy subtly used his chakra sensing technique to sense Happy's life force. As Happy escorted Tony toward them, Tony noticed that Happy seemed different than before. As it turned out, he was right. Happy's appearance remained unchanged, but his vitality far exceeded that of ordinary people, comparable to Gwen. It was clear that he had also been injected with Tony's optimized performance-enhancing serum. Roy wasn't too surprised by the result. While Tony wasn't particularly interested in becoming a superhuman, Happy was different. Happy is not only his bodyguard, but also a friend he acknowledges. It's quite normal for Tony to create a performance-enhancing serum for Happy to improve his abilities and enable him to better protect himself. The rest of the performance isn't going to be very good, let's go home. Roy turned to look at Gwen and said slowly. Uh-huh. Gwen nodded and followed him out of the VIP area, heading towards the parking lot. Chapter 46 The Clown Who Jumps Over the Beams. On the other side of the parking lot. After escorting Tony away from the enthusiastic fans, Happy pointed to a white convertible Audi R8 not far away and said, "The latest model that has just been upgraded. Was it a free gift with the car?" Upon seeing a blonde woman in a dark purple top and black skirt standing next to the car door, Tony asked with a smile. "I hope so," Happy replied quickly. "Hello, Mr. Stark." The blonde woman came forward and spoke. "Hello, who are you?" Tony habitually sized up the blonde woman's face and figure. "Enforcer," the blonde woman replied. "I like your Irish accent. What are you doing here?" "I'm here to see you." "Really? What do you want?" Tony opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. "Issue a summons." The blonde woman handed Tony a summons. Tony looked at the summons handed to him, but had no intention of taking it. He doesn't like borrowing things from others, so I'll take them for him. Happy explained as he took the summons. The blonde woman looked at Tony and said quickly, "Mr. Stark, you are ordered to attend a hearing before the Senate Armed Services Committee at 9 a.m. tomorrow." Tony suddenly spoke up, "Can I see your badge?" "You want to see my police badge?" The blonde woman countered with a question to Tony. He especially loves police badges. Happy offered another explanation. The blonde woman smiled slightly, gazed at Tony, took out her badge, and waved it at him. "Do you still like it now?" In the past, Tony would have definitely made Happy get out of the car and taken the blonde woman back to his place for a relaxing night. However, he is no longer the playboy who would casually bring women back to his place. Tony pulled his gaze away from the blonde woman, started the car, and asked Happy, "How far are we from Washington, D.C.?" 250 miles. Happy immediately gave an answer. Tony didn't say anything more, stepped on the gas, and drove off in the latest Audi R8. The Upper East Side of Manhattan. The master bedroom of the villa. Having just finished showering, Gwen was lying on her side on the bed in a sexy black nightgown, gazing expectantly at Roy standing beside her. "Are you ready?" Roy's gaze unconsciously swept over Gwen's crossed, bare thighs. "Ready." Gwen answered softly without any hesitation. "Now that we're ready, let's begin." After saying that, Roy took off his coat, came to Gwen, and stroked her fair and delicate face. Then, he picked up the black box on the bedside table and took out the spider serum inside. Just like with the previous performance-enhancing drugs, Tony thoughtfully prepared a matching syringe. Roy loaded the spider serum into the syringe, aimed the needle at Gwen's right forearm, and injected the spider serum into her without reservation. With the injection of spider serum, Gwen quickly experienced an indescribable feeling, a strong sense of fatigue instantly spread throughout her body, and her eyelids felt heavier and heavier. She only lasted 5 or 6 seconds before she uncontrollably fell into a deep sleep. Seeing that Gwen had fallen asleep so quickly, Roy frowned slightly. He clearly remembered that in the original trilogy, Peter was bitten by the super spider, but he managed to stay awake until he got home before finally falling into a deep sleep. Peter in the Amazing movie was a little less lucky, he fell asleep on the subway on his way home. However, Gwen only lasted a few seconds. Seeing Gwen fall into a deep sleep, Roy decisively used his chakra sensing technique to sense Gwen's life force. After confirming that Gwen's life force was increasing at a steady rate and there were no other abnormalities, he stopped using his chakra sensing technique, covered Gwen with a blanket, turned off the light, and left the master bedroom. The next morning. The living room of the villa. Roy and Gwen sat on the sofa, enjoying Tony's performance at the hearing. Gwen took a day off today to stay at the villa and adjust to her body's renewed surge in physical attributes. Tony was right. The enhancement serum and the spider serum had a synergistic effect, making Gwen's life force several times stronger than Peter's. Like Peter, Gwen did not develop the mutation that allowed her to shoot spider silk from her wrists. As for Spider-Man's other standard abilities, for example, spider senses, spider physical abilities, adsorption capabilities, self-healing factors, and so on, were all obtained. Just as Roy remembered, the hearing held by the military committee became a stage for Tony to showcase his personal charisma. The senator presiding over the hearing was rendered speechless by Tony's arguments and called in Justin Hammer of Hammer Industries to refute Tony. Since Stark Industries ceased weapons research and production, Hammer Industries has replaced Stark Industries as the military's main supplier. Justin Hammer's status and wealth also rose accordingly. Immediately afterwards, the senator summoned Colonel Rhodes to the hearing and asked him to read specific passages from the Steel Armor Report live on air. Then, at the senator's request, footage of other countries developing and manufacturing steel armor was shown. Tony, of course, wouldn't sit idly by. He immediately transformed into a hacker, took control of the screen, and started playing videos of other countries' failed tests of the Iron Man armor. This includes Justin Hammer, who was also developing and manufacturing steel armor. In a simple turning test, the steel armor twisted 180 degrees, and the driver screamed in agony. After Justin Hammer unplugged the screen, Tony began his final act, saying to the senator, most countries take 5 to 10 years, but Hammer Industries will take at least 20 years to produce steel armor with real combat value. I guess all I can say right now is, you're welcome. What do you mean? The senator asked, puzzled. I stopped the threat of nuclear war. The steel armor is very useful. We are safe, and America is safe. You want my armor? Don't even think about it. But I did you a huge favor. At this point, Tony stood up, turned to face the other people attending the hearing and the live camera, spread his hands, and said with a proud expression, I alone can maintain world peace. The audience erupted in applause. People stood up and applauded. As applause erupted, Tony's voice became more impassioned. What else do they want from me? I tried to cooperate with these clowns, but they just want to take my armor for themselves. Tony publicly called him a clown in front of everyone and on the live broadcast, and the senator presiding over the hearing couldn't help but curse at Tony as well. Tony ignored the senator's insults, picked up his sunglasses from the table, put them on, and gave the senator a few mocking kisses with a smug look on his face. He then shook hands with the other attendees and walked towards the door, saying, I did all this for the people, and I am honored to serve the country. If I've proven anything to the world, it's that you can absolutely trust me. As Tony left the hearing, the live broadcast also came to an end. Don't you also think he shouldn't share the steel armor technology with the military? Gwen turned to look at Roy and said softly. Of course, if the military obtains the technology for steel armor, it's only a matter of time before World War III breaks out, Roy said slowly. Chapter 47 The New President. Half a month later. Monaco. Sunday. The main day of the F1 Monaco Grand Prix. Tony and Pepper, riding in a Rolls-Royce driven by Happy, arrived at the entrance of the VIP hotel, escorted by 2 police motorcycles. Tony, dressed in a grey suit and wearing sunglasses, was greeted with cheers as he stepped out of the car, with the surrounding crowd waving to him. Tony calmly looked at the excited audience, raised his right hand and made a simple gesture in response. Then, he took Pepper and Happy into the hotel. This is Europe. Whatever happens in the next 20 minutes, just let it happen naturally. Don't be too surprised. Tony turned to Pepper and said, subtly reminding her. Let nature take its course. Pepper looked at Tony, puzzled. Although she didn't know why Tony was suddenly telling her all this, as Tony's former personal secretary, she knew that Tony was definitely up to something again. That's right. She is no longer Tony's personal secretary, but the new president of Stark Industries. Shortly after the Senate hearings concluded, Tony, just like in the movies, suddenly appointed Pepper as president of Stark Industries without any warning, to manage the company's day-to-day operations in his place. His decision not only surprised outsiders, but even Pepper didn't expect him to do it. At first, Pepper thought Tony had drunk too much again. However, when Tony said that he had considered it for a long time, and even examined some candidates, and seriously thought about who was the most suitable candidate, he later found that only Pepper was the most suitable. There was no doubt that Pepper was persuaded by Tony. Although the leap from personal secretary to president was quite a big one, Pepper couldn't think of any reason to refuse. Or rather, no normal person would refuse. As a result, she became the new president of Stark Industries, which caused Stark Industries' stock price to fluctuate for several days. This is normal. If even major personnel appointments can't cause Stark Industries' stock price to fluctuate, it only shows that the capital market doesn't care about Stark Industries at all. Just as Pepper was about to ask Tony what he was planning to do next, Tony looked at the young man sitting next to the bar with a surprised expression. The young man who surprised him was none other than Roy, who was dressed in a sharp suit just like him. Without any hesitation, he immediately went to the bar and asked, "What are you doing here? Why can't I come?" Roy asked Tony with a smile. "No, I mean, when did you become interested in F1? Tony continued to ask. "I've always been interested in F1, it's just that you've never asked me about it. Besides, the company's racing team has been performing quite well lately, so it's perfectly normal for me to come and see for myself." Roy picked up the champagne in front of him, took a sip, and said with a smile. That's what he said, but he didn't travel all the way from New York to Monaco just to watch the game. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Ivan Vanko, nicknamed Whiplash, will make his grand entrance in the upcoming matches, wearing his own improvised armor, and show the world that the miniature arc reactor is no longer Tony's exclusive product. He wasn't too worried about Tony's safety. But he didn't want to miss the chance to witness this scene firsthand. Upon hearing his answer, an idea immediately flashed through Tony's mind, and he said with a smile, "You've probably never driven an F1 car before, have you?" Roy immediately saw through Tony's plan and replied, "I haven't played before, but beating you is no problem." Pepper didn't know why Tony would suddenly remind her to let things take their course and not be too surprised by what was about to happen, but he knew perfectly well why. Tony is ready to race himself. You've never even driven an F1 car, where do you get the confidence to beat me? Racing is not fighting, in that respect, I'm definitely better than you. Tony looked at Roy with a confident expression, not at all believing that he would lose to Roy. I don't deny that you are indeed a genius in mechanics, but I am a genius too. Even if I've never driven before, with my skills, beating you is a very simple thing. Roy said slowly and deliberately. He wasn't a professional race car driver, but neither was Tony. Tony's only advantage is that he has experience driving F1 cars. His advantages lie in his stronger dynamic vision, faster reaction speed, more precise control ability, and his bloodline limit, magnet release. F1 is not a race where the winner is determined in a single lap. Once he gets a little used to driving an F1 car, beating Tony will be a piece of cake. If he wanted, he could even make his F1 car fly truly close to the ground. For him, who had already mastered magnet release, this was not a difficult task. Tony's competitive spirit was completely ignited, and he turned to look at Pepper. Seeing Pepper exchanging pleasantries with the others, he immediately said, anyone can talk big. The team happens to have 2 race cars, want to have some fun. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Roy didn't refuse and readily agreed. Judging from the current situation, Whiplash is very likely to appear in the movie, broadcast live globally, causing today's match to be completely interrupted. But he still doesn't intend to refuse. Having gone this far, refusing would only make Tony think he was scared. Good. Tony nodded in satisfaction. No sooner had he finished speaking than he saw a woman with a beautiful face, a hot figure, and long, wavy blonde hair walking toward him, wearing a green dress. Miss Brown. The moment Tony saw the other person, he immediately recalled their first meeting. Just when he thought Christine had come to interview him, Christine simply smiled at him and sat down next to Roy. Amount. Realizing he'd been presumptuous, Tony's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he asked Roy, you two know each other? Yes. Roy nodded. Christine is still an anchorwoman for Fox News. However, she is no longer an anchorwoman at the Los Angeles branch, but at the New York headquarters. Normally, it would be difficult for her, who had only recently joined Fox News, to be transferred from the Los Angeles Regional Bureau to the New York headquarters. But Roy offered her some small help. It has to be said that being a director of Stark Industries can be really useful sometimes. A single phone call can resolve a lot of issues. After being transferred from Los Angeles to the New York headquarters, Christine did not forget to repay Roy's help and expressed her warm and passionate gratitude with practical actions. After greeting the others, Pepper went to Tony's side. Tony still remembers Christine, so of course she won't forget her either. After all, she was the one who took care of the cleanup work for Tony and returned the dry-cleaned clothes to Christine. If I don't interview the new president of Stark Industries, my editor-in-chief will kill me. Can I do a short interview with you? Christine said to Pepper. Sure. Pepper did not refuse and replied immediately. Although her last meeting with Christine wasn't very pleasant, she wasn't petty enough to refuse Christine an interview. After all, her identity is different now, every word and action she takes represents Stark Industries. Chapter 48 Speed and Passion. Pepper had just agreed to Christine's interview when Justin Hammer walked towards them with a wine glass in hand. Tony, how have you been? I didn't expect to run into you here. Justin Hammer greeted Tony warmly, as if they were old friends. Not bad. Tony gave a simple reply. I'm going to the restroom. You two can continue your conversation. Pepper had no liking for Justin either and had no intention of talking to him, so she immediately made up an excuse. Before Tony could speak, she turned and walked toward the bathroom. Dude, you look really cool today. Justin put his arm around Tony's shoulder, leaned close to Tony, and looked at the photographer, signaling for him to take a picture of him and Tony together. Don't get so close to me. Tony complained about Justin while taking out his sunglasses and putting them on. The moment I put on my glasses, the flash went out. Christine took a voice recorder out of her handbag and asked Tony and Justin, are you two getting along well? Tony didn't answer, and pushed Justin away with a look of disgust. God, that's disgusting, I can't stand it. Is this your first meeting since the hearing? Christine continued to ask. Since his order was cancelled by the military. Yes, that's right. Tony nodded. It's not cancelled, it's just postponed. Justin's expression changed, and he immediately spoke. It's no big deal if the order gets cancelled. Just find a new one. You can't possibly not find one, can you? Before Justin could answer, Tony turned to Christine and said, Mr. Hammer enjoys being interviewed. You go ahead and interview him. Roy and I have some personal matters to attend to. After saying that, he gave Roy a look and prepared to head to the team's maintenance area. Justin immediately stopped Tony and said quickly, I'd like to have a booth at your expo to showcase my products. You wouldn't refuse, would you? If you can invent something useful, I can guarantee you a booth. While agreeing to Justin's request, Tony didn't forget to mock him. Team maintenance area. Suddenly changing drivers during the race, especially two at once, is not good news for any team. What's more troublesome is that none of the replacements are professional race car drivers. But the team eventually agreed. You can't disagree. After all, the boss has the final say. After changing into his racing suit, Tony said to Roy, "Don't say I didn't warn you, F1 cars are completely different from family cars. Don't stall the engine as soon as you start. You should focus on yourself, try to finish the race, and avoid crashing." As Roy adapted to the steering wheel, which was completely different from that of a family car, he memorized the functions of every button, knob, and paddle on the steering wheel and replied. F1 car steering wheels typically have more than 20 buttons and switches. The steering wheel, its functions, layout, and buttons will be different for each team and even each driver. Both Roy and Tony used the spare steering wheels provided by the team for the drivers. Soon, Roy adapted to the function and use of the steering wheel, and theoretically mastered the ability to drive an F1 car. It's only in theory because he hasn't actually been exposed to racing yet. However, as long as the car doesn't malfunction, driving an F1 car smoothly shouldn't be too much of a problem. As expected, Stark Industries' last-minute driver change, including replacing both driver number 1 and number 2, immediately drew everyone's attention. Especially when Tony walked out of the pit area in his racing suit and walked towards the car under the escort of the staff, the spectators on both sides of the track cheered. As for Roy, he doesn't have a large following. Like Tony, he didn't put on his helmet beforehand, but planned to put it on inside the race car. But unlike Tony, who is known to everyone, he is much less famous now. When they arrived at the track and walked toward the cars in their racing suits, they immediately became the focus of the camera's attention and appeared in the live broadcast worldwide. Who is this dark-haired guy? Is he a reserve driver for the Stark team? It shouldn't be. If it were a substitute driver, the driver who was replaced wouldn't be that angry. I wonder how good his driving skills are. I remember now, he was a director of Stark Industries, and he even bought the stock from Tony Stark. I don't know if he's a good driver, but he's quite handsome, no less so than me. He's probably another show-off playboy like Tony Stark. I don't think he and Stark can finish the race. It's good to be rich, you can drive an F1 whenever you want. While the audience at the scene and watching the live stream were discussing it, Pepper and Christine in the hotel were also drawn to their attention. The only difference was that Pepper looked helpless, while Christine's eyes lit up and she immediately thought of the exclusive news. The advantage of owning an F1 car is that you can participate in races anytime. Tony faced the camera and gave his remarks. Roy got into the car, fastened his seatbelt, and put on his helmet. Immediately afterwards, he mobilized the chakra within his body. Sharingan. Open. In an instant, his eyes turned from black to red. With the awakening of his Sharingan, his vision was elevated to an extraordinary level far beyond that of ordinary people, and his insight and dynamic vision were significantly enhanced. The 5 red lights went out, and the competition officially began. A tremendous roar suddenly erupted as the meticulously tuned engine unleashed astonishing horsepower, propelling the race car forward at breakneck speed. The intense surge of power instantly thrilled Roy. He had driven high-powered supercars before and experienced the feeling of being pushed back in his seat by acceleration. But compared to F1 cars, the acceleration from a supercar is negligible. The Monaco Grand Prix circuit is 3.3 kilometers long per lap and requires 78 laps clockwise, with a total race distance of 260 kilometers. It is known for its narrow, winding tracks and high difficulty of overtaking. Roy, driving an F1 car for the first time, failed to gain an advantage at the start, resulting in a significant improvement in his ranking. But he didn't encounter any accidents and passed the first few bends smoothly. First lap, second lap, third lap. Roy had assumed the whip would appear at the very beginning of the match, just like in the movies. However, whether it was due to being late or for some other reason, after driving the F1 car for more than 10 laps on the track, the whiplash still hadn't appeared. Could it be that they're not coming? This guess unconsciously flashed through Roy's mind. Although he didn't know why the whip hadn't appeared yet, he didn't waste time thinking about it. As the race progressed, his lap times increased, and before he knew it, he had moved into the top 5. Relying on the extraordinary vision provided by his Sharingan and physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people, he demonstrated a level of skill that rivaled that of top racers. 20 laps, 50 laps, 70 laps. Final sprint. The whip never appeared until he crossed the finish line, as if he had never come to Monaco at all. Roy drove the race car back to the pit lane, got out of the car with a satisfied look on his face, and took off his helmet. Although it was his first time participating, he achieved a very good result, finishing in 4th place, just one step away from reaching the podium. In the eyes of others, he had already achieved a very good result. But only he knew that in the last 10 laps, he had given up on the idea of going up to the podium. If he wanted to, he could easily finish in the top 3, or even use magnetic escape to secretly accelerate his car and win a race. However, he did not intend to do so. Achieving 4th place is sufficient, there's no need to specifically aim for the podium. After all, he's not a real professional driver and doesn't need these honors. Experiencing the speed and passion of driving an F1 car on the track, and then casually jokingly saying that Tony's driving skills aren't great after the race, is enough. No man likes being told he can't do it. Tony was no exception. Unlike him, who finished 4th, Tony's result was much worse. Tony hasn't finished the race yet, he's still speeding around the track in his race car. Based on the current situation, he will likely finish the race in 17th place. Because the last 3 drivers have retired from the race. He handed his helmet to a staff member and was about to head to the locker room to change out of his racing suit when he saw a man in an orange work uniform with long hair enter the track in the live stream. "I thought you weren't coming." Roy mentally muttered a complaint. Chapter 49 Mark 7. The man who crashed into the track was none other than Whiplash Ivan Vanko. Once on the track, he first threw off his helmet, then ripped open his shirt, revealing the makeshift armor underneath in front of a live global broadcast. Immediately afterwards, he spread his hands and released the energy whip connected to the armor. As the armor activated, the jacket immediately burned and fell off, and lightning-like electricity coiled around the energy whip, revealing the armor's complete form. Neither the audience at the scene nor those watching the live stream knew his background. However, one thing everyone has noticed is that his armor's energy source is also the arc reactor. Upon seeing Ivan Vanko on the screen, Roy did not hesitate and immediately used his teleportation ability to leave the maintenance area. Because of him, Tony's armor development progressed much faster than in the movies. In the movie, at this point, Tony had only developed the Mark V and was still suffering from palladium poisoning. However, Tony not only synthesized a new element to replace palladium a few months ago, creating the 3rd-generation arc reactor, but also built the Mark VII. After the Senate hearing, Roy took some time to visit Tony's seaside mansion and fulfill Tony's wish to show off the Mark VII. Compared to the Mark VI, which adopted a laser-guided tracking and deployment system in advance, the Mark VII built by Tony was not much different from the one in the movie. First, the armor's firepower has been significantly improved, for example, by adding high-temperature laser cutting beams and more powerful anti-armor missiles, as well as micro-missiles with tracking guidance capabilities. Secondly, the armor's defensive capabilities and mobility have been improved, with new shock beam thrusters added to the back, sides of the legs, and ribs. Finally, some new auxiliary systems were installed on the Mark VII, such as a medical diagnostic system. In addition, the Mark VII's weapon system also adopts a modular design, which can quickly adjust the type of missiles in the weapon bay according to actual needs, or directly replace them with other equipment. To put it simply, the Mark VII, based on the Mark VI, significantly enhanced the combat capability and means of single-unit combat in large-scale battles, achieving a perfect combination of portability and combat power. If the Mark VI signifies a complete upgrade of the energy system. Therefore, the Mark VII represents a path of modular expansion and modification for weapon systems. Although Tony made many upgrades and modifications to the Mark VII, it did not bring Roy any exciting surprises. Having already seen the Mark 42, Hulkbuster, Mark 50, and Mark 85 armors in movies before his time travel, the upgrades and changes to the Mark 7 were merely average and far from being eye-opening for him. Even so, he still praised the upgrades to the Mark 7 in front of Tony, which made Tony happy for a few days. Kids need to be coaxed. Anyway, you don't have to pay anything, all you need to do is say a few words of praise. After proving to the world, through live broadcast, that the arc reactor was no longer Tony's exclusive product, Ivan Vanko, with a toothpick dangling from his mouth, raised his right hand and brandished the energy whip in his hand. The energy whip struck the front of an F1 race car with precision, demonstrating astonishing cutting power and slicing the front off at an angle. The out-of-control race car tumbled due to inertia and crashed heavily into the guardrail. Tony did not witness this scene firsthand. But he heard a report from the team members through his earpiece and slammed on the brakes. With braking performance far exceeding that of a family car, it brought the race car to a complete stop in less than 3 seconds, which was traveling at a speed of over 200 km per hour. He's in last place now, so even if he brakes suddenly, he doesn't need to worry about being rear-ended. Tony slammed on the brakes, immediately took out the steering wheel, and tossed it aside. He then took off his helmet, unbuckled his seatbelt, and left the race car. Without any hesitation, he immediately unzipped his racing suit, took out a handheld computer the size of a mobile phone with a screen as transparent as glass, and activated the Mark 7 placed in the trunk of the Rolls-Royce. At that moment, Happy was driving his Rolls-Royce in the wrong direction, speeding towards him, completely unaware that Tony had already started the Mark 7. Upon receiving the start command, the Mark 7 immediately activated its thrusters, and the trunk lid opened simultaneously, propelling it towards Tony like a missile. The sound of the Mark 7 starting up startled Happy. The next second, he saw the Mark 7 flying overhead at high speed. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned around to drive towards Pepper. As Tony's personal bodyguard, his primary task is to protect Tony. Secondly, it's about protecting Pepper. He didn't know who Ivan Vanko was, but he knew that the activation of the Mark 7 meant that Tony no longer needed his protection. Since Tony doesn't need it, his only remaining duty now is to protect Pepper. Within seconds, the Mark 7 was over Tony. The laser-guided tracking and deployment system locked onto Tony's attitude immediately and activated its transformation as it landed, precisely covering Tony's body. The footage of Mark 7 locking onto Tony and autonomously deploying and donning its gear was broadcast live around the world, attracting the attention of viewers in the surrounding area. The evacuating audience members stopped in their tracks upon seeing this scene and shouted excitedly. Just as Tony finished dressing up in Mark 7, he saw Ivan Vanko appear at the street corner and immediately frowned. He had never met Ivan Vanko before. However, the moment he saw the other person, or more precisely, the moment he saw the other person's armored chest, he recognized him. After retrieving Howard's belongings from SHIELD, he learned that the arc reactor was not designed by Howard alone. Ivan Vanko's father, Anton Vanko, also participated in the initial design of the arc reactor. However, Anton Vanko had no interest in the super energy Howard mentioned, he only wanted to make a fortune with the arc reactor. Howard then deported Anton Vanko and sent him back to the Soviet Union. Tony had Jarvis do a quick survey of Anton Vanko's experiences after returning to the Soviet Union, and found that he was having a very difficult time there. Anton Vanko was involved in the initial design of the arc reactor, but he did not have the ability to build it, let alone miniaturize it. After discovering he was of little use, the Soviets exiled him to Siberia to dig potatoes. For the next 20 years, Anton Vank lived a life of alcoholism and cynicism. Jarvis couldn't find any updates on Anton Vanko, but it did find out that Anton Vanko had a son, Ivan Vanko. In the audience, Roy, holding a bowl of popcorn, calmly watched Tony and Ivan Vanko walk towards each other. Although the outcome of the battle was predetermined the moment Tony put on the Mark 7, it did not affect his mood of watching the show from the sidelines. Not long after, Tony and Ivan Vanko got into a fight. Ivan Vanko stared coldly at Tony, then decisively swung his energy whip, lashing out at Tony. Tony then raised his hands and fired a pulse energy cannon at Ivan Vanko. The battle ended quickly. Tony first used the pulse energy cannon in his palm to deflect the incoming energy whip. Then he activated the thrusters on his feet, flew in front of Ivan Vanko, and knocked him to the ground using the fighting techniques he learned from Happy. Finally, he stepped on Ivan Vanko's chest, preventing him from getting up, and forcibly removed the arc reactor from his chest. The police who arrived quickly stepped forward and dragged Ivan Vanko away. "You've lost, Stark. Ha ha ha, you lost." Ivan Vanko didn't struggle. He spat the blood from his mouth at Tony and laughed loudly. Tony ignored him and had the armor system scan the arc reactor in his hand. After obtaining the data, he slightly exerted force with his right hand and crushed the arc reactor created by Ivan Vanko. Chapter 50 The Power of Time. Tony initially intended to simply throw away the arc reactor he was holding. But after thinking about it, he dismissed the idea. Although the arc reactor has been destroyed, it has fallen into the hands of other people or organizations. There is no guarantee that they will not use reverse engineering to deduce the technology of the arc reactor. Just as he was about to activate the thrusters on his feet and back to leave the track, he saw Roy standing in the stands eating popcorn and watching the show. Seeing him turn to look at him, Roy waved at him. Could he have known all along that Ivan Vanko would come here to attack me? Tony immediately frowned, and the guess involuntarily flashed through his mind. He didn't know if his guess was right. But he felt that Roy's previous reasons were becoming increasingly untenable. Now is not a good time to ask Roy. Suppressing his doubts, Tony activated the thrusters on his feet and back, flying towards the hotel. Back on the street behind the hotel, he removed the Mark 7's suit, allowing it to revert to its flight cabin form and return to the trunk, where he then placed the damaged arc reactor inside. After doing all that, he returned to the hotel and went to Pepper and Happy. Not long after, Roy, having changed his clothes, returned to the hotel. Seeing him return, Tony immediately pulled him aside, frowning, and said, "Did you know this would happen all along?" "Yes." Roy nodded. "How did you know? Why didn't you warn me before?" Tony's brows furrowed even more as he pressed for an answer. Roy shrugged and replied casually, "I didn't warn you because I wasn't sure if this would actually happen. As for how I know this, it's very simple. I have some control over time and can predict the future. But the future I foresee using the power of time may not necessarily come to pass. The future is not fixed, it will change due to many factors." "The power of time? Predict future?" Tony looked at Roy with a surprised expression. He knew Roy possessed many superpowers, but he never imagined that Roy also had the superpower of predicting the future. It's normal that he doesn't know. Because Roy doesn't actually have that kind of superpower. Whether it's the power of time or the ability to foresee the future, these are just excuses he uses to conceal his prophetic aura as a time traveler. However, once he obtains the time stone, this excuse will become a reality. After a moment of silence, Tony said to Roy, I'm going to see Ivan Vanko. Would you like to come with me? Why do you want me to go with you? Roy asked with a smile. Tony rolled his eyes at him and quickly said, I feel safer with you here, okay? Roy gave him a disgusted look, took a few steps back, and quickly said, you don't really mean what the media said, that you developed post-traumatic stress disorder after being kidnapped and changed your orientation from heterosexual to bisexual, do you? My orientation is perfectly normal, and it has never changed. Tony was taken aback at first, then quickly replied. If you're orthodox, then you're orthodox. There's no need to get so worked up. Since you're so insecure, I'll go with you. Roy said with a smile. Tony glared at him and sighed helplessly. With his intelligence, he could certainly tell that Roy was deliberately making fun of him. But there was one thing he couldn't understand, why Roy always liked to tease him and make fun of him, as if he were some kind of source of joy. Washington, D.C. SHIELD headquarters, top floor of the Tri-Wing building, office of the Security Council chairman. Wearing a grey suit, Alexander Pierce sat behind his desk, repeatedly watching footage of Ivan Vanko and Tony battling it out on the track. When the video finished playing again, he picked up the phone on the table and dialed an internal number. Notify agents Rumlow and Sitwell to come to my office immediately. Yes, sir. After giving his secretary instructions, Pierce put down the phone and waited patiently. Just 2 or 3 minutes later, Crossbones Brock Rumlow, dressed in combat gear, and the bald-headed Sitwell appeared before him. Pierce wasted no time and asked directly, have you seen the video of Stark fighting in Monaco? I've seen it. Rumlow and Sitwell replied simultaneously. Pierce nodded in satisfaction and continued, what do you think of Ivan Vanko's armor? To the general public, Ivan Vanko's identity is shrouded in mystery. But for SHIELD or Hydra, finding out his identity would not be difficult at all. Rumlow was the first to reply, the armor is very rudimentary. The energy whip's attack power is decent, and it should be able to easily cut through various common metals, but its defense is almost zero, so its practical value in combat is not high. Sitwell then added, although the armor is rudimentary, it appears to use the same arc reactor as Stark's. If we get the arc reactor technology from him, we can create our own steel armor and even build a steel army. Pierce stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looked in the direction of the White House, and said to Rumlow and the other man with his back to them, now the whole world has seen that Ivan Vanko has the technology to build the arc reactor, and there will be no shortage of people who want to get this technology from him. I'm currently considering whether to send you to lead the team to Monaco, or to directly entrust Roy with handing Ivan Vanko over to us. Upon hearing his words, Rumlow immediately frowned and quickly said, with his abilities, getting Ivan Vanko out of the police station would be a simple matter, but he will definitely ask for a very high commission. Furthermore, entrusting him with this task might expose our identities, which would be a losing proposition. I am absolutely confident that Ivan Vanko will be brought back. Pearson turned around and stared at Rumlow. After a dozen seconds, he finally spoke, since you're confident, then you can make the trip. Make sure it's done cleanly. If you expose something that shouldn't be exposed, you know what the consequences will be. Rumlow ignored Pierce's warning and replied solemnly, I will absolutely not let you down, sir. Police station. Roy and Tony, escorted by a group of police officers, headed towards the detention cell. A middle-aged sheriff with a hairline comparable to Coulson's was explaining the information they had gathered so far in French. Monaco is surrounded by France on its east, west, and north sides, and the Mediterranean Sea to its south. In Monaco, French is the official language. He used a fake passport when he entered the country. We checked his fingerprints, but there was no record of them, not even his name. No matter how we interrogated him, he didn't speak a word. Tony replied in French, give me 5 minutes. Chapter 51 The Hand. The lights inside the detention cell were rather dim. Covered in tattoos and stripped down to only a pair of white underwear, Ivan Vanko, handcuffed and shackled, sat with his back to Roy and Tony on the only bench in the room. Tony glanced at Ivan Vanko and said as he walked, pretty advanced technology, but the RPM is a bit low. You should double the RPM. It's also possible to let the reverse energy pass through the ionized plasma channel, but the output efficiency is not high. However, from the perspective of counterfeit products, your work is quite good. Ivan Vanko didn't speak, nor did he even turn to look at Tony. Tony sat down on the other side of the bench and continued, there's something I don't understand. With just a few tweaks and optimizations, you could make a lot of money from it. You can sell the finished product or technology to other countries, such as Iran, North Korea, Afghanistan, or sell it directly on the black market. Ivan Vanko finally reacted, turning to look at Tony and slowly saying, "Your family are thieves and butchers. Like every sinner, you want to rewrite your history to forget the lives lost by the Stark family." He paused, looked at Tony's chest, and continued, "You didn't die because of my father. I didn't die because you tried to kill me but failed." Tony immediately refuted Ivan Vanko. "Yet, if you can make God bleed, people will stop believing in him. When there is blood in the water, it will attract sharks. I only need to sit here to watch the world devour you." Ivan Vanko looked at Tony calmly and spoke slowly. "Where will you watch me be devoured by the world? Oh, by the way, it's in your cell. I'll bring you a bar of soap, you're welcome." After saying that, Tony stood up and walked towards the door of the detention cell without turning his head. He had only taken a few steps when Ivan Vanko continued, "I'll give you a piece of advice, dying from palladium poisoning is very painful." Tony stopped and, with his back to Ivan Vanko, said, "Palladium is an outdated solution. I have found a new element to replace palladium." "What?" Ivan Vanko stared at Tony's retreating figure with a look of astonishment. Tony didn't intend to explain too much to him. He walked up to Roy and said calmly, "Let's go, we should go back." Roy nodded and knocked on the door. The cell doors can only be opened from the outside. After leaving the police station and getting into Happy's Rolls-Royce, Roy said to Tony, 500 million. I'll take care of him for you and guarantee that the arc reactor technology won't leak out." "Did you always solicit business like this?" Tony asked, frowning. Roy shook his head, "This isn't about soliciting business, it's advice for our regular customers. The whole world has seen his armor and arc reactor. Anyone interested in arc reactor technology will definitely try to rescue him." Tony fell silent. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Do you possess superpowers in the realm of awakened consciousness, or superpowers that can make people forget specific memories?" "No. Although I have awakened many superpowers, I am not an omnipotent god. Furthermore, I'd rather kill him than make him forget about the arc reactor technology." Roy gave Tony advice with a serious expression. "I'm not a psychopathic killer." Tony's brows furrowed even more. "Neither do I." Roy shrugged. "But you're encouraging me to hire someone to kill someone," Tony continued. "Don't forget, he was the one who tried to kill you first. Even if you let him go this time, he will definitely come back to kill you whenever he has the chance. By then, the armor he wears may not be as rudimentary as it is today." Roy patiently reminded Tony. Tony fell silent once again. After careful consideration, he sighed helplessly and said slowly, "If there really is a next time, I will kill him with my own hands." Seeing that Tony still didn't intend to entrust him with killing Ivan Vanko, Roy didn't say anything more. Based on past experience, if Tony commissions him to kill Ivan Vanko, the commission will most likely pass the system's judgment. But Tony has no such plans now, so he doesn't intend to force Tony to make a commission. Because any commissions forced upon the client will never pass the system's judgment. New York. Villas in the Upper East Side. Roy sat on the sofa in the living room and turned on the TV. Instead of returning to America on Tony's private jet, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to come back directly. Before returning, he gave an exclusive interview to Christine in his hotel room, briefly explaining why he and Tony suddenly decided to participate in F1 racing. After the interview, we'll naturally have some in-depth discussions that everyone will enjoy. When he returned using the Flying Thunder God technique, it was already evening in Monaco. But it's only past noon here in New York. When he turned on the TV, as he expected, all the major news channels were reporting on Tony and Ivan Vanko. Many channels also invited so-called experts to explain Ivan Vanko's whiplash armor to the audience. He wasn't interested in the experts' presentations and switched to MSNBC, the Microsoft NBC channel. Microsoft NBC is a news organization jointly established by Microsoft and NBC, broadcasting the latest news from around the world 24 hours a day. Like other news channels, MSNBC was also broadcasting news about Tony and Ivan Vanko. The difference was that instead of inviting experts to explain Ivan Vanko's armor and arc reactor, they interviewed the senator who had presided over the previous hearing. The attackers proved that Tony Stark's armor technology could be imitated, but Stark, like a headless fly, treated the steel armor as his own toy and refused to share the technology with anyone. Stark swore at the hearing that the Iron Man armor would not end up in the hands of anyone else. "It won't appear for at least the next 5 to 10 years, but we're seeing armor using the same technology in Monaco now." Having been mocked by Tony as a clown at the hearing, the senator seized the opportunity to slap Tony in the face, going to great lengths to ridicule him, portraying Tony as an arrogant, dissolute and irresponsible playboy. After watching for only a few minutes, Roy turned off the TV and started thinking about which restaurant to take Gwen to for dinner that night. Just then, his cell phone rang. He frowned slightly when he saw Gwen's name on the caller ID. Gwen should be in class at this time. Although he didn't know why Gwen was calling him, he didn't think much of it and immediately answered the phone. "Are you still in Monaco?" Gwen asked immediately. You just got back a short while ago, what's wrong? Roy replied. My dad got injured, and his colleagues said the person who injured him was a ninja. I am on my way to the hospital now. Gwen said anxiously. Ninja? Is it the Hand Association? Roy didn't waste time guessing and said to Gwen, okay, call me when you get to the hospital, and I'll be there right away. Chapter 52 Sage Mode. Half an hour later. Hospital. The corridor outside the operating room. After Gwen arrived at the hospital, Roy locked onto the Flying Thunder God technique on her and used it to teleport over. In addition to Gwen, Helen, who had been notified by the police, also rushed to the hospital. As for the three Philip brothers, they are unaware of George's injury yet and are still attending classes at school. There were also many police officers gathered in the corridor outside the operating room. From their account, Roy and Gwen figured out the whole story behind George's injury. A few hours earlier, George received a notification from his informant about a human smuggling lead. So George led a group of police officers to the dock. At first, things went smoothly, and George and his team found the container hiding the illegal immigrants based on the clues. However, when they opened the container, they discovered that the stowaways hidden inside were a group of children. Before they could figure out what was going on, a group of ninjas dressed in red and carrying cold weapons appeared and snatched the children from the shipping container. George and his team tried to stop the ninjas. The result was obvious, they failed. Not only that, but several police officers were also killed on the spot. All the surviving police officers, including George, were severely injured in the attack. After learning the details of George's injury, Gwen pulled Roy to the emergency exit, forcibly suppressing her anger, and asked Roy, were those ninjas members of the Hand? Based on the current situation, that should be the case. Roy replied. I want them to pay the price. I want them to disappear completely. Whatever the reward you ask for, I'll agree to it as long as I can do it. Gwen said quickly. No sooner had she finished speaking than new commission information appeared in Roy's field of vision. Commission, destroy the Hand. Status, incomplete. Commission reward, Sage Mode, Mount Myaboku. The reward is actually Sage Mode? He wasn't surprised that Gwen's request passed the system's assessment. But to his surprise, the system's reward was the Sage Mode of Mount Myaboku. $1. The Hand members are worthless. I'll take on this task and make the Hand disappear completely if you pay me $1. Roy said to Gwen. Even if Gwen didn't make the commission, he would still go to the Hand for an explanation. However, since Gwen has already made the commission, and the commission has been approved by the system, he must receive payment. Because not accepting payment means giving up the rewards offered by the system. The system will only consider the commission successfully completed and send the corresponding reward once the agreed upon payment has been received from the client. When Gwen heard that Roy only wanted $1, she was taken aback at first, then showed a grateful expression. She didn't know Roy possessed a system, but she knew that Roy would always receive payment for accepting commissions. Whether the compensation is generous or not is not important. But there must be compensation. Without any hesitation, Gwen took out her wallet from her handbag, took out a $1 bill, and solemnly handed it to Roy. Washington, D.C. SHIELD. Headquarters, Tri-Wing Building. Dressed in a black combat suit that perfectly accentuated her figure, Natasha arrived at Nick Fury's office door with a solemn expression and raised her right hand to knock. Come in. Nick Fury's voice immediately came from inside the office. Natasha immediately pushed open the door, went inside, and went straight to Nick Fury. What happened? Seeing the serious expression on Natasha's face, Nick Fury immediately asked. News from the New York branch, Roy's girlfriend's father, George Stacy, has been seriously injured by Hand ninjas and is currently in the hospital receiving emergency treatment. Roy also rushed back from Monaco and waited with Gwen outside the operating room. Natasha replied quickly without any hesitation. She was unaware that Roy had already returned to New York and naturally assumed that Roy had rushed back from Monaco after receiving a call from Gwen. After hearing Natasha's report, Nick Fury's already dark face turned even darker. After thinking for only a few seconds, he made his decision and said to Natasha. First, you should immediately take a Quinjet to New York, meet with him, and express S.H.I.E.L.D.'s concern. Second, notify the people in the New York branch to closely monitor George Stacy's condition, and if necessary, have our medical personnel bring equipment to the hospital for treatment. Third, he will definitely not sit idly by. He will absolutely demand an explanation from the Hand and contact law enforcement agencies in New York to prevent them from interfering. Fourth, if he needs information about the Hand, or any other assistance, provide it to him. Nick Fury didn't care at all whether the Hand would be destroyed. He only cares about one thing now, that SHIELD cannot stop Roy from taking his revenge no matter what. Otherwise, not only will the arms have to bear Roy's wrath, but SHIELD will too. Okay, I'll be right there. After saying that, Natasha left the office without looking back. Meanwhile, at a manor in the suburbs of New York. From the outside, this manor is no different from other wealthy people's manors. It has an elegant environment, with birds singing and flowers blooming, making it a good place to live away from the hustle and bustle of the city. But this estate is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Hand headquarters. To be precise, this estate is the North American headquarters of the Hand. Unlike gangs like the Devil Gang and the Maggie Gang, the Hand did not have its headquarters in New York City. A conference room on the second floor of the manor. Several oil paintings were hanging on the walls on both sides of the conference room. Although the painting styles are different, the themes of the oil paintings are the same. Demon. 5 men and women of different ages and skin colors sat silently in the conference room. They are none other than the 5 fingers of the Hand. Mrs. Gao, Murakami, Alexandra, Bato, Sawanda. After glancing at the other 4 people, Madame Gao broke the silence first, saying, "What's done is done, and we have to face it no matter what. Since none of you are willing to speak, then I will speak first. I propose that all members be evacuated from North America and that the organization's focus be shifted to Asia or Europe." As soon as she finished speaking, Sawanga, the only black person among the 5, expressed her opposition. "I do not agree with evacuation. We tolerated it when he rescued Erica last time and took the initiative to back down. We have already given you the face you deserved. Moreover, this incident was just an accident, it wasn't something we intentionally targeted him with. If he insists on fighting, then fight him. I refuse to believe that the combined strength of the 5 of us can't beat him." Wearing a white samurai outfit, Murakami first glanced at Burrito and Alexandra, who had not yet expressed their opinions, before speaking. "I also do not agree with retreating, and similarly, I do not agree with starting a war with him." "Then what do you mean?" Sawanga looked at Murakami and frowned. "It's simple, just compensate him," Murakami replied calmly. "Compensation? Easier said than done. Don't forget, his wealth is no less than ours. Money doesn't mean much to him." Sawanga continued. Murakami nodded. "You're right, he might not accept monetary compensation, but what if we compensate him with keel bones?" "Keel?" Upon hearing his words, the expressions on Madame Gao's and Sawanga's faces immediately changed. Chapter 53 Aftermath. If it's a matter of losing money, even if Roy asks for an exorbitant amount, Mrs. Gao and the others won't take it too seriously. Money can be earned back, but you only have one life. They are all very good at making money. Even if they pay a huge sum in compensation, they can still earn it back. But the compensation for the keel is completely different. The dragon bone is the key to their longevity and immortality. In order to obtain the dragon bone, they did not hesitate to defect from Kunlun, secretly steal the dragon bone and escape. Relying on the dragon bones they stole back then, they gained a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary people, living from hundreds of years ago to the present day. For them, the keel is equivalent to lifespan. If it were a few hundred years ago, during the period when they had just escaped Kunlun, they might have considered Murakami's suggestion. After all, they still had quite a few dragon bones at that time. However, they don't have many dragon bones left now. Based on their usual consumption, the dragon bones they possess can only be used for another 20 or 30 years at most. Once used up, they age rapidly and quickly reach the end of their lives. Seeing that Madame Gao and the other 3 had solemn expressions and remained silent, Murakami continued, "If I had any other choice, I wouldn't want to hand over the dragon bones to anyone else, let alone under the guise of compensation. But apart from the keel, we have nothing else that would interest Roy. We have now confirmed that the remains of an entire dragon are buried beneath New York City, and only by staying in New York City will we have a chance to find it. Otherwise, even if we evacuate North America and move to Asia or Europe, we will only live for another 20 or 30 years. I've said everything I needed to say. If you have any better suggestions, please feel free to share them now. If not, then let's vote by raising hands, the minority shall obey the majority." Murakami glanced at Madame Gao and her 3 companions. The 4 women, including Madame Gao, remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Seeing this, Murakami calmly raised his right hand. When he raised his hand, Alexandra and Bot exchanged a glance, tacitly conveying their thoughts. Their relationship was best before they defected to Kunlun. Before their defection to Kunlun, apart from Madame Gao, who was an elderly woman, all 4 of Alexandra and her companions were middle-aged. Not only that, Alexandra and Bot are both white, and their genders are also exactly 1 male and 1 female. Same skin color, complementary gender, similar age. Although they didn't become a couple or husband and wife, their relationship was much better than the other 3. After exchanging a silent glance, Alexandra and Bottom raised their right hands, agreeing to compensate Roy with the dragon bones. Mrs. Gao sighed and raised her right hand as well. Sawanga didn't raise his hand. Instead, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "I won't compensate anyone for the dragon bones. If you want to compensate, you'll have to raise the money yourselves." After saying that, he left the conference room without any hesitation, his face full of anger. The 4 Murakami members did not stop him, and calmly watched him leave. Saonga was the most irritable and impulsive among them, and they were already used to it. If Kunlun hadn't never given up searching for them and still needed Saonga's strength, they would have wanted to get rid of Saonga long ago. After Saonga left the meeting room, Murakami continued, "Since Saonga is unwilling to hand over the dragon bone he has, then deduct it from his future share. I propose that each of us contribute 5 years' worth of dragon bones to make up for 20 years of compensation to Roy, to make up for the loss of his girlfriend's father who was slashed." Madame Gao and the other 2 did not object and nodded. Although they didn't have many dragon bones left, they could still produce dragon bones that were 5 years old. After deciding on the specific amount of compensation, the 4 villagers briefly discussed the selection of the recipients. As expected, Murakami, who offered to compensate for the keel, became the person who contacted Roy. Hospital. The corridor outside the operating room. After 2 or 3 hours of emergency treatment, the indicator light at the operating room door finally changed from red, representing operation in progress, to green, indicating operation completed. As soon as the indicator light turned green, Gwen and Helen, who were sitting on the waiting chairs, stood up and went to the door of the operating room. Shortly after, the operating room doors opened, and the surgeon emerged, asking Gwen and her companion, "Are you the patient's family members?" "Yes, the patient is my father, and this is my mother," Gwen replied quickly. "The surgery went smoothly, and the patient is out of danger. However, the patient's hands and right leg were severely slashed, and some nerves were damaged, which will affect his mobility to some extent. As for the extent of the impact, we will have to wait until the patient regains their mobility to determine it." The surgeon brought both good and bad news. The good news is that George will not die in the line of duty. The bad news is that George will suffer from long-term effects. Gwen gently patted Helen on the shoulder and then thanked the surgeon. The surgeon didn't say anything more and walked towards his office. A few minutes later, George, who was still unconscious, was wheeled to a VIP ward by a nurse. The VIP room was expensive, but that wasn't a problem for Roy at all. Although he is not as rich as Tony, he is still a bona fide billionaire. After George was wheeled back to the VIP ward, Gwen said to Helen, "Philip and the others will be out of school soon. Go home and prepare some daily necessities for Dad, then bring them to the hospital." "Okay, then I'll leave this place to you. Call me immediately if anything happens," Helen replied quickly. After Helen left, Gwen turned to Roy and asked, "Do you have a way to make Dad completely better, without any lasting effects?" "Have." Roy nodded. After saying that, he went to the bedside, raised his hands, and aimed them at George. Palm Immortal Technique. Without any hesitation, he immediately used the palm healing technique, releasing green chakra with healing effects from his hands. Under his control, the healing chakra precisely reached the location of George's injury and began to repair George's damaged nerves. For modern medicine, nerve damage is not easy to repair. But for the palm immortal technique, this is not a difficult task. Speaking of this, we have to mention Rin, who transplanted Obito's Sharingan to Kakashi. Lacking sufficient medical tools and in the wild, 11-year-old Lin single-handedly completed the Sharingan transplant using the palm healing technique. Although Roy is not a professional medical ninja, after obtaining the palm healing technique from Tsunade, his medical abilities are stronger than most medical ninjas. If there was anything to say, it was that he hadn't expected that the first person he would treat with his palm magic would be George. Gwen had no idea what the palmistry technique was. However, she had complete faith in Roy. In less than 15 minutes, Roy completed the treatment and stopped casting the palm healing technique. While repairing George's injured nerves, he also repaired George's external injuries, accelerating the healing process. Chapter 54, Purple Flame Array. "Okay, he'll wake up once the anesthesia wears off. You stay here with him, I'll go deal with the hand." Roy turned to Gwen and said. The chakra consumed by using the healing palm technique to heal George was negligible for him, he was still at his peak. "Okay, be careful." Gwen stepped forward, kissed Roy on the cheek, and said softly. Roy nodded, locked onto the Flying Thunder God technique within the hand manner, and instantly vanished from Gwen's sight by casting the Flying Thunder God technique. When he was commissioned by Daredevil to rescue Erika from the hand, he casually left a Flying Thunder God technique in the hand's manner. Upon arriving at the hand's manner, he did not hesitate and decisively used the Shadow Clone technique. 4 plumes of white smoke appeared simultaneously. As the smoke completely dissipated, 4 shadow clones identical to him appeared behind him. Without needing any further explanation, the 4 shadow clones simultaneously used the instantaneous movement technique to travel to the 4 cardinal directions of the manor's perimeter. Upon arriving at the designated location, the shadow clones simultaneously unleashed the same barrier ninjutsu. 4 purple flame formations. It is a multi-person collaborative barrier ninjutsu that requires 4 people to work together from the east, south, west and north directions. Once cast, it will create a square purple barrier that completely isolates the target area. Anyone who touches the barrier will be burned by purple flames, thus preventing outsiders from entering the barrier's area and insiders from leaving. The 4 purple flame formation was a reward Roy received a few months ago when he was carrying out a commission. He had never used it in actual combat before, and today was the first time. Although it was his first time using it, the 4 purple flame formation he unleashed was much stronger than the one used by the Sound 4. Because his strength far surpasses that of the Sound 4. The strength of the 4 purple flame array is closely related to the strength of the caster. Take a simple example. Although the original 4 did not use the 4 purple flame formation in the original work, but instead used the 4 crimson sun formation, if they used the 4 purple flame formation together, its strength would definitely be much greater than that of the Sound 4. With the activation of the 4 purple flame array, the Hand's headquarters manor was completely enveloped by a purple barrier, becoming a battlefield where outsiders could not disturb them and where the Hand members could not be trapped. Not long after the 4 purple flame formation was formed, Madame Gao, Murakami and others, as well as the ninjas in the manor, discovered its existence. Immediately afterwards, one after another, ninjas dressed in red ninja outfits and wielding cold weapons rushed out of the main building of the manor. Roy looked at them calmly, a scene involuntarily flashing through his mind. Edo Tensei Madara versus the Ninja Alliance. He is not the reanimated Uchiha Madara. The Hand ninjas surrounding him were completely different from the ninjas in the Naruto world. In terms of scale, the two are similar, both being one ninja versus a group of ninjas. Not only that, Madara Uchiha later fought against 5 Kage simultaneously, and the 5 fingers of the Hand Association also represent 5 people. Recalling the scene where Madara Uchiha single-handedly fought against both the Ninja Alliance and the 5 Kage, Roy decisively activated his Sharingan. After activating his Sharingan, he walked towards the Hand ninja in front of the main building. At first, he didn't walk very fast, just like taking a walk after dinner. After walking a few steps, he went from strolling to jogging. Immediately afterwards, the jog turned into a run. Seeing him charge like a knight, the Hand ninjas gathered in front of the manor's main building also charged towards him. Within seconds, a Hand ninja wielding a ninja sword rushed up to Roy. Before the opponent could even swing his katana, Roy kicked him away. The ninja who was kicked away crashed heavily into his comrades behind him, immediately disrupting the Hand ninjas' charging formation. Roy ignored them and used the simplest taijutsu to attack the other ninjas around him. Bang, bang, bang. Although they were unarmed and used the simplest and most brutal punches and kicks, not a single Hand ninja could withstand a single blow. At this moment, he was like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep, beginning a one-sided crushing and harvesting. He easily killed one Hand ninja after another. These Hand ninjas who died at his hands did not turn to ashes and disappear like in the manga, they lay scattered across the plaza like ordinary people. Blood flowed from their wounds, staining the white floor tiles red and bringing with it a strong, pungent smell of blood. Roy weaved through the crowd, snatching weapons such as ninja swords, kusarigama and kunao from their hands, and taking their lives with their own weapons. To ordinary people, these Hand ninjas are all close combat experts skilled in using cold weapons. But in Roy's eyes, they were no different from lambs to the slaughter. In just 1 minute, more than 100 Hand ninjas had died at his hands. If it were any other gang, such heavy casualties would be enough to terrify the survivors. However, these Hand ninjas proved with their actions what it means to be fearless and undaunted. The death of their companion did not frighten them, they rushed towards Roy like moths to a flame. Just as Roy was enjoying the exhilarating feeling of mowing down enemies, Mrs. Gao and Murakami and others arrived at the square. At Murakami's command, the Hand ninjas who were besieging Roy ceased their attack and retreated. Roy didn't just watch them leave, he decisively used his Bloodline Limit, Magnet Release. As he used Magnet Release, his chakra was transformed into magnetic force. Under his control, an invisible but real magnetic force immediately enveloped the entire square. The next second, the weapons in the hands and on the bodies of the Hand ninjas were locked by magnetic force and uncontrollably left their hands. Before they could even react, ninja swords, kunao, shuriken, kusarigama, and other weapons attacked them at an astonishing speed, reaping their lives like the scythe of death. What kind of ability is this? Manipulating metal? Seeing their ninjas being killed by the flying ninja swords and kunao, Madame Taka and Murakami frowned simultaneously, their expressions turning extremely grim. Within seconds, the square was filled with the corpses of Hand ninjas. Roy threw away his still dripping ninja sword, stopped using Magnet Release, and calmly looked at the 5 Murakami members. Without the magnetic force generated by Magnet Release, the ninja swords, kunao and other weapons that had been swirling and flying in the air fell to the ground like hailstones. We did not intentionally attack your girlfriend's father, it was all an accident. We understand your anger right now. If you are willing to stop, we will give you satisfactory compensation. Murakami, carrying a black briefcase, stepped forward and spoke to Roy. Compensation? You almost killed my girlfriend's father. Do you think this can be resolved with compensation? Roy looked at Murakami and the others with disdain. We have prepared compensation, you may wish to take a look and see if you are satisfied. After saying that, Murakami opened the briefcase and revealed the dragon skeleton inside. Chapter 55 I want them all. Even someone unfamiliar with dragon bones would know that these were no ordinary bones upon seeing them in the suitcase. Although they are all white, the dragon bones are like jade, and they look very special. Roy guessed that Madame Gao and the others would choose to compensate him. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides is too great. But he didn't expect that Madame Gao and the others would choose to compensate him with dragon bones. Murakami showed Roy the dragon bones in the suitcase, closed it, and said, "These bones are not ordinary bones, but the bones of a divine dragon, which have the effect of granting immortality. These dragon bones in the box can extend a person's life by 20 years and keep them in peak condition. If you're willing to wipe the slate clean, these dragon bones are yours." Roy glanced at the 5 Murakami men with the look of someone looking at idiots. "Kill you all, and the dragon bones will still be mine." Upon hearing his words, Murakami's expression immediately turned extremely ugly, and he coldly replied, "We know you're strong, but we're not pushovers either. If it really comes down to a life-or-death struggle, you might not have a chance to leave here alive." No sooner had Murakami finished speaking than Saonda, the most hot-tempered of them all, glared at Roy and shouted, "Why waste your breath on him? I don't believe he's stronger than the people of Kunlun." As soon as he finished speaking, Saonda stepped forward, circulated his internal energy, and assumed a fighting stance. Seeing him assume a fighting stance, Madame Gao and Murakami and the others sighed and began to circulate their internal energy. As their chi circulated, their physical attributes were significantly enhanced, and their aura suddenly intensified. At the same time, Murakami solemnly drew his katana from his waist, while Madame Taka drew the long sword hidden inside her cane. As for Alexandra and Batu, like Saonda, they were unarmed and stood on either side of Saonda, raising their hands in a starting stance similar to traditional martial arts. Although they were traitors to Kunlun, before stealing the dragon bone and fleeing, all 5 of them, including Madame Gao, had received Kunlun's orthodox education and mastered the ability to cultivate and control qi. Roy calmly observed the formation of Saonda and his group of 5 and walked towards them at a leisurely pace. Having awakened his Sharingan, he clearly saw the energy circulating among Saonda and the other 4. Saonda's aura enveloped his entire body. Alexandra and Bot's energy was mainly concentrated in their hands and feet. Madame Gao and Murakami, on the other hand, channeled their energy into their long swords and samurai swords. Roy had never fought them before. However, just by looking at the energy they generate, one can guess their position in the formation. In the game's parlance, Saonda, whose entire body is covered in aura, is a frontline tank responsible for absorbing damage. Alexandra and Bottom are warriors who combine damage output and tankiness, while Lady Gothia and Murakami are high-burst assassins. Aside from lacking spell and ranged damage output, their 5-person team's composition is quite reasonable. Seeing Roy walk over calmly, Saonda and the other 4 became extremely alert. When Roy was only 3 or 4 meters away from them, Saonda launched the first attack. With a roar, he suddenly exerted force with his legs, shattering the hard floor tiles beneath his feet, and shot towards Roy like a cannonball. In an instant, he was in front of Roy, his right fist smashing down on Roy's head with tremendous force. Roy acted as if he hadn't seen the attack at all. He only slightly turned his head to avoid Saonda's fist just as it was about to hit his head. Bang! As his fist missed its target, a dull thud, like the sound of a war drum, rang out, and intense pain instantly spread throughout Saonda's body. Immediately afterwards, he was sent flying backward uncontrollably. During the inverted flight, Saonda felt a lump in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. With just one punch, Roy shattered his proud defense, his right fist easily breaking his spirit and slamming heavily into his chest, breaking several ribs. After sending Saonda flying with a punch, Roy didn't stop there. He decisively used his body flicker technique and appeared in front of Saonda in a flash, grabbing the other's neck with his left hand. With just a slight exertion of his left hand, he could break Saonda's neck and send him to hell. However, he did not do so. As he lifted Saonda with his left hand, blue chakra surged from his right. Chakra scalpel. As the chakra scalpel sliced through, Saonda's muscles and nerves were easily severed. After doing all that, Roy released his left hand. Without any support, Saonda collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud under the force of gravity. From the moment he launched the attack to Roy severing the muscles and nerves in his limbs with a chakra scalpel, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. Madame Gao and the others originally intended to rescue him. But before they could even make a move, Saonda became a cripple, unable to move. I really don't know where you get your confidence to think you have the strength to fight me. Roy ignored Saonda, who was lying on the ground wriggling in a daze, and spoke to Madame Gao and the other three. Madame Gao and the other three exchanged glances. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged their opinions with a glance. Then, Murakami said, a dragon bone that can extend life by 100 years, plus $5 million. Roy didn't say anything. Seeing that he remained unmoved, Murakami frowned and continued, 1,000 years. If you release us, we'll give you dragon bones that will extend your life by 1,000 years. Roy glanced at them and said slowly, if I'm not mistaken, you can't even gather enough dragon bones to last 300 years, let alone 1,000 years. You're right, we don't have many dragon bones left right now. But if you give us some time, we will definitely hand over the dragon bone that will extend our life by 1,000 years to you without any mistakes. Murakami replied immediately without any hesitation. Roy shook his head, no, you can't hand it over. I know you're after the dragon's remains underground, but you can't dig them up. You only have mastered the chi, not the power of the Iron Fist, so you can't break the seal at all. Furthermore, judging from your answer just now, you don't even know the exact location where the dragon's remains are buried, you only know that they are underground in New York. Upon hearing his words, the four Murakami members' expressions changed instantly, and they looked at him with surprise. After a dozen seconds, Murakami asked with a grim expression, are you from Kunlun? No. Roy replied. How do you know all this so clearly? Murakami continued to ask. Roy didn't answer his question. Instead, he pointed to Saonda, who was still lying on the ground like a pupa, and said slowly, do you know why I didn't just kill him? Why? Murakami frowned. Because I want all the dragon bones you possess, and all the wealth you've accumulated over the years. As soon as he finished speaking, Roy vanished like a ghost and reappeared out of thin air behind Murakami. Chapter 56 Thor and number 039, S Hammer. The battle ended quickly. Less than 10 seconds later, the four Murakami members became pupae like Saonga. For ordinary people, those who have cultivated chi are undoubtedly superhuman. But to Roy, they were just slightly stronger ants. Although stronger than other ants, an ant is still an ant. Using a chakra scalpel to sever the muscles and nerves in their limbs, Roy retrieved Gaara's small gourd pendant from the system space, manipulated the sand to bind them and Saonda, and brought them into the main building of the manor. Soon, screams of utter despair and unbearable agony echoed from inside the main building. An hour later, Roy deactivated the shadow clone. Without the shadow clones to maintain it, the four purple flame array that enveloped the manor disappeared. Immediately afterwards, he picked up the phone on the table and dialed 911. The call was answered quickly. After telling the operator the exact location of the manor and the more than 30 children imprisoned in the basement, he hung up the phone and looked at the 5 Murakami men who were being tortured beyond recognition. Any last words? Roy spoke to the 5 people in the village. You will definitely go to hell, and we will be waiting for you there. Murakami glared at Roy and replied listlessly. Roy looked at Murakami calmly, then with a flick of his wrist, took out the Kusanagi sword from his system space. Then you can wait patiently. No sooner had he finished speaking than Murakami's head was severed by the Kusanagi sword. After beheading Madame Gao and the other 3, he casually flicked his wrist, shaking off the blood from the sword, and put the Kusanagi sword back into his system space. Commission, destroy the hand. Service status, completed. Commission reward, Sage Mode, sent. Looking at the system information in front of him, Roy smiled with satisfaction and began to browse the system's explanation of Sage Mode. The immortal mode rewarded by the system was not much different from what he remembered. By fusing natural energy, physical energy and spiritual energy in a 1:1:1 ratio, one can condense Sage Chakra and enter Sage Mode. After reviewing the instructions for Sage Mode, he located the Flying Thunder God technique for the Upper East Side Villa and used it to return to the villa's living room. This commission is not particularly difficult. But his gains were extraordinary. I won't go into the immortal mode reward from the system. Under his interrogation, the 5 villagers obediently revealed their bank accounts and passwords, as well as the location of the dragon bones, turning these savings and dragon bones into his spoils of war. The Murakami family's total savings amount to nearly $30 billion, averaging nearly $6 million per person. As for the Keel, the higher the user's physical attributes, the more dragon bones are needed to prolong their lifespan. If the Murakami family were to use these dragon bones, it could extend the lifespan of any one of them by 150 years. However, Roy's physical attributes far surpass theirs, so using these dragon bones on him would greatly reduce their life-extending effect. Back at the villa, Roy first went to the bathroom to take a shower, washing away the smell of blood. Then, he went to the study and took out a black briefcase from the system space. This is the same suitcase that Murakami was carrying before. After looting all their dragon bones, he put them all into this box. He placed the suitcase on the desk, opened it, and took out a piece of dragon bone. Roy recalled in his mind how to absorb the energy from the dragon bone. According to Murakami and his group, as long as they absorb the life energy contained in the dragon bones into their bodies, they can extend their lifespan by relying on this life energy. Kunlun has developed two methods for extracting life energy from dragon bones. One method is to absorb energy using one's own vital energy. Another method is similar to decocting traditional Chinese medicine, using specific medicinal herbs to extract the life energy from the dragon bones. Roy, who didn't know Kunlun's ki, prepared to use chakra instead of ki to extract the life energy from the dragon bone. If this method doesn't work, then try boiling it. He examined the dragon bone in his hand, which resembled jade, and then mobilized his chakra, releasing chakra from his right hand to completely envelop the dragon bone. The moment the chakra enveloped the dragon bone, he knew that the chakra could also draw life energy from within the dragon bone. Without him needing to guide it, the life energy within the dragon bone reacted with the chakra and surged into his body through his right hand. As the life energy dissipates, the dragon bones quickly lose their luster and become as dull and lifeless as ordinary bones. After confirming that chakra could also draw life energy from the dragon bones, Roy first put the dragon bones in his hand aside, then reached his right hand into the briefcase and let chakra cover all the dragon bones inside the briefcase. In less than half a minute, all the dragon bones lost their jade-like luster, and the life energy they contained was completely absorbed. After absorbing the life energy from the dragon bone, Roy opened the attribute panel and looked at the chakra level. Chakra level, 20 calories. Increased by 2 cards. Not bad. Roy nodded in satisfaction. Although he only improved by 2 cards, he was already very satisfied with the result. The keel inside the suitcase weighs only about 10 kilograms, so it's good if it can provide a 2-calorie boost. Close the properties panel, put the dragon bone on the table back into the suitcase, and then put the suitcase back into the system space. Finally, he took out his phone and dialed Gwen's number. The call was answered in just a few seconds. Is the hand matter settled? Grace asked gently. Nailed it. Turn on the TV now, and you should be able to see news reports about the police going to collect bodies and deal with smuggled children in a little while. Roy replied. Thank you for your hard work. I'll treat you to a nice meal when we get home tonight. Gwen continued. Although he couldn't see Gwen's expression, Roy could hear the shyness in her voice and immediately understood how she planned to treat herself tonight. It is good. Then I'll wait for you at home. Roy said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, he first imagined the wonderful scene of tonight in his mind, and then thought about the next steps. Although this isn't a pure cinematic universe, judging from the current developments, Thor will soon be exiled to Earth by Odin. He clearly remembered that in the movie, Tony was still trying to synthesize a new element to replace palladium, and Carlson, who was in charge of monitoring his hard work, was sent to New Mexico to deal with Thor's hammer that fell from the sky. After thinking for a moment, he turned on his computer, logged into the dark web forum with the nickname Kakashi, and sent a message to a fellow private detective known as Griffin who was online. $10,000, go to Andy Cape Punt, New Mexico, and be on the lookout for anything unusual. You have 2 weeks to prepare. The Griffin immediately replied, $10,000 is too little, I want $30,000. I only have 10,000. If you don't take it, I'll find someone else. Despite having just earned $30 billion, Roy still has no intention of raising the price. Save where you should, spend where you should. This is a very simple commission, all you have to do is go to Andy Cape Punt and stay there. There's nothing difficult about it. For such a commission, a reward of $10,000 is already quite substantial. After about 10 seconds, the Griffin responded. Okay. I'll pay a deposit of $5,000 first. The Griffin then provided a bank account. Without any hesitation, Roy immediately transferred the deposit. Chapter 57 The Supreme Sorcerer. Not long after I commissioned the Griffin, the doorbell rang. The door opened, and Natasha, dressed in a black, tight-fitting combat suit, appeared before Roy. What is it? After glancing at Natasha's alluring figure, Roy spoke slowly. Natasha had visited him many times before, but this was the first time she had come in her combat suit. Compared to her usual attire, Natasha's outfit today was not revealing at all, but it had an extra professional allure. Can we go inside and talk? Natasha smiled sweetly and said softly. Can. Roy nodded and gestured for Natasha to proceed. Living room. After sitting down on the sofa, Natasha wasted no time and asked directly, was it you who destroyed the hand? You already have the answer, so there's no need to ask me. Roy replied. I know you went to avenge George Stacy, but I didn't expect that you would reveal a superpower you'd never shown before in order to completely seal off the hand's manner. It seems we underestimated how important Gwen is to you. Natasha spoke slowly. Roy looked at him calmly and said slowly, you came all this way, dressed like this, so it can't just be to tell me this. So, What's Nick Fury up to this time? Upon hearing his question, Natasha sighed and quickly replied, I don't know why you're so hostile towards him, but we really have no ill intentions this time, we're just here to help. I read the surgeon's report, and there is a high probability that George will suffer from long-term mobility impairment. If needed, we can provide a variety of rehabilitation equipment and resources to eliminate any long-term effects on him as much as possible. Roy shook his head and continued, there's no need for that. He won't suffer any lasting effects. If nothing unexpected happens, he can be discharged from the hospital and go home tomorrow. Will there be no long-term effects? Could it be that a guess immediately flashed through Natasha's mind. After a moment's thought, her eyes sparkled, and she said softly, it seems you not only possess the superpower to seal off space, but also a healing superpower. I'm getting more and more curious, just how many superpowers do you possess? Upon hearing Natasha's question, Roy immediately thought of a joke about wages. How much do you earn in a month? Less than 100,000 yuan. Less than 100,000? Be more specific. 4,003. You call 4,300 less than 100,000. From 4,300,000 to 100,000. Roy glanced at Natasha and replied casually, not many, less than 10,000. Less than 10,000 kinds? Natasha gave Roy a charmingly disdainful look, then decisively changed the subject and continued. Fury originally asked me to come and see if you needed any help, but I didn't expect that as soon as George's surgery was over, you started your revenge and went on a killing spree at the Hand's manor. You were the one who called the police, weren't you? Do you know why the Hand is smuggling so many children here? The Hand is not a gang in the traditional sense. However, the Hand is involved in all the businesses of traditional gangs. For example, the Hand is involved in gambling, prostitution, drugs, human trafficking, organ trading, arms smuggling, and so on. On the surface, the Hand smuggled more than 30 children from Asia to sell them to customers in need. But Natasha's intuition told her that things were definitely not that simple. You should ask the 5 fingers of the Hand about this. Roy replied. He knew perfectly well why the Hand was smuggling so many children over, but he didn't feel the need to tell Natasha the truth. Black Sky. The Hand brought these children to New York so they could use their blood to create the Black Sky. Speaking of this, we have to mention the beast that the Hand worships. In ancient times, a group of demons came to Earth. The beast was one of them. Although they were banished back to the abyss long ago, the connection between the beasts and Earth was not completely severed. Black Void is a human vessel that allows beasts to possess a human, it is the Hand's greatest trump card. In Mrs. Gao's view, as long as the Black Sky is created, the Hand will be invincible and conquer the world. But they overestimated the beast's power. Even if they created the Black Sky, they still wouldn't be able to conquer the world. They could never have imagined that the moment the beast was summoned to possess the Black Void in this universe would be the moment they said goodbye to the world. Because the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, would immediately open a portal and appear before them to deal with them in Black Sky. Natasha fell silent. After thinking for about 10 seconds, she said, since you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. Is there anything we can help with in terms of cleanup? Just let us know if it's within our capabilities. Roy shook his head. All right. Just give me a call if you need anything. I'll be in New York for the next few days. After saying that, Natasha got up and left the villa. A week later. Asgard. Rainbow Bridge Hall. Why did you bring us back? Holding Mjolnir and clad in silver armor, Thor looked at Odin with a puzzled expression and said loudly. Do you know what you've done? Odin glared at Thor. I'm protecting Asgard. Thor replied immediately. Protect Asgard. You can't even protect your own friends, and you want to protect Asgard. Odin pulled the Guardian Sword from the control panel and threw it to Heimdall, who was in charge of guarding the Rainbow Bridge. If you're afraid to act, then you'll have no kingdom to protect in the future. Those frost giants must learn to fear me as they fear you. Thor didn't think he had done anything wrong and continued speaking. Unlike Thor, who refuted Odin, Loki stood aside without saying a word, looking as if he already knew he was wrong. However, he was thinking about something else entirely. That is, everything is going according to his plan. He is about to sit on the throne of Asgard, replace the strong-willed but simple-minded Thor, become the new king of Asgard, and fulfill his long-held dream. These words of pride and vanity are not the words of a qualified leader. You have completely forgotten what I taught you, you have lost the patience a soldier should have. Odin glared at Thor with a look of utter disappointment and quickly spoke. While you wait patiently, the 9-star systems are all laughing at Asgard. Your methods are outdated. Asgard is falling, and you're spouting off at length. Thor looked at Odin on the console and began to criticize Odin, who was both his king and his father. Loki was secretly delighted to hear Thor utter such treasonous words. My foolish brother. Go on. He completely angered his father, causing him to lose his right to the throne. You vain, greedy, and cruel little brat. Just as Loki had guessed, Thor's accusations enraged Odin. And you're senile. Thor, completely unaware of what was about to happen, roared even louder. Chapter 58 Extraordinary Enchantment. Odin looked at Thor with a face full of disappointment. He never expected that Saul, on whom he had placed such high hopes, would say such a thing, treating him like a stubborn old fool. Seeing the disappointed look on Odin's face, Thor finally realized that his words had been too hurtful. Odin lowered his head, as if he had aged thousands of years in an instant, and murmured, "Yes, I'm senile, foolishly thinking you were ready." Loki knew it was time for him to step in, so he took a few steps forward and said to Odin, "Father." He had barely opened his mouth when Odin raised his right hand, pointed at him, and roared. Loki immediately stopped and swallowed back what he was about to say. Although he didn't say it aloud, he wasn't disappointed. Because he knew that he had achieved his goal. Odin turned to Thor and said seriously, "Thor Odinson, you have disobeyed the king's decree. Because of your arrogance and ignorance, these peaceful star systems, and the innocent lives within them, will suffer the ravages of war." After saying this, Odin raised the Spear of Eternity and planted it on the control panel. In Asgard, only two weapons can serve as keys to activate the Rainbow Bridge. One is the protective sword in Heimdall's hand. The other is his Eternal Spear. After being inserted into the control panel, the Eternal Spear unleashed more than a dozen silver-white lightning bolts, activating the Rainbow Bridge. At the same time, Odin stepped down from the control panel, approached Thor, and continued, "You are unworthy of the trust of these star systems. You are unworthy of the name Thor. You don't deserve those who loved you deeply but were betrayed by you." As he spoke, he ripped off Thor's cloak. Thor stared at Odin without saying a word. Although he was far less adept at reading people than Loki, he was not stupid. If even now he can't see that Odin is completely disappointed in him, then he might as well throw his brain away. Under the watchful eyes of Thor and Loki, Odin turned back to the console, raised his right hand, opened his palm, and aimed it at Thor. "I am now going to strip you of your power." No sooner had he finished speaking than Thor's hammer flew into his hand. He then continued, "In the name of my late father, and of all my ancestors." As Odin's voice rang out, Thor's silver armor rapidly crumbled into pieces and fell away. "I, Odin, the Allfather, have decreed your banishment." After saying that, Odin raised Mjolnir and aimed it at Thor. Before Thor could react, a bolt of lightning shot out from Mjolnir and struck him in the chest. Struck by lightning, he was sent flying uncontrollably toward the teleportation portal of the Rainbow Bridge. At the same time, the last piece of armor on his body fell off and scattered in all directions. Along with the armor, his innate divine power also departed. In the blink of an eye, Thor, who had fallen into the teleportation portal, disappeared from Odin and Loki's sight. Loki quickly walked towards the portal. Odin then raised Mjolnir, bringing it to his mouth and whispered, "Whoever possesses the aptitude to lift Mjolnir will gain the power of Thor." Odin's voice was not loud. But as he spoke, he mobilized his divine power and the authority of the Allfather, giving Thor's hammer a supernatural enchantment at the level of a godfather. After saying this, Odin threw Mjolnir into the portal, allowing it to leave Asgard with Thor. Although Odin didn't say it, Loki immediately understood his intention, knowing that Odin hadn't completely given up on Thor and was giving Thor a chance to repent and start over. Noon the next day. Roy, who was having lunch alone at a restaurant, received an email from a griffin. The email was very simple, consisting of only one sentence. 50 miles west of the town, there appeared an immovable hammer. Roy first transferred the final payment to the griffin, and then replied with an email. "The commission is complete, and the final payment has been transferred." After doing all that, he continued to enjoy his lunch. After eating and drinking his fill, he left the restaurant and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the villa. After resting on the living room sofa for a while, he began to sense the Flying Thunder God technique of Andy Capon City. That same evening, he sent a package to the Andy Capon Police Department via FedEx. The contents of the package were quite ordinary. It's just an ordinary brick. However, the brick contained the Flying Thunder God technique formula he left behind. He didn't know exactly when Thor would be banished to Earth by Odin. However, in order to be able to get to Andy Capon City as soon as he received the Griffin's message, he sent the Flying Thunder God technique in advance. He sensed the Flying Thunder God technique on the brick without much effort. Upon discovering that the Flying Thunder God technique was stationary rather than moving, he knew that the package had been delivered to Andy Capon City. The next second, he decisively used the Flight Thor technique, instantly disappearing and teleporting to Andy Capone, a city more than 2,000 kilometers away from New York. He had assumed he would be teleported to the waste treatment plant in Andy Capone. After all, the police station can't keep a single brick. As it turned out, he was wrong. He didn't teleport to the garbage disposal plant, but instead teleported to the alley behind the police station. The bricks he sent are still in the trash can and have not been sent to the waste treatment plant. This means the package was only delivered today. Lucky you. With a sigh in his heart, Roy left the alley and began using his chakra sensing technique. In an instant, all the life signals of Andy Capiant appeared in his mind. Although both are municipalities, Andy Capone and New York City are two completely different entities. New York City is the largest city in the United States and a global financial center, with a resident population of over 800 million. Andy Capiant is a small town with a population of only 2,175, though it doesn't cover a large area. The moment Roy used his chakra sensing technique, he located Thor. Odin stripped Thor of his divine power and sealed Thor's physical attributes to a level similar to that of an ordinary earthling. But this still doesn't change the fact that Thor is an Asgardian. Thor's health was not high at this time. But his vital signs were completely different from those of everyone else in the town. Without any hesitation, Roy decisively used his teleportation technique to travel to Thor's location. He quickly arrived near Thor. Immediately afterwards, they witnessed Saul, who had just escaped from the hospital, being hit by Jane Foster's backing car. How weak! Seeing Thor get bumped, Roy first thought to himself before walking towards Thor. Upon realizing they had hit someone, Jane Foster, Eric Selvig, and Darcy Lewis immediately got out of the car and went to Saul. "I'm sorry, I swear I didn't mean to." Jane looked at Thor with concern and quickly said. Chapter 59 Mercenaries. Less than 24 hours into his exile, Saul was hit twice. One time at the front of the car, one time at the rear. One before admission, and one right after discharge. Upon seeing Jane's appearance clearly, he had only one thought in his mind: he was incredibly unlucky to have been bumped into by the same person twice in a row. At that moment, he was unaware that the person who hit him with his car the night before was not Jane, but Jane's assistant, Darcy. "I am Thor, the thunder god of Asgard. If Loki and Sif find out, they'll laugh at me for centuries." After mentally criticizing Jane, Thor stood up, dusted himself off, and replied, "I'm fine, just be more careful next time." After saying that, he prepared to leave. Although he didn't know where Thor's hammer had fallen, he was determined to retrieve it no matter where it was. Otherwise, he would never be able to regain his divine power, let alone return to Asgard, etc. Jane immediately stopped Saul. "What is it?" Saul asked. Without any hesitation, Jane looked at Saul expectantly and quickly asked, "I want to know why you were at the Einstein-Rosen Bridge last night." "Einstein-Rosen Bridge?" Thor immediately frowned and replied, "I don't know what you mean by the Einstein-Rosen Bridge. What teleported me to Midgard last night was the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard." "Asgard? Rainbow Bridge?" Jane and Darcy looked at Saul blankly, while Eric eyed Saul warily, labeling him a drug addict. Jane and Darcy knew nothing of Asgard or the Rainbow Bridge. But he knew. As a child, he had heard his parents tell Norse mythology. Just as Jane was about to continue questioning Thor, Thor's expression suddenly turned serious as he stared at Roy, who was walking towards them. He didn't know who Roy was. However, one thing he could tell was that Roy was a warrior, and a powerful warrior with extremely rich combat experience, a brilliant record, and the ability to defeat many enemies. He could see these things at a glance because he was also such a soldier. In other words, he and Roy are the same kind of people. Although he lost his innate divine power and his physical attributes were sealed by Odin to the level of an ordinary person, his vision and judgment were not affected in any way. Soon, Roy arrived in front of Thor and Jane. He ignored Jane and the other two and said to Thor, "Let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Roy, and I am a private, no, in other words, a mercenary." Thor stared at Roy and said, "I don't know you." Roy looked at Thor calmly and continued, "Whether you know me or not is not important. What is important is that I know who you are, what you have been through, what you want now, and how to restore your divine power." Thor's face showed a hint of surprise at first, then he said seriously, "I don't need your help. I know how to regain my divine power." Roy shook his head, "No, you don't know. Even if you find Mjolnir, you can't lift it right now, let alone regain your divine power." After speaking, he paused for a moment, then with a flick of his wrist, he took out a card from the system space and handed it to Thor. "If you want to contact me, call the number above. If you don't know how to make a phone call, you can ask Dr. Foster to do it for you." Thor took the card and glanced at it. The card had no name on it, only a mobile phone number. Although he didn't think he needed Roy's help, after thinking about it for a moment, Thor nodded and replied, "Okay." He didn't know if Roy was telling the whole truth. However, he had already confirmed some things from Roy's words. That means Roy did indeed know who he was, and that he had been exiled by Odin and lost all his divine power. "Then I won't bother you any longer. See you next time." After saying that, Roy extended his right hand toward Thor. Seeing his outstretched right hand, Thor didn't think much of it and shook hands with him. Flying Thunder God Technique. The moment Roy shook hands with Thor, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately left the Flying Thunder God Technique seal in Thor's palm. After shaking hands, he didn't hesitate at all. In front of Thor and Jane, he decisively cast the Thunder God Technique and disappeared from their sight, teleporting back to his villa on the Upper East Side of New York. He wasn't worried that Jane and the others would reveal that he was a superhuman. They only witnessed him disappear into thin air, there was no other evidence, and even if they did, no one would believe them. Seeing him disappear in an instant, the three of them first showed surprised expressions. Then Darcy exclaimed, "I remember who he is. He's Roy, the director of Stark Industries, the one who raced with Tony Stark at the Monaco Grand Prix." Upon hearing her words, Jane immediately asked, "Are you sure it's him?" "Confirm. I felt like I recognized him, but I couldn't quite place him." As he spoke, Darcy took out his phone and started searching for Roy's name online. She quickly found the news about Roy and Tony participating in the Monaco Grand Prix and handed the phone to Jane. After glancing at the photo of Roy in his racing suit, Jane handed the phone back to Darcy. Although she was somewhat surprised that Roy was a superhuman, she did not forget the purpose of her visit to the hospital and said to Thor, "You're attracting a lot of attention walking around outside in your patient gown. I have some clothes that fit you that I can lend you." Saul looked at his hospital gown and nodded. Jane took Saul back to the studio and brought out the clothes left behind by her ex-boyfriend Donald Black, asking Saul to go to the bathroom to change. Thor was very obedient and went to the bathroom to change his clothes. However, he simply went into the bathroom without closing the door. Darcy sat in his chair, watching Saul's striptease with unblinking eyes. Compared to her, he was much more concise and tactful, walking around with his notebook in hand, occasionally stealing a glance at it. His physique is unusually good for a homeless lunatic. Darcy made no attempt to hide his admiration for Thor's abs and pecs, and remarked with a look of deep emotion. Jane didn't reply, but quickly stole a glance at Thor. Then, my gaze fell on the notebook in my hand, as if I had absolutely no interest in it. Although her eyes were fixed on the notes in her hands, she didn't absorb a single word, her mind was filled with Thor's figure. Someone who wished to remain anonymous once said that all women are flirtatious, the only difference being whether they are overtly flirtatious or covertly flirtatious, so when chatting with women, you must talk about flirtatious things. After putting on his pants, Saul came out of the bathroom with his shirt in his hand. "Sorry, I hit you with a stun gun." Darcy spoke as he saw Thor emerge. Thor ignored her, walked to the computer with a puzzled look, and picked up the mouse on the table. "Sorry, don't move." Jane ran up to Thor and made him put down the mouse. Then, his gaze involuntarily fell on Thor's chest and abdominal muscles. "What is this?" Thor unfolded his shirt and pointed to the label on it, asking a question. The label had a name on it. Donald Blake. Jane immediately tore off the label and complained, "My ex-boyfriend is good at interacting with patients, but he's terrible at dating. These are the only clothes that suit your figure." "That's enough." Sol replied. Chapter 60 The Goddess of Thor. "I feel a bit weak in my current mortal body and need some nourishment." Thor put on his clothes and said with a serious expression. Darcy and Eric exchanged a helpless glance. More than 10 minutes later. Restaurant. "How did you end up inside the Einstein-Rosen bridge?" Jane looked at Saul, who was enjoying his meal, and asked. "And how come you're still so hungry after eating a whole box of mini cookies?" Darcy added. Saul didn't answer their questions, but picked up the drink next to him and drank it all in one gulp. "I like this drink." "I know, it tastes great, doesn't it?" Darcy said slowly. "Another one, please." After saying that, Thor smashed the cup in his hand to the ground, and the cup shattered with a bang. His action not only startled Jane and her two companions, but also attracted the attention of the restaurant staff and other customers. But he didn't take it to heart at all. In Asgard, smashing an empty cup is a way to express satisfaction. Clearly, the Asgardian way doesn't work on Earth. "I'm sorry, ISI, it was an accident." Jane apologized to the waiter and went to Saul's side to help him clean up the debris. After sitting down again, she said to Thor, "What are you doing?" "This drink is delicious, I'd like another one." Thor replied calmly. "Just tell me." Jane continued. "I said it." Thor continued. "I mean, to put it more politely." Jane sighed helplessly. "I meant no disrespect." Thor noticed her helplessness and replied. "Please stop throwing things, okay?" Jane spoke slowly, as if coaxing a child. "Can." Sol replied. "Very good." Jane nodded. Just then, two middle-aged men entered the restaurant and said to the waitress, Isis, the usual. "The thing in that pit is interesting, they say it's a malfunctioning satellite." "Yeah, we were having a lot of fun until the federal agents showed up." Another man continued. "Excuse me, are you saying there's been a satellite crash?" Jane turned to the bar and asked the two customers who had just come in. Yes. The overweight guest, wearing a baseball cap, replied. I'm going to take a picture of you and put it on Facebook. Smile. Darcy wasn't interested in the satellite crash at all. He took out his phone and pointed it at Thor. Although he didn't know what Facebook was, Saul looked at his phone and smiled. What does that satellite look like? Eric asked. The middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap turned to look at him and said slowly, I know nothing about satellites, but that thing doesn't look like a satellite at all. If you ask me, it's a hammer, an incredibly heavy hammer that no one can lift. An old man tried to haul the thing away with his pickup truck, but the truck bed tipped over and the thing still didn't move. Those federal agents said that thing is radioactive. I even put my whole hand on it before. I don't know if it will leave any after effects. Thor smiled slightly, put down his fork, walked behind the man in the baseball cap, and patted him on the shoulder. Where is that thing? 50 miles west of the town. If I were you, I wouldn't go and waste my time. When we left, federal agents had already begun sealing off the area. The man in the baseball cap replied. Thor didn't care and left the restaurant without looking back. Although she didn't know what he was up to, Jane immediately grabbed her coat and notebook and chased after him as she saw him leave the restaurant. Night. New York. After having dinner with Gwen at a restaurant, Roy took her back to the villa and said to her, something interesting crashed in New Mexico. I'm going there, and I'm not sure what time I'll be back. You should get some sleep. What's interesting? Gwen looked at Roy with curiosity. Thor's hammer. Roy replied. Thor's hammer? Gwen became even more curious and quickly said, take me with you. Are you sure you have class tomorrow? Roy asked. At worst, I'll just take a day off. I've already studied most of the courses for this semester on my own, so it doesn't matter whether I go to school or not. Gwen replied quickly. Top students generally have excellent self-learning abilities. She was no exception, of course. Since you're interested too, let's go together. After saying that, Roy put his arm around Gwen's slender waist and began to sense the Flying Thunder God technique on Thor's body. Just as he had guessed, Thor had left the town and arrived in the wilderness 50 miles west of it. After locking onto the Flying Thunder God technique, he didn't hesitate at all and decisively cast it, leaving the villa with Gwen. In just a moment, he and Gwen had traversed more than 2,000 kilometers, arriving from New York to a small hill near Thor's hammer. As soon as they were teleported over, they saw Jane and Thor a dozen or 20 meters away. Jane lay on the ground, holding a pair of binoculars, observing the temporary base that SHIELD had just set up. What fell was definitely not a satellite. If it were a satellite, they would simply drag the debris away instead of building a base here. Jane said quickly. You need this. Saul, in a very gentlemanly manner, took off his coat and draped it over Jane. What? Wait, why? Jane turned to look at Saul and asked. Thor glanced up at the stormy night sky, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He said to Jane, it's going to rain soon. You stay here. Once I get Mjolnir, I'll take your things back. How about that? Jane immediately shook her head and replied, not good. Look down there. Do you think you can just swagger in and come out with our stuff? No, I will fly out. Thor said earnestly. Just as Thor was about to head to the temporary base set up by SHIELD, Roy's voice came from behind him. No, you can't fly out. I've already told you, you can't lift Mjolnir right now, nor can you regain your divine power. Thor whirled around, looked at Roy, and said with a displeased expression, I can definitely lift it. You can't lift it. Roy replied. I can. You can't. I can do it. You can't do it. I won't argue with you. I'll prove you wrong with facts. After saying that, Thor left the hillside without looking back and headed towards S.H.I.E.L.D's temporary base. Roy ignored him and said to Gwen, let's go in too. Gwen nodded. Roy put his arm around Gwen's slender waist once again. The next second, he and Gwen disappeared from Jane's sight. Body flicker technique. After several teleportation techniques, they successfully arrived at the core area of the temporary base and saw Thor's hammer. Their sudden appearance immediately drew the attention of everyone around them. The researchers in white coats quickly retreated, while the agents in black combat suits immediately drew their pistols or raised their rifles. The golden binding technique. Without any hesitation, Roy used his golden binding technique to immobilize the agents. He had barely immobilized the agents when Carlson spotted him and Gwen on the monitor screen. He immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and said quickly, they're not the enemy. Don't attack them. Put down your weapons immediately. At this moment, he was unaware that Roy had already immobilized these agents. Seeing that the agents still had their guns pointed at Roy and Gwen, he repeated the order. However, these agents still did not obey orders. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. It was only then that Carlson realized that the agents had been immobilized. Roy heard Carlson give the order not to attack over the walkie-talkie of a nearby agent, and then he released the golden binding spell. Then, he said to Gwen, "This hammer is Thor's hammer from Norse mythology. Anyone who can lift it will gain the power of Thor and become Thor. If you can lift it, then you will become a true female Thor." After saying that, he gestured to Gwen, indicating that she should try it first. Gwen nodded, walked up to Thor's hammer, and extended her right hand to grasp the handle made of world tree wood. Immediately afterwards, he began to exert force with his right hand.